In a luxurious grand hall filled with countless attending nobles, a young boy was placed before a table. In front of him lay 4 different weapons. Today was an exceptionally special day for the boy because the weapon he chose next would determine the future path he would walk. Amidst the expectant and curious gazes of everyone, the boy slowly moved towards the 4 weapons. However, what astonished everyone was that as the boy approached, all 4 weapons simultaneously emitted a brilliant light, causing his parents to look at each other in confusion. But soon, everyone understood the answer. This proved that the boy before them was a genius, a true super genius capable of pursuing any path. The boy himself understood this clearly, as he carried memories from a previous life. To speak of this, we must go back some time, to a certain battlefield, where a thought echoed. I once thought that someone like me, with talent awakened and blooming amidst the battlefield, could start a new life. In that new life, I could create a family, something I deeply craved. But I was wrong. Amidst the desolate scenery, someone's admiring voice rang out, truly tenacious. It's been a long time since someone forced me to swing my sword more than 10 times. Are you the famous Aerys? The talent who bloomed on the battlefield? Following his gaze, before him stood a young warrior. Currently, the warrior's left arm was severed, and he gasped for breath due to blood loss and exhaustion. Hearing the man opposite him, Aerys thought inwardly, he knows me? I never thought I'd be happy about this. Thinking this, Aerys struggled to prop himself up with his sword, looked up at his opponent, and greeted him. Haha. It is an honor to be recognized by you, Duke Zom. This young warrior was Aerys, belonging to the Dreen Empire. Before him stood Duke Zom Tomian from the Anthian Empire. Seeing the young man knew his name, Duke Zom's eyes flashed with surprise. Haha. You know my name? Yes, who hasn't heard of your reputation? One of the 6 hexagonal knights of the Anthian Empire. Just one day on this battlefield was enough for me to feel the weight of the black wave. Returning to Duke Zom, hearing Aerys's words, he truly felt some admiration for the young warrior. So, even knowing who I am, you still choose to confront me? It's a great pity to end such talents so early. Tell me, do you wish to surrender? He offered Aerys a chance. But in response to this golden opportunity, Aerys merely glanced aside and shook his head. It's too clear. I was born on the battlefield, so I will die here. Finishing his words, Aerys lifted the sword embedded in the ground and swung it forcefully, causing the air to vibrate violently. The strong wind blew away all surrounding debris, creating a clear space around them. Looking at Aerys's face, Duke Zom spoke solemnly, even saying so, I can still see the regret in your eyes. You would have become a formidable opponent if you had grown a little more. However, if this is what you wish, then I hope in your next life, you can let go of those regrets. As he spoke, he began to envelop his sword in an aura and charged directly at the young warrior. And so, after a few sword swings, the battle's outcome was decided. My mother was a young widow, a war refugee. She left me in this chaotic world when I was still young, then breathed her last. Everyone knows what happens to an orphan. Back then, Aerys lived a wandering life on the battlefield, a solitary existence just to survive. He would do anything to live. At 14, Aerys was sent to his first battlefield. There, his talent awakened. The mana core in his heart enhanced his movements and senses to an incomparable level. At that time, a superior officer told Aerys, Commander Aerys, I plan to recommend you for the upcoming special knighthood appointment. With your talent, joining the Empire's 5 hexagonal knights is not impossible. Hearing his superior, Aerys unknowingly smiled. After breaking through 3 mana cores to become a quad core, having 4 mana cores. I finally got the chance I've been waiting for. After this war, I could find peace in this tiring life. Finally about to have everything. Until that man appeared. With just one swing, Zom easily shattered Aerys' sword. Then, his sword pierced through Aerys' chest. What a pity. I wanted to reach higher. I wanted a family. He thought inwardly before his body was blown back like a cannonball. And just like that, Aerys' dream was pitifully crushed. I thought that was the end. But after his vision went completely black, Aerys suddenly heard a gentle voice. Oh, our little Din is awake. Haha, such a good boy, not crying at all. Why are these eyes so clear and beautiful? This child is a gift God has given us. A beautiful woman with golden hair gently touched the tiny hand before her, speaking with immense affection. Meanwhile, the man beside her had a similar expression. Haha, the boy is truly a great gift from God, he laughed. It was only then that Aerys startlingly realized his situation. What? A baby? What are they talking about? As he thought, his face showed utter confusion, waving his hands erratically. As if sensing his fear, the man smiled, reached out with both hands, and lifted him up. Din, my son, you must become a great spearman and follow in the footsteps of me, your father. This man was a hensorg. However, upon hearing this, Lady Lily Sorg immediately snatched the baby Din from his hands and scolded. What are you talking about? Din will become a great assassin. Seeing his wife's reaction, a hen looked flustered. Honey, come on. Why would you let our youngest become an assassin? That's terrible. A man should use a spear. Using a spear is the most perfect and beautiful martial art. As a hen spoke, his face showed a hint of fantasy. However, Lady Lily immediately dismissed this idea. I already said, being an assassin is better than being a spearman. He can hide in the shadows to assassinate targets without being noticed. That's cooler, she yelled. In summary, that's how it was. Asterisk, I thought it was the end, but I was reborn. Not only that, but reborn in the Anthian Empire, my enemy's nation, as the youngest son of a count. Lately, my new parents have been fiercely debating my future. Surely because I was born late, they want me to follow their legacy even more, Asterisk Din thought inwardly. Returning to the young couple, after arguing to no avail, a hen had to say, all right, let's do this. We'll teach the boy both. Of course, Din will surely be an assassin, Lady Lily said with a smile. Din, become a spearman. Spearman is the best. A hen coaxed. The boy will become an assassin. Lady Lily reminded him again. While they were still arguing, the coachman in front turned back to remind them, my lord, we have arrived. Hearing this, a hen was slightly startled, not realizing how quickly time had passed. What? We're here already? Now, Lily, my dear, take my hand. Oh dear, what if people in the city see? The lady said shyly. Come on, I just want to hold my wife's hand. What's wrong with that? All right, carefully now, he said, proactively offering his hand to help his wife down, causing Din and Lady Lily's arms to witness this public display of affection. Seriously, it hurts my eyes, he thought. After glancing around at the surroundings, Din's eyes couldn't hide his excitement. Oh my, it seems Din is very happy to be home. Look how happy he looks. Right, if this is my home, then it's even easier for my talent to spread its wings, he thought with a smile. With a new beginning, time quickly passed. 2 months later, the baby Din started babbling a few words, making Lady Lily extremely happy. Oh dear, my Din knows how to babble already. And as if responding to her words, the main character's mouth fired off sounds like popping corn. In truth, this experience was somewhat novel for him. Asterisk, so this is me babbling. This is truly a new experience. During my time wandering the battlefields, I rarely interacted with children. The few children I met were injured, bandaged, and crying because they had nowhere to go. Many cried for their parents, then gradually starved and disappeared. Compared to that, the Sorg household is wealthy and fortunate. I won't starve here, Asterisk the protagonist thought joyfully, having been reincarnated into easy mode instead of hell mode. Just then, his father, Count Sorg, pushed the door open and barged in. Aha, Din, look here. This is a spear. What do you think, Din? Long and beautiful, right? The man eagerly showed off, seeming to want to implant ideas about spearmanship into Din's head while he was still young. Faced with this action, Din could only manage a forced smile. Asterisk, this man is my father, a Sorg, the kingdom's strongest rank 6 spearman. He looks gentle, but he's a heroic warrior known as the Green Gale. Asterisk. Speaking of Lady Lily, seeing her husband bring a weapon to show off to their newborn son, she angrily snatched the spear and questioned him. Really? How could you bring such a sharp object into our son's room? In response, a hen's attitude weakened. I just wanted to show Din. I already told you, didn't I? Don't do that. If you do it again, I'll start teaching him basic stealth techniques from infancy. Lady Lily said coldly, making her husband break out in a cold sweat. Lady Lily Sorg was formerly the kingdom's best assassin. Returning to a hen, although a bit afraid of his wife, he still had to puff out his chest. Come on, everyone does it these days. Famous magic families place enchanted staves right next to their children from birth. A spear compared to a staff? Spears are that sharp. Lady Lily yelled, causing their son witnessing this scene to sigh like an old man. Truly a harmonious family. At this point, Din became aware of his situation. The reason they are so concerned about my future is that both my older sisters chose paths unrelated to spearmanship or assassination. Time flew by. Din was now being visited by his 2 older sisters. Look, Din. If you do this, Tada, your cheeks puff up. As she spoke, the girl in the red dress did something that made Din's cheeks puff out Songlin. After doing it, this sister was overjoyed. Look at Din. So cute. Oh my god. My cheeks. Din screamed internally, clenching his fist in anger but unable to do anything. Looking at his sister in the red dress, Din quickly recalled her identity. Asterisk Arabella Sorg. Due to her magic aptitude, Arabella pursued magic from a young age. At 12, she was already a rank 3 mage. Since the highest mage rank is 9, she is a genius for surpassing the introductory level at this age. Asterisk. Thinking this, Arabella poked her little brother's cheek and coaxed, Din, do you want to learn magic with me later? I'm bored studying alone every day. Asterisk, hey, stop poking. Asterisk Din yelled internally. Meanwhile, the other sister spoke up, summoning is good too. Hearing this voice, Din looked over at his sister in blue and thought, Asterisk Clay Sorg. Clay is a talented summoner. She knew how to summon since age 7 and can now control 2 summons simultaneously. At first, I thought she didn't like me, but it seems more like jealousy now that she has a younger sibling. She's less reserved with me than before. Asterisk. At this moment, in Din's eyes, Clay hesitantly tapped his nose with her index finger, then quickly withdrew her hand. Then, Clay turned to Arabella with a puzzled look. Why is it so soft? Right? Hee, Arabella agreed. Next, Clay turned back to playfully tease her younger brother. Din, if you also have summoning talent, it would be great fun. I'll teach you later, the older sister said with a smile. Faced with these suggestions, Din could only offer a half smile internally. Asterisk haha. Everyone wants to teach me their talents. My father is a rank 6 spearman. My mother is a former assassin who tried to assassinate the king. My eldest sister is a genius mage, while my second sister is also a genius summoner. The Sword Count family is truly a perfect noble family, the ideal family I had imagined. In this life, does revenge even have meaning anymore? Although my death was tragic, that place was a battlefield. Saying I'll take revenge on those who defeated me is just ridiculous, Din thought wearily. It seemed he had decided to put thoughts of revenge behind him. Returning to the story, he was quickly awakened by arguing voices up ahead. Spearmanship. He must choose the spear. A hen shouted. Stealth and assassination techniques are more useful. Lady Lily insisted. Simultaneously, the two sisters, Arabella and Clay, also voiced their opinions. No. In this era, magic is the trend. Summoning is good too. Seeing them discuss his future like this, Din sat quietly to the side and let out a small smile. I always wished I had a home. Luckily, I was born here. Thinking this, the argument grew louder, giving him a headache. Truly a harmonious family, right? Din asked himself. Speaking further of the Sword family, they have a very special ritual, the selection ceremony. When a child in the family turns 1 year old, many objects are laid out on a table before them. People guess the child's future based on the object they choose. And today was the day Din turned 1. Today is young Master Din's first birthday, isn't it? Someone said. The person next to them exclaimed, the young master is already 1 year old? Time flies. The young ladies became a summoner and a mage, right? I wonder what young Master Din will choose. People wondered aloud. We'll know after the ceremony. Now, let's head inside, some man said with a laugh. Subsequently, inside the grand hall, everyone quickly gathered to see what Din would choose. At this moment, the little lord was placed sitting on the table, and before him were 4 objects representing 4 different paths. From left to right, a spear, a golden disc-like object, likely the seal, a small pouch, and a short dagger. Looking at these items, the esteemed guests around murmured amongst themselves. Oh, this time the young ladies brought their items too. Oh my, how lovely. When did they grow up so fast? Turning to Lily, she whispered to Din, Din, just choose what you like. Hearing his mother, the protagonist's eyes showed some contemplation. Sigh, what should I do? Everyone must be expecting me to choose their item. Over here, Count a Hen looked at his son and smiled as if certain of victory. The little one will be drawn to Longinus. Longinus, it's a spearhead custom made from rare orichalcum. When infused with mana, it becomes as heavy and sharp as its owner's mana desires. A mystical magic spear. This is the spear I've used my whole life. Choose father's spear, Din. A Hen thought silently. Meanwhile, Lady Lily on this side had already clasped her hands in prayer. The boy is too handsome to be an assassin, but Din will still choose the dagger. The dagger placed on the table by the lady was called Blackhorn, made from omnium, which gathers all elements in the world and can contain and combine various types of poisons. Over here, Sister Arabella stared intently at her younger brother and smiled confidently. Humph, Din will definitely become a great mage. Later, he'll follow me to the academy. The item she placed on the table was a secondary spatial pouch, an item only mages or those with magic talent could use. Little brother, hurry and choose Sister's pouch, Arabella cheered internally. Meanwhile, Sister Clay on this side was a bit shy. If Din knows summoning, I'll take him flying on a dragon's back with me. That's my dream, little brother, Clay thought silently. The item she placed before Din was a summoning seal. Summoners use the seal and receive a pattern according to their talent. They can use it to call forth their summons. Returning to Din, with his mental capacity, he could naturally see and feel the expectant gazes of his family. The more he looked, the more pressure he felt, breaking into a cold sweat. Oh no. Why does it feel like I can hear all their thoughts? Thinking this, the little old man sighed heavily under the pressure. This is troublesome, but unavoidable. Which item should I take? I should observe everyone's expressions and choose accordingly. As he thought, he slowly crawled forward, deciding to entrust his future to others' expressions. Seeing him start to move, the group became excited. Oh, the boy is choosing. That's right. Din, choose what you want. If possible, choose something long and sturdy. A hen shouted, but was immediately interrupted by Lady Lily. No, something short and sharp is beautiful, son. That pouch, it's my favorite. Remember I showed it to you, right, Din? Go summoning with me, sis. Various enticing sounds began, giving our protagonist a headache. The pressure is already immense before I even choose. Then, as Din approached the 4 items, for some reason, all 4 emitted a dazzling halo, leaving his face stunned for a few seconds. Huh? What's happening? Wait. Behind them, the young couple didn't understand what was happening either. What's going on? Lady Lily asked. I don't know either. A hen shook his head. Over here, the surrounding guests witnessing this scene became even more excited. Did everyone see? All 4 items are reacting. Oh my god. How is that possible? It seems the young master is an omnipotent genius, someone exclaimed. Meanwhile, Din was overjoyed. Haha. On the battlefield, I was already very talented, but this life is truly on another level. Returning to Sister Arabella, facing this situation, she could only turn and ask her father, Father, what do we do? Nothing like this has ever happened before, right? I can't believe it either, a hen replied. Then, the young couple looked at each other and reached an agreement. Well then, all four of us will teach the boy. Hearing this, the two sisters turned to look at their parents in disbelief. Huh? All of us? In front, Din burst into joyous laughter. Time flew by. 6 years later, in a training ground somewhere, the sounds of weapons clashing echoed continuously. Currently, Din was sparring with his father, a hen. Looking at his son blocking his attacks, a hen said with satisfaction, "Well done, Din. You completely mastered the techniques I taught you." "Thank you, father," Din quickly replied. Seeing this, a hen ruffled his hair and laughed heartily. Good, good. Truly my son." At the same moment, from afar, a man dressed like a butler brought a spear and announced, "My lord, I have brought it." "Ah, yes. Right on time," a hen exclaimed, as if remembering something, while Din had no clue what was happening. "Father, this is?" he asked. "That's right. This is your birthday present. I was originally going to give it to you during the birthday party, but I wanted to give it beforehand. Here, take it. I've been preparing this for 2 years. This is a spear crafted by a famous artisan in the capital. Happy early birthday, Din," he said, handing the spear to the main character with a joyful smile. Seeing he had a new weapon, the protagonist casually tossed the spear in his hand aside and eagerly examined his birthday gift. "Thank you, father. I will use it well," he promised. Only after looking closely at the spear in his hand did he feel how magnificent it was. Absolutely amazing. The black shaft combined with the silver spearhead is incredibly beautiful. And it's so light. Din exclaimed internally. A hen asked him how he felt. "Do you like it?" "Yes, very much." Din replied with a smile. "That's good. I instructed them to make it according to your physique, so just get used to using it." Hearing his father, Din couldn't stop smiling, continuously swinging the spear. While he was still overjoyed, a hen suddenly asked, "Din, do you remember the difference between a spear and a sword?" Hearing the question, the little old man temporarily stopped his actions, thought for a moment, and answered, "Let's see. The spear's length helps us prevent opponents from approaching, and the small contact area increases attack efficiency." Hearing the answer, a hen nodded in affirmation. "Correct. However, once you reach a certain level, it becomes harder than using a sword. This is the fundamental problem of a spear. To attack an opponent, you must maintain a minimum distance. But don't worry, every weapon has its strengths. Even the sword, considered the perfect weapon, is at a disadvantage in some situations." "Yes, I remember," the boy nodded. "Well then, since you have a new spear, I'll show you something interesting." As a hen spoke, he began to spin his spear like a propeller, creating wind pressure that spread outwards. So this is the mana of a rank 6 spearman. Just the mana father emits is overwhelming. Din thought inwardly. Next, in his eyes, a hen's eyes suddenly closed. He turned, brought one foot forward, then gripped the spear tightly with both hands and thrust powerfully forward. At the tip of the spear, the air distorted into a vortex, leaving the main character dumbfounded. Amazing. Just thrusting the spear forward. Returning to a hen, he retracted his spearhead and explained, "The space here is distorted because I released the mana in my body and thrust the spear simultaneously. This technique optimizes the core's characteristics, focusing mana at one point." Hearing him, Din added, "Yes, I've heard my sisters say that I can surpass my physical limits. As the number of cores increases, the limit also expands." At this point, Din recalled having 4 cores in his previous life. Opposite him, unaware of Din's thoughts, a hen boasted, "That's right. You learn quickly. Your father has 6 mana cores." 6. Din exclaimed in surprise, but also affirmed to himself, "If I hadn't died, I probably would have reached this level too." Returning to a hen, he patted Din's shoulder and said, "Why don't you try? Use your new spear. Relax your mind, forget what you're thinking, and just thrust the spear forward." "Yes, sir," Din replied. Then, following his father's instructions, he assumed the spear thrusting stance, thinking idly, in my previous life, after realizing my talent in swordsmanship, I lost interest in spears. I only used them as a backup. All right, time to use my full strength. As he thought, he closed his eyes tightly to concentrate. Looking at his posture, a hen thought with satisfaction, the stance is quite standard. It took me 7 years to perform this technique, but with Din's talent, I wonder, just as he thought this, a hen's eyes widened because, according to his sight, as Din thrust the spear forward, space itself showed cracks, like glass about to shatter. "Din, how did you do that?" "Haha, I was truly astonished," the man laughed. Din didn't hide anything, revealing his thoughts. "When I thrust the spear, I concentrated mana at one point and channeled it into the spearhead. When the mana touched the tip, I cut off the flow." Hearing his son say this, a hen was even more amazed. "Wait, you channeled mana into the spear, then cut the flow? Din, have you already formed a mana core?" "Yes. While reading the book on creating mana cores, I tried practicing, and luckily, I succeeded," he bluffed, though in truth, with knowledge from his past life, creating a mana core wasn't too difficult for him. "Actually, I created it during mana breathing." Returning to a hen, he still believed his son wholeheartedly. Reading a book and creating a mana core? Truly, our family has produced a genius. I sensed it since he was young, but now I'm completely sure. Din, one day you will become an outstanding warrior. Father, you'll be even more surprised later. Din smiled inwardly. Meanwhile, a hen felt a little worried. Will my son really become a summoner, assassin, spearman, or mage? Time flew by. Din Sorga's 7th birthday party, the youngest son of the Sword family, was taking place. The party was filled with esteemed guests from various noble families. And at this moment, the person who had sent Din to his death in his past life was also present. Haha, a hen. Long time no see. Hearing the familiar voice, a hen turned around with a smile. Duke Zom, are you well these days? Oh my. No need to be so formal. Just talk normally. The Duke waved his hand dismissively. Zom Tamian, the greatest family of the Anthian Empire, head of the Zom family. Returning to a hen, he quickly approached Zom and whispered, many people are watching us. I'll be normal later. Haha, whatever you wish. Zom laughed dismissively, then turned to ask, where is that kid? Hearing this, a hen turned and called his precious son. Din, come here. Greet Duke Zom. Asterisk Duke Zom? I didn't expect to meet again here. Asterisk Din exclaimed inwardly, thinking of the face of the man who had defeated him in his past life. Then, when he was brought before Zom, the Duke nodded. So this is the kid? Din, the son you always boast about? In response, Din calmly greeted, my name is Din Sorg. Although polite on the surface, the kid still felt some resentment internally. Asterisk I can't suppress my anger seeing him. It is a great honor to meet you, Duke Tamian, asterisk Din said, bowing slightly in greeting. Seeing this action, Duke Zom burst into hearty laughter. Your son is well behaved. Seems he never causes you worry. So, he's learning spearmanship like you. That's right, a hen confirmed. Just then, a little girl walked up to the group and politely greeted, greetings, Count Sorg. My name is Layla Tamian. It is an honor to meet you. This red-haired girl was Layla Tamian, Duke Thomian's youngest daughter. Ignoring this, after calling the two children over for greetings, the two fathers sent them away. Then, as if thinking of something, a hen turned to ask, how is your wife doing these days? In response to the question, Zom's face turned somber. I've tried everything, but there's still no progress. You've worked hard. But surely the Duchess will get better, a hen offered comfort. However, Duke Zom knew these words were merely palliative and also reminded him, if I suddenly disappear, please understand. It means I've used magic to quickly return to the capital. Where's that boy Din, anyway? As he spoke, the Duke glanced around, not sparing praise for the main character. This kid is quite bright. I wanted to talk with him a bit more. I don't know either. I don't see little Layla anywhere either, a hen replied. Just then, as Duke Zom looked out the window, he discovered that the two children had somehow wandered out into the garden. He smiled. Looks like both kids are bored with the party. Speaking of Layla, while strolling in the garden with Din, the girl suddenly smiled and shared frankly, actually, I don't like having to follow father everywhere. But now I'm glad I came with him. Finishing her words, the girl stared at Din and mused slightly. Under the moonlight, he looks even more handsome. Opposite her, Din heard these words and smiled in reply. That's great. Our territory is a very beautiful and peaceful place, he said with a smile. But this answer seemed to trigger some unpleasant memories for Layla. It seems so. Back in Tamian, there's always something happening. Nobles visit my father every day. Sometimes even royalty shows up. Every time, I have to go greet them. I hate it. I prefer wearing simple clothes and practicing swordsmanship, Layla said dejectedly. It seemed the constant noble greetings exhausted a child's spirit. However, Din didn't pay much attention to this. What caught his attention was Layla's interest. Asterisk oh ho. So she uses a sword too. Asterisk the boy exclaimed internally in surprise. Returning to Layla, feeling she might have been a bit strange, she turned back to ask, what about you? I like both. This place isn't as lively as the capital, but every day I look forward to spear practice. Din shared his thoughts, slightly surprising Layla. Spear, she blurted out, but quickly understood after remembering Din's identity. Oh, right? I forgot Count Sorga's nickname is the Green Gale. Father told me how skilled he is. At this point, Layla paused slightly and turned to ask Din, so, do you also want to join the academy? In response, Din just shook his head slightly. No, I don't practice the spear for that reason. Then why? Isn't training naturally meant for joining the academy? Getting accepted is difficult, you know, Layla said hurriedly. At this point, Din felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his cheek. Well, I want to train so that when I get there, I can perform even better. Returning to Layla, this answer genuinely surprised her for a few seconds. Huh? But what if you fail? Then I'll try again, Din shrugged. And if I still fail, I'll consider that path unsuitable for me, he replied, scratching his head. This carefree attitude made Layla worry for him. I don't believe it. Aren't you afraid of disappointing your family? Not really, Din mumbled. Hearing this, Layla felt a bit envious of Denver, so jealous. My family sees failure as shameful. Oh, forget what I just said, the girl waved her hand dismissively. Speaking of Din, seeing the girl before him present herself like a little old man, he also felt the pressure. Sigh, I didn't know nobles worried about such things. After thinking, Din sighed and asked, why are you like that? You seem very skilled. Hearing this from Din, for some reason, Layla's eyes sparkled with joy, and she eagerly asked, really? Can you watch my swordsmanship and tell me how it is? Huh? Your swordsmanship? Din asked, puzzled. Yes. Layla replied with a smile. Looking at her expectant expression, although slightly reluctant, Din had to agree. All right, but just for a little while. Over here, Layla, seeing Din agree, couldn't contain her excitement and immediately asked, great. Where's your training ground? It should be fine if I follow you for a bit, right? The boy wondered. Time quickly passed. Cut to the training ground where he usually sparred with his father. Now, with a sword in hand, Layla began demonstrating her swordsmanship for him. Each powerful stroke and movement was displayed before Din, making even a genius like him nod in acknowledgement after witnessing it. Oh, her offense and defense are very fluid. Her strikes are also very timely. But after a while, the rhythm gets a bit chaotic, Din thought, stroking his chin with a puzzled look. Meanwhile, Layla, right after finishing her practice and without even resting, hurriedly turned to ask Din, how was it? Very impressive. Truly a sight to behold, Din praised. Really? Layla asked delightedly. Looking at her expectant face, Din felt a bit awkward, thinking, perhaps I should tell her. After thinking, Din spoke up. Yes, but starting from the third form, it seems you took an extra half step. As I recall, other stances were like that too. Because you often take an extra half step compared to before, the subsequent sword paths deviate slightly. As Din spoke, Layla's eyes widened progressively. Finally, the girl was completely petrified by Din's words. Was I a bit too blunt? Din wondered, saying awkwardly, sorry if I upset you. It's been a long time since I've seen swordsmanship like that. Returning to Layla, as if Din's criticism had damaged her pride, she resolved to impress the boy. All right, so that's how it is. I haven't shown my full potential yet. As she thought, Layla gripped her sword tightly and began performing again, until her foot slipped, causing her to lose balance and stumble into Din's arms. Thank you so much, Din. You truly have a keen eye. You immediately spotted my mistake from all this time. Thank you. I'll definitely remember this. As she spoke, the girl took the chance to rub her cheek against Din's, making the boy extremely flustered. You're suffocating me. And put that sword away, please. As Din spoke, he hurriedly pushed the girl away. Oops. Sorry. Layla exclaimed, before looking at Din with eyes full of fascination. Why did she suddenly hug me? The boy thought, straightening his clothes. Just then, as if their disappearance had worried the servants, searching voices echoed, Young Master Din. Where are you? Young Lady Layla. Hearing the calls, Layla snapped back to reality and looked behind her. Looks like they're looking for us. Then we should head back, Din replied. Seeing them emerge, the servants sighed in relief. Oh, there they are. Where did you two go? We've been looking everywhere. Cut to the main banquet hall. The most important part of the party was about to begin as Lady Lily handed him a small wooden box. Happy 7th birthday, son. Congratulations on achieving your first mana core. Happy birthday, Denver. Thank you, mother, father, he replied softly. After opening the gift from Lady Lily, he was slightly surprised. This is a pin with the family crest? The kind my sisters always showed off. Beside him, Lady Lily smiled. Keep it safe, Denver. This pin is proof of your honor and status. As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding guests nodded and congratulated him. Happy birthday, young Master Din. The youngest master is finally recognized as a member of the Sword family. You will become as great as the Count. Hearing these words, Din unknowingly smiled. This is the first time so many people have praised me like this, he thought happily. However, just then, the entire grand hall suddenly began to shake violently, like an earthquake. This sound. What's happening? Damn it. An intruder. People panicked. Meanwhile, Din, seeing the situation turn volatile, quickly looked towards his father. But as if expecting this, his father said helplessly, calm down, no need to panic. It's starting again. I thought we'd have peace today. Can you guess who it is, Din? Lady Lily asked playfully. As if thinking of something, the boy's eyes widened. Impossible, he exclaimed internally. Very quickly, above the ceiling of the grand hall, a blinding source of light energy slowly appeared, causing the nobles below to panic and retreat. What is that? Someone shouted. Following everyone's gaze, a red figure leaped out from within the light. Look at the clock, my dear sister. I'm not late, am I? Sister Arabella said with a smile. Seeing her appearance, the surrounding guests' eyes widened. Is that Lady Arabella? Looks like it. Did the young lady just use instant teleportation? Well, I heard you need to reach at least rank 5 to open even a small teleportation gate. Our young lady is truly a genius. Admiring murmurs began to rise. Only poor Din disliked such commotion. She's as noisy and flashy as ever, the little old man thought, nursing a headache. But it wasn't over yet. Suddenly, a terrifying scream echoed from outside. After looking out the window, the girls' faces turned pale. There's a monster in the sky again. Oh my god. It's a wyvern. This time it's Lady Clay, someone exclaimed, recognizing the familiar figure. Following their gaze, Sister Clay arrived riding a wyvern. Looks like I'm quite late, Clay mumbled, quickly landing and entering the grand hall. Watching her back, people started whispering again. I heard she's a genius summoner. But taming a wyvern is a bit too shocking. Isn't she only 16? Ignoring the chatter, Arabella turned to greet Clay as she entered. You're here. Yes, Clay replied. Then, both of them turned to look at Din. Din, happy birthday. Sister wishes you a happy birthday too, Din. Me too. As they spoke, both girls took out a gift and handed it to the main character. Faced with their unexpected appearance, Din felt a bit flustered. Thank you, sisters, for coming all this way to celebrate my birthday. Of course, we had to come. Now, open the presents. I'm sure you'll like it. Arabella said with a bright smile. Meanwhile, a hen, seeing his two daughters present, was moved to tears. Those two only gave me a letter for my birthday, yet they prepared gifts for their little brother, he said in a sulky voice, making his wife beside him chuckle. Returning to Din, after opening Arabella's gift, he discovered it was a ring. However, just looking at it, Din noticed something strange. Sister, isn't this a spatial pouch? Din asked, looking at Arabella with questioning eyes because its shape was slightly different. Faced with her younger brother's question, Arabella proudly stated, exactly. I designed it myself. Spatial magic applied at the highest level, but my professor made it. I see. Amazing. Thank you, sister, Din said sincerely, knowing how difficult it was to engrave spatial magic onto an item. But even harder was designing an artifact that could withstand the magic engraving. The more Din thought, the more he felt his monster sister was perhaps a bit too skilled. Unaware of Din's thoughts, Sister Arabella quickly took the ring and proactively offered, give me your hand. Let me put it on for you. Just so you know, I've embedded your mana signature into it, so besides you, no one else can use it. It's a one-of-a-kind item, Arabella added. Speaking of Lady Lily, hearing Arabella's words, she curiously came over to examine it and marveled. Wow. Based on the faint mana wave, that's the highest grade mana stone inside, isn't it? Over here, Arabella took the opportunity to explain its function. If you channel a little mana into the ring, it will create a subspace. That way, you won't have to bother opening and closing an inventory pouch. Hearing this, no matter how naive, Din understood the terrifying value of this item. Asterisk an item this valuable. Thank you so much, sister. Asterisk Din stammered, looking at the ring on his hand. Asterisk it's an item only the rich could use on the battlefield, like noble commanders or mages. I never thought I'd get to use something like this. Asterisk Din exclaimed inwardly. However, the surprises weren't over. As soon as Din tried channeling mana into the ring, the space around his hand immediately became turbulent, as if about to create a subspace. Don't tell me you opened the subspace even faster than me. You really are a genius, Din. Arabella said, stunned. Asterisk you truly are amazing. Both of them might already have cores and mana circles. Asterisk. Over here, Sister Clay also handed her gift to Denver. Din, open my gift too. Ah, yes. Thank you, Din said quickly, then reached out to open the gift, wondering what it could be that made his sister so eager. It turned out to contain some kind of monster egg. Asterisk huh? Why is this egg? Asterisk Din said, picking up the egg to observe it. But just seeing this action, Clay warned fearfully, it's not just an egg. You need to be careful. Hearing this, Din frowned. Huh? Then what is it? Around them, the others curiously looked at the egg. At this moment, Clay whispered into Din's ear, it's a spirit beast egg. I tried summoning dragons once, and this thing appeared. I don't know what kind of beast will be born, but I know everyone in the world knows how valuable it is. Hearing this, Din's eyes showed some fear as he looked at the egg. Asterisk yes, I've heard of it too. Spirit beasts are different from summoned beasts. They are distinct entities. Although they share some similarities, once a spirit beast is summoned, it can exist permanently in this world, unlike summoned beasts. Asterisk. Returning to Clay, seeming sure her younger brother understood the gift's value, she patted Din's shoulder and whispered further, no one knows about it yet. Denver. Only you. So, keep it a secret until it hatches. Yes, definitely. Din replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Arabella, seeing the two whispering intimately, shouted impatiently, hey, what are you two whispering about for so long? Ignoring the shout, Clay continued to instruct Din, I don't even know when it will hatch. So, remember to channel mana into it once every morning and once every evening so it can recognize you as its master. Yes, I'll definitely do that, Din nodded affirmatively. Aha, look at these wonderful gifts. It's really good that your sisters came back, isn't it, Din? Lady Lily said with a smile. Yes, mother. It's truly wonderful, Din replied. At this moment, the Arahin finally cleared his throat a few times to remind them, all right, princesses. Although I'm very happy you could return despite saying you couldn't, shouldn't you also greet your parents? Hearing the reminder, Sister Arabella startled, realizing their existence. Oh, shoot. Father, are you doing well lately? I was too focused on giving Din his gift. I apologize. Haha, it's fine, the man smiled brightly. Then, after observing both his daughters for a moment, he nodded. Looks like you're both healthy. Traveling such a long way just to see your little brother. Rest well? Yes, father, they replied in unison. Meanwhile, Layla, watching their family reunion from behind, seemed to have a hint of envy in her eyes. The main character quickly noticed this gaze and thought, Asterisk Layla? Is she leaving now? But why does she look so lonely? Asterisk Din wondered inwardly. Time quickly passed. The next morning, while strolling around, Duke Zom was pondering his personal matters. Asterisk she's even more amazing than I expected. Just as expected from the Academy's top mage. Truly a precious talent. She's also very suitable for my son, the Academy's best swordsman. If the two families could unite, it would create a force that even the royal family would find difficult to touch. That way, no one could plot against our family or descendants anymore. Alright, I should mention the engagement of our two eldest children during today's conversation. Asterisk. As he thought this, Zom suddenly paused when he heard a commotion from afar. Asterisk this sound. Are they busy training? Who would be training this early in the morning? Asterisk Zom wondered. The person training was none other than our main character, Denver. As soon as the sun rose, he was already in the training ground, getting acquainted with his new equipment. Each spear thrust created wind-ripping sounds that echoed in the room. Following the sound, Duke Zom arrived and was slightly surprised by the scene. *O. It's the youngest son of the sword family? Aha. What a surprise. His movements and concentration are unlike any 7-year-old's. Even his simple thrusts are at a level that even soldiers who have endured countless battles could learn something from. Truly unbelievable. I heard rumors about him revealing incredible talents when he was just 1. I thought they were just tall tales, but I didn't expect them to be true, Zom exclaimed inwardly. But soon, his surprise grew even greater as the Duke observed Din's footwork. Wait. That stance and those movements also closely resemble a swordsman's. Don't tell me he's already learned swordsmanship at such a young age, the Duke thought in astonishment. Returning to Din, after practicing for a while, he retracted his spear and said coldly, I don't know who you are, but it's better to show yourself than hide skulking around. Hearing this sound, the Duke, hiding on the side, felt slightly startled. Damn. Got discovered. But more importantly, that movement. It's incredibly familiar. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before, the Duke frowned, thinking for a moment, but quickly pushed the thought aside and entered the training room. My apologies, Denver. I didn't intend to spy on you. Seeing the familiar face, Din quickly ran over to greet him. Oh. So it was you, Your Grace, Duke Tomian. I, Din Sorg, youngest son of the Sword family, respectfully greet Duke Zom Tomian. Looking at his eyes, you know he's no ordinary child, Zom thought silently. After thinking, Duke Zom quickly continued, I was so engrossed watching the beautiful training of the Sword family's rising star this morning that I forgot myself. Please forgive me. I forgive you, Din shrugged nonchalantly. Honestly, Zom had only said the previous sentence out of politeness. Who knew Din would actually respond? Ho. This kid's got guts. He laughed internally, only now having time to observe Din more carefully. Looking at him, I just noticed. How is this kid not trembling at all despite training for so long? When I was his age, I didn't even have a mana core, Zom wondered inwardly. Next, Zom pointed at Din's spearhead and asked, your thrust is excellent. You surely inherited a hen's talent. But the spear you're holding? Yes, someone told me my father went to great lengths to prepare this spear for me. I am very grateful that you recognized it, Din replied with a smile, seemingly wanting to show off. This behavior made Duke Zom rate him even higher. That's the best answer. My own son, during his lifetime, also had excellent skills and manners, but not to this extent. Perhaps I should also consider a marriage with this side. Thinking this, the Duke began to want to pair his daughter with Denver. To realize his plan, the Duke started making small talk. Actually, my Layla is also practicing the sword. Since you two are the same age, you could be good friends when you join the academy. Yes, Your Grace. I'm sure I'll get along well with her, Din replied with a smile. Ah, I like your straightforward personality, young man. Anyway, it seems I've disturbed your training quite a lot. Well then, As Zom spoke, he turned as if to leave. However, just then, the Duke suddenly remembered something and turned back. Ah, Denver. I've been curious about something. Have you ever practiced the sword? Returning to Din, hearing the Duke's question, he subconsciously startled internally. Oh no. Looks like my habits slipped out without me realizing. It's surprising he could tell just by looking once, Din thought silently. Very quickly, he changed his expression and replied, No, sir. I've only read a few basic swordsmanship textbooks, but I've never actually practiced the sword. He glossed over the matter. But with what he had seen earlier, Zom still felt something wasn't quite right. Strange. I swear I felt something like pure battle spirit from him earlier. As he spoke, he stared intently at Din's innocent face, then shook his head. Haha. What am I thinking? There's no way. He's just a kid. Thinking this, the noble Duke decided to cast his doubts aside and adjusted his clothes. Oh dear, I only intended for a light stroll, but I've been gone too long. Well then, it's time to say goodbye. See you later. Yes, Your Grace. Have a safe journey back. Din bowed his head in farewell. Returning to Zom, before leaving, the Duke didn't forget to invite the main character. All right, if you ever have the chance to visit the capital, remember to find me. I must return the hospitality I received here at the Count's castle, because I especially like you. Certainly, sir, the young lord affirmed. Watching the large Duke's back disappear, Din smiled inwardly. How interesting. I wonder if he remembers me? The one who defeated me in my past life. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. If I prepare step by step now, I can definitely do it. Zom Tomian, this life, I will definitely defeat you. He told himself. Time quickly passed. After Zom left, Din continued to throw himself into training, especially since his determination to defeat Zom had grown. It wasn't until the butler came looking for him to remind him that he temporarily stopped. Young master, it's time to return. Hearing the reminder, Din startled and turned. Huh? Have you been waiting long? My duty is to silently fulfill all your requests, sir, said calmly, handing Din the towel in his hand. Ah, thank you, Din replied. Seeing that could approach him without him noticing, Din thought that perhaps should learn assassination or stealth. Seems like he has talent in this area. Thinking this, Din took the towel, wiped the sweat from his face, and asked, How are things? Everyone's quite busy, aren't they? Yes, sir. It seems everyone is very busy preparing for the next banquet, and it appears other nobles are already on their way. Ah, after all, it's difficult for over 30 noble families to arrive exactly on the right day, replied. That's right. How are my sisters? Din asked next. They opened an instant teleportation gate together and went to the academy. They said they had no choice because the midterm exams are coming up. That's a shame, but it can't be helped. Let's head back. Yes, young master, I nodded. When I have time, I should look at the gifts my sisters gave me earlier. And so, time passed quickly. After attending parties and welcoming nobles from other families, Din had to escape to the garden for a breather. Living the noble life is so tiring. My schedule is even tighter than usual because it's my birthday. At least I can find some peace resting in the garden like this. As he spoke, he looked around and silently admired the gardeners. The gardeners tend this place so skillfully. I feel strangely peaceful looking at these flowers. My eldest sister said that in nature, flowers contain the most mana. When I have time, maybe I should analyze the mana of these flowers. Thinking this, Din immediately sat down before a flower bush and slowly closed his eyes to feel. I've trained as much as possible. Even magic and summoning magic haven't shown significant progress. I still don't know what to focus on. Too many talents can be troublesome sometimes. The blessed young man grumbled silently about his gifts, before a gentle breeze erupted from his palm, scattering the surrounding flower petals. The flower's mana. Such a small flower contains such a large and intense mana flow. If a person can sense mana in nature and make it their own, it will then stay within their body and become a layer of magic power. The mana attraction of this body is truly terrifying. I can see things others can only sense with their sixth sense. Haha. At this moment, just by sensing slightly, the surrounding mana actively entered his body like a whale sucking water. Feeling the streams of energy surging inside him, Din's eyes showed excitement. There it is. Before, I could only vaguely sense mana, but now I can feel it more and more clearly. Cut to another corner of the garden, where two boys were talking. I'm bored. As soon as we arrived, father got busy talking to other nobles. He's ignoring us. Let's just show our faces and then go back to rest in our room like last time, the brown-haired boy said, using the stick in his hand to smash the surrounding flowers, making his younger brother a bit worried. Can we really do that, brother? In response, the older brother showed no concern, even getting annoyed. Are you acting like it's our birthday? Who cares? Do you think the young master of the sword family cares about things like this? Damn it. I think we're lost again. Why build such a big garden? As they spoke, they noticed Din's figure ahead. Hey, there's someone over there, the younger brother pointed out. Huh? Is that kid lost like us too? The older brother exclaimed, before putting on an arrogant expression. Hey kid, that outfit, are you a servant? Whatever, just lead us to the exit, he said arrogantly, catching Din's attention. As soon as Din saw the two trampling on the flower beds, he rushed over and shouted, Get out of there right now. Can't you see what you're stepping on? Seeing Din's suddenly angry attitude, the older brother said confusedly, What? Why is this kid suddenly yelling at us just because we stepped on some grass? Without answering, Din started questioning them back. Why are you walking on the flowers instead of the path? You're ruining the flowers. Huh? Small kid, big mouth. Do you know who I am? The foolish older brother started using his status to intimidate Din, unaware he was arguing with the young master of this very estate. And naturally, with his status, Din wasn't afraid of anyone. I know. You're the brute who's destroying the flower beds, Din said with a frown. With his arrogant nature, how could the fool opposite him contain his anger? He immediately lunged forward, grabbed Din's collar, and yelled, What? Brute. Who do you think you're talking to? I am the son of Count Tienne, an esteemed guest of this castle. Opposite him, Din heard this and immediately recognized the Tienne boy's identity. Count Tienne. He was the noble captured after I defeated him on the battlefield. He was an incredibly annoying noble. Like father, like son. Thinking this, he understood why the brown-haired boy could be so boastful. Unaware of Din's thoughts, the brown-haired brat was still aggressively threatening him. Even in the southern countryside, you must know the Tienne family, right? Famous in the capital. My family can make someone like you disappear without a trace. So watch your mouth. Hearing him, Din knew talking to this guy was useless. As he thought, Din looked at him with eyes full of contempt, making the Tienne heir even more furious. Are you crazy? A mere servant like you dares to look at me like that. Finishing his words, he raised his fist, wanting to strike Din. However, before the boy could act, the main character was faster, using his head to strike the Tienne heir squarely on the nose, causing him to stagger back and fall. Beside him, the red-haired younger brother saw this and fearfully ran over. Brother, are you okay? Returning to the Tienne heir, he suddenly felt something wet on his mouth. Reaching up, he discovered his nose was bleeding profusely. You lunatic. What the? My nose is bleeding. I'll kill you, you bastard, he roared like a mad dog. Meanwhile, Din heard this and smirked. You want to kill me? Go ahead and try. Hearing Din's provocation, the Tienne boy's blood boiled over. You've lost your mind. All right then, let's fight to the end. Beside him, the younger brother saw this and worriedly said, Brother, worry about your nose first. You stay out of it, the older brother yelled, immediately rushing towards Din to teach him a lesson. However, with the boy's first punch, the young heir easily stepped back to dodge. *TSK. Tricky little brat. Tienne growled. Returning to Den, looking at the boy's crude fighting style, he immediately deduced he wasn't a warrior type. Looking at his footwork, I'm sure he's not someone who specializes in weapons. Then he's either a mage or a summoner. Den thought inwardly, while the brown-haired boy furiously punched and kicked, yet couldn't even touch the corner of Den's clothes. This kid is too fast. I can't catch him. Tienne panted, exhausted. Returning to Den, while fighting, he even had the leisure to think randomly. The mana flow I'm seeing now. If I can control that mana with my will, couldn't I transform it into a physical form? Should I try it right now? Thinking this, a thrilling sensation surged within Den, compelling him to experiment immediately. And just as he thought, streams of mana began to gather in Den's palm at lightning speed. Immediately after, a loud explosion echoed as our main character released the energy forward, sending the Tienne heir's body flying back like a torn sack, causing him to cough in pain. The blow was strong enough to leave a large crack even on the concrete floor. Looking at the scene, Den felt a bit worried. Oh no, the flower garden is ruined. Returning to the Tienne boy, after taking a painful blow from Den, he still had enough strength to get up. Now, he realized Den was no ordinary person. Damn it, you can use magic? Who are you? He roared. Seeing his older brother looking like he was about to explode, the calmer younger brother still tried to reason with him. Brother, stop. Something bad will happen if this continues. In response, the older brother not only didn't listen, but his blood boiled to the point steam seemed about to come out of his head. Get out of my way. I'll handle this bastard. At this point, his reason was clouded by anger, and he mumbled some incantation. Hear my call, blah blah. As the sound echoed, the Tienne heir's body began to erupt with black mana that spread outwards. With this phrase, Den immediately recognized him as a summoner. And just as he suspected, a swirling vortex of energy appeared behind the Tienne boy. From within the vortex, a wolf's head emerged and leaped out. Seeing his summon appear, Tienne laughed arrogantly. Huh, how about this? This is Zero, whom I summoned. I'll show you the consequences of messing with Tienne. Zero, tear that guy to shreds. Returning to Den, seeing Digron summon such an ordinary wolf, he lost all interest. An ordinary wolf. Can't compare to Sister Arabella. She can summon dragons. Returning to Digron, he commanded his summon. That's right. Bite his throat out. Hearing the command, the wolf immediately lunged towards Denver. But for some reason, upon seeing Den's face, it seemed the protagonist's aura began to work. Right after, the wolf suddenly slammed all four paws down to break itself. Then, its color changed from red to blue before the bewildered eyes of the two brothers. Even more astonishingly, seeing the wolf bow its head before Den, Digron almost couldn't believe his eyes. What's happening? How? Zero, what are you doing? Go tear that bastard's throat out. Brother, is it wagging its tail? The younger brother asked. Hey, what did you do? Zero, Digron screamed, but to no avail. Returning to Den, he tentatively reached out to pet the wolf, making it very happy. Good boy, he mumbled, though he himself didn't understand why the wolf changed its attitude so quickly. How did this happen? Right. Thinking back, even Sister Arabella's summons were quite friendly. But back then, I just thought it was because we shared the same bloodline. Plus, in this situation, there's no connection. Maybe I have high affinity? But that also means that bastard's affinity must have hit rock bottom. Speaking of Digron, he still refused to accept the reality that his summon had submitted to Denver impossible. How could a summoned beast betray its master? Hearing him, Den glanced over and asked, So, you want to continue? This kid, Digron said angrily, making the younger brother beside him start crying in fear. Brother, give up. We lost. Shut up. I'll cancel the summoning. Digron yelled, unaware that without his summon, what else could he do? And naturally, the younger brother seemed to understand this and still tried to persuade him. Actually, brother, The boy hesitated, catching his brother's attention. Unbeknownst to him, a yellow stain had spread across his trousers. Damn it. How embarrassing. Digron thought, eyes wide. Over here, Den saw this and kindly reminded them both. Listen, the bathroom is on the first floor of the main building. In response to Den's kindness, Digron quickly grabbed his younger brother's hand and left, not forgetting to promise. You wait right there. I'll be right back. Let's go, Den. And just like that, the two of them started to leave, leaving Den speechless. Hey, at least recall your summon first. He yelled internally. Time passed quickly until late afternoon. Den had finished experimenting with summoning. Actually, it was quite simple, just as Sister Clay taught me. The faint connection between that bastard and Zu. After carefully using magic to override it, Zero connected with me. To think that someone with no connection to summoning, just high affinity, could summon. Just then, the voice of a mature man suddenly echoed behind Denver. Is that the kid who bullied you? Yes, that's the bastard, Digron said, pointing at Den. seeing the boy run off to call his father, could only shake his head. Haha, that idiot made things worse again. He didn't just bully me and Den, father. He also severed the connection between me and Zero. Digron accused. At this point, the fat pig finally stepped towards Den and arrogantly said, "My name is Manga Tienne. I am the head of the Count Tienne family, one of the great nobles. Are you the kid who did this to my son's face and forcibly took his summon?" he asked. Den admitted it immediately. "Yes, that's right." As he spoke, he glanced at the fat man and thought, he looks fatter than when I captured him as a prisoner. Peace is good, isn't it? Unaware of these thoughts, the rotten pig pointed at Denver as a guest. If possible, I intended to let it slide. But this is not something that can be ignored. Why are you alone in a place like this? State your identity. Hearing him, Den readily revealed it. Den Sorg, youngest son of Ahen Sorg, the southern lord and head of the Count Sorg family. He introduced himself coldly, causing the faces of the father and son duo to break into a cold sweat. What? This kid is Den. But very quickly, Magad had an idea. Youngest son of the Sorg family? Looks like things have turned around. I was captured as a prisoner by that Aerys fellow, so I achieved nothing during the war. I'll turn this situation around, make the Count take responsibility, and use it as an excuse to demand mining rights. Those nobles who look down on me will have to kneel. Thinking this, he started speaking with a smile. So you're the birthday boy, Den? That's right. Den replied calmly, without a hint of worry. This attitude suddenly sparked anger in Magad. Arrogant brat. I didn't come to this remote southern land just to celebrate your birthday. He ground his teeth internally, then turned to pat his son's shoulder and continued. So, what do you intend to do about this? You injured my son, a guest you invited here. You even took his summon. This is a crime. That's right. Today is your doom. Digron added. I will speak with Count Sorg and demand he take responsibility. Let's go, he ordered. Returning to Den, naturally, he wouldn't just accept this. I understand. But before that, I demand an apology. Hearing Den's demand, the faces of the father-son pair turned purple like liver. What? An apology? How absurd. This brat. Before they could finish, Den spoke loudly. That's right. It's true I hit your son's nose and injured him, but because I was threatened, I was only defending myself. And I didn't steal the summon. Zero willingly followed me. In front, the brat Digron heard this and yelled, What? Zero would never do that. Father, that kid is lying. Unlike his son, the fat pig had heard some information elsewhere and had different thoughts. Wait. I heard the second daughter is a genius summoner. That's right. I understand now. That girl probably taught the kid how to sever the connection. He thought, stroking his chin, then continued. Even if what you say is true, it's sad that the summon was taken. But you demand an apology? Yes, exactly, Den replied calmly. The brat Digron, however, kept barking nonsense. Who does this kid think he is, acting like that? So arrogant. While adults are talking, he butts in. Talking to this kid is giving me a headache, the fat Magad thought silently, lowering his voice slightly. All right, I won't scold you anymore. Let's see what Count Sorg has to say about this. Returning to Den, looking at his face, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Looks like he's really looking forward to this. Just as the story reached this point, as if hearing the noise, Ahin and Zam arrived. Were you looking for me? Ahin spoke, startling the group. Count Sorg. Even Duke Tienne is here. Time passed quickly until the sun had completely set. Digron was presenting the story according to his perspective. My brother and I got lost in the garden, so I wanted to ask your son for directions, blah blah blah. Over here, Den, seeing his father calmly listen to the story, felt admiration. That's father for you. He cares deeply about his family, but he's not the type to be biased. Even in conflicts with outsiders, he can distinguish right from wrong. Returning to Digron, he had reached the climax of his story. Suddenly, he hit my nose. And he kept using that weird technique to mock me. So I just summoned my beast to scare him, and he stole my summon. He even tried to attack me. The brat said, putting on a very pitiful face, as if he were the complete victim. Meanwhile, his father, the fat pig Magad, smirked hearing his son lie so well. Only Den, who clearly saw through their facade, sighed internally. He can lie with such a straight face. I really look forward to his future. Returning to Magad, after waiting for his son to finish, he spoke up. Count Ahin, I only intended to warn the boy, but stealing someone else's summon is wrong. I cannot simply let this pass. In response, Ahin calmly said, we cannot just hear one side. I want to hear Den's story, then assess the entire situation before reaching a conclusion. Right? If you are worried about my decision, I will ask Duke Tienne to offer his perspective. As Ahin spoke, he gestured towards Zam beside him, and Zam nodded in agreement. If you need me, then let's proceed like that. Over here, seeing Zam intervene, the faces of Magad and his son turned slightly pale. Damn it. Tienne interfering only complicates things. I have a bad feeling about this, he thought nervously. Meanwhile, Ahin turned to Denver. Den, explain. Hearing the question, Den thought for a moment. Well, just explaining how things happened should be enough. Thinking this, he truthfully recounted everything. Although slightly different from what really happened, some things Mr. Magad's son said are true. However, the flower garden we painstakingly cultivated, he trampled on it. The one who got angry and grabbed someone else's collar was him. Lies. Since when? Brat Digron yelled upon hearing Din's words. Meanwhile, a hen's face filled with bulging veins, but he forced himself to remain calm. Continue, Denver. Hearing his father, Din continued, furthermore, I heard clearly when he summoned Zero. He ordered it to kill me. And I did not steal the summon. His summon came to me and saw my kindness. I never stole his summon, Din stated firmly. At this point, Magad, seeing the completely different story, couldn't help but intervene. Nonsense. How could someone who isn't a summoner acquire a summon? The brat must have used some secret skill. In response, Din explained, no. I have a natural empathy with summon beasts. A summon not close to its master will recognize someone like me as its master. Hilarious. Magad scoffed. A hen, unsure about summoning arts, couldn't verify the truth. Is that really possible? He asked. Yes, it is, Din affirmed again. Returning to Magad, for his own benefit, although scared shitless, he still argued stubbornly. Haha, he doesn't want us to believe that, right? Two completely different stories. If that's the case. Before he could finish, Zom, acting as arbitrator, after some thought, proposed a solution. We should verify it with the summon. Hearing this, the faces of Magad and his son stiffened. The Duke is interfering. Returning to a hen, hearing the proposal, he patted his son's shoulder and asked, Din, can you prove it? Yes, father, he replied confidently. Simultaneously, the fat Magad turned to look at his son, as if assessing the situation. However, Digron's face was already scrunched up like a constipated monkey. Asterisk, what do I do now? I can't summon Zero anymore. Asterisk, the brat thought, sweating nervously. Magad, unaware of this, seeing his son do nothing, prompted him again. Digron, what's wrong? Summon it quickly. Father, the thing is, I can't. The boy stammered. Why can't you suddenly summon something you've summoned several times a day? Magad yelled. Looking at the flustered father and son, Din smirked. I severed the connection, so of course, he can't summon it. Thinking this, he turned to a hen. Father, I'll summon it. To do that, it seems I need the seal he possesses. In front, Digron heard this and questioned. What did you say? My seal? Unbelievable. You want my seal? What nonsense are you talking about? Even using another summoner's unique mana seal won't work. In response, Count Sorg said sternly, based on what you said, even if the boy uses your seal, it won't work. So, there's no harm in trying, right? Won't it prove your words? Asterisk, damn it. He's right. I can't refute it. Asterisk, Digron thought in panic. Magad, out of options, had to turn to his son. Let them see your seal for a moment, Digron. But, father, the brat said, his eyes welling up. Hurry up. Magad yelled. Out of options, Digron reluctantly brought out his personal code. Asterisk, because a summoning seal has a unique code, another summoner, no one else can use it. But Zero, summoned by Digron, was enveloped by my mana. The summoning seal is just a medium. Zero, already linked to me, will answer my call, asterisk, Din thought inwardly. And so, before everyone's eyes, as Din channeled mana into Digron's summoning card, an energy vortex appeared. From within, a wolf emerged before Din, licking his face happily. Although they had heard Din say it before, witnessing this scene firsthand, everyone couldn't hide their astonishment. Father, how? My Zero. Impossible, the father and son stammered. Amazing. You said the boy never learned summoning arts. Zom asked incredulously. That's right. I didn't teach him anything that led to this. A hen replied naively. Meanwhile, Din petted Zero and whispered, sorry for summoning you just for this. But thanks for showing up. Asterisk, damn it. This turned into a disaster. Asterisk, the fat Magad exclaimed internally. Returning to the story, after Din recalled the summon, a hen continued. What should we do now? We've confirmed the boy's summon. Do you acknowledge it? It seems Din was right, wasn't he? Hearing this, Magad could only force a laugh. It seems we misunderstood about the summon being stolen. My son had no intention of killing Din, right, Digron? Yes. I just wanted to scare him a little. I never intended to kill him, the brat quickly explained. See, the boy had no such intention. Magad laughed, seeming to want to end the story there. Faced with these words, Din was so angry he clenched his fists. Asterisk, haha. This bastard just makes things up as he goes. Asterisk, thinking this, while Din was unsure what to do next, someone's voice suddenly rang out, attracting everyone's attention. That's not how it was. Hearing the sound, everyone turned simultaneously and discovered the newcomer was Layla. Speaking of Duke Zom, seeing his youngest daughter suddenly appear, his face showed some embarrassment. Layla, what are you doing here? I heard father's voice while passing by, the girl replied. Next, Layla turned to look at a hen and Magad to greet them. Greetings, Count Hen and Count Tienne. Ah, yes, the fat man nodded, simultaneously feeling a bit worried. Asterisk, this kid is the Duke's daughter? Asterisk. Ignoring his attitude, a hen immediately focused on Layla's earlier words and asked, anyway, what did you mean? Was he lying? As the Count spoke, his face showed extreme anger. At this point, Layla recounted what she had witnessed. Actually, I accidentally overheard their conversation while strolling earlier. Hearing this, Digron's face turned pale again. Asterisk what? That girl heard everything? Asterisk he exclaimed internally in panic. Is that true, Layla? Would you mind recounting everything you heard for us? A hint asked hurriedly. Ah, yes. What happened was, blah blah blah. And so, the girl began to narrate what she had seen. Thanks to her, Din was spared the effort of thinking and explaining. I didn't expect this, but with her, things resolved smoothly. Time passed quickly. After Layla stood as a witness, the father and son had no way to deny it. Left with no choice, the fat pig turned to his son. Digron, what are you standing there for? Apologize quickly. Hurry up. Only now did the brat Digron accept reality and stammer. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I want you to reserve that apology for my son, not me, Ahin said coldly. Seeing this, Magad immediately patted his son's shoulder. I understand. I was just about to make him do that. Digron, hurry up. Looking at his posture, it seemed he had absolutely no intention of doing so about 3 seconds ago. Returning to Digron, he ground his teeth and walked towards Denver. Sorry. Denver. Looking at his unwilling face, it seemed the boy wasn't sincerely remorseful at all. And naturally, Din saw this too. Asterisk just bowing his head in admission because he had no other choice due to a third-party witness. Is that really apologizing? I really don't want to accept this. But based on my experience, instead of being stubborn, it's more beneficial to appear magnanimous here. Asterisk thinking this, weighing the pros and cons, Din accepted. All right. I accept your apology. Thank you, Digron said happily. Meanwhile, the fat pig Magad sighed in relief internally. Asterisk phew. That was a close call. Asterisk. On the side, Duke Zom, seeing Din easily accept the apology, smiled thoughtfully. Asterisk I knew he was special. He could have stubbornly refused since the fault clearly lay with the other party. Asterisk. Ignoring this, returning to Ahin, although his son had accepted the apology, the Count had no intention of letting the matter drop easily. The two of you can stop arguing here. After all, Din has accepted the apology. However, personally, I have no intention of overlooking this incident. Your son intended to kill my son with a summon, Count Tienne. That wasn't. The fat man hurriedly tried to explain, but before he could finish, the Count cut him off. I don't want to hear any excuses from you, Count Tienne. Take your family and leave this castle. Ahin said coldly, causing the fat man's face to contort. Asterisk what? Does he mean? I came all this way without complaint. If I get kicked out now, everything will be for nothing. I need to stay in this castle at all costs. Asterisk he screamed internally, hastily reaching out to grasp Ahin's arm. Count, please forgive us. I will do anything you ask. Just this once. In response, Ahin swatted his hand away again. I need nothing from you. I will send soldiers to your room shortly. Let's go, Your Grace. Hearing this, Zom just shook his head slightly. Let's go, Layla. Returning to Din, he watched Magad lecturing Digron behind them and thought silently. Asterisk serves them right. They started it, so they're just reaping what they sowed. Anyway, I didn't expect father could be so scary when he's angry. Asterisk. Ignoring this, while walking, Duke Zom suddenly asked, is it really true? You took him down with a mana bullet, he asked, turning to look at Din with curious eyes. Yes, that's right, Din nodded. Although he had witnessed Din's talent, the Duke still couldn't help but be amazed by his performance. Spear skills, summoning, and now even magic? Truly astonishing. Has history ever seen anyone this talented? Zom said, turning to look at Ahin with envious eyes, making Ahin feel proud. Asterisk indeed. I am truly proud to have such an outstanding son. Asterisk. Talent is one thing, but the boy is really calm, isn't he? Usually, when children fight, they get upset and insist on winning, but Din isn't like that. I have no doubt your son will grow into a dignified man, Zom calmly observed. Although overjoyed internally, Ahin had to remain modest. It's still too early to say anything. We have to wait until the boy grows up to know. At this point, the Count turned to look at Layla with grateful eyes. Today's incident was resolved smoothly thanks to Layla. Without you as a witness, things could have gone in a different direction. Returning to Zom, hearing this, he started picking up the signal. Asterisk ho. He sees Layla's good side. If that's the case, Asterisk thinking this, the noble Duke still hadn't forgotten his intention to pair Din with Layla. So, he turned and proposed, haha. The girl simply recounted what really happened. If there's nothing else, why don't we discuss the matter of their marriage? The Duke said with a broad smile, as if discussing vegetables at the market. Naturally, this proposal startled Ahin. Asterisk don't tell me he wants Din to marry his daughter. Asterisk the more Ahin thought, the more he felt Zom was serious. So, the Count started playing dumb. Oh dear. The sun has set already. It's almost time for the feast. I'll go ahead to prepare. Finishing his words, Ahin immediately turned and fled, leaving Zom behind, unable to say another word about the marriage. Count Ahin, he yelled, before turning to instruct his daughter, Layla, take your time walking back with Denver. After instructing his daughter, Zom hurriedly chased after Ahin. Lord Ahin, let's stay and talk a bit. Hearing their conversation, Layla's face flushed bright red like a cooked crab. Only the main character remained stoic, as if he hadn't heard the previous words. Asterisk couldn't stop father. Anyway, why did the summon ignore the summoner and listen to you? I've seen many duels between famous summoners in the capital, but I've never seen anything like this, Layla asked curiously. However, Din himself couldn't explain it. I'm not sure either. It just happened, he shrugged. But Layla felt Din was lying and pouted. You're hiding something, right? That's not fair. I helped you. What's not fair? I helped you too. Didn't I help you with swordsmanship? Din reminded her. Ah, now that you mention it, that's right, Layla mumbled. Returning to Din. Well, it's true she helped me a lot this time, he thought gratefully, then continued. Well then, let's call it even for now. And we can help each other again later. Opposite him, hearing this, for some reason, Layla's spirits suddenly lifted immensely. Wow, that's a great idea. I want to use it right away. So impatient. I wonder what she wants to ask. Din wondered inwardly, then asked. So, what do you want to ask? Teach me how to use mana bullets. Layla replied. This request slightly surprised the main character. What? Why do you want to learn that? Well, obviously because I want to get stronger. I want to have at least 2 mana cores before entering the academy. I want to become really strong and make my mother happy. You see, my mother loves me very much. She'll surely be very happy if I become really strong, even faster. Layla said cheerfully. Speaking of Din, hearing Layla say this, he felt a bit puzzled. She's still young. Why the rush? Right. I heard the adults talking about this. Duchess Tienne is seriously ill. Thinking about the girl's situation before him, Din grew slightly pensive and agreed. All right. If that's the case, I can't refuse you. Really? Really? Then let's start tomorrow. I'll stay here until then. Or do you want to start tonight? The girl asked excitedly. All right. Either way is fine. Mana bullets aren't hard once you understand the flow of magic, Din explained. I'm so excited. It's your turn. What's your request? Hearing this, Din's eyes narrowed slightly. Well, what I want is... The next sentence was obscured by the author. Cut to inside the main banquet hall. The chaotic incident between Magad's son and Din had reached the ears of the esteemed guests. I heard Count Tienne was kicked out of the castle. What did he do to deserve that? Someone wondered. A well-informed person nearby immediately answered. I heard it was because Tienne's eldest son caused some trouble. Yes. I also heard he picked a fight with young Master Din and got taught a lesson. Someone else added. Hearing this, everyone just clicked their tongues. TSK. They came all this way just to cause trouble? How shameful. Also, has everyone heard? There's a rumor that young Master Din is also an outstanding summoner. If so, will the Sword family become a prestigious summoner family? Someone asked admiringly. Not only that, apparently he knows how to use magic too. Oh my, is that true? Voices filled with admiration began to rise. At this moment, our main character was greeting some bearded man. So you're young Master Din, the one from the rumors? I am Baron Open. Do you know anything about my open territory? In front of him, Din heard this and bowed his head in greeting. I know a little. I heard it's famous for its grilled salmon and sapphires. Seeing Din knowledgeable about his territory, Baron Open burst into hearty laughter. Haha, what a bright young man. That's right. The Open family's salmon and sapphires are the best on the continent. I heard you have many talents in various fields. Seems it wasn't a lie. Anyway, I brought my daughter here. Almost introduced her too late. Sylvia, come and greet him, the Baron said, gently pushing his daughter forward. What? So suddenly? Din lamented internally. Unaware of his thoughts, the girl Sylvia stepped before him and politely said, Hello. My name is Sylvia. Nice to meet you. Ah, yes. I'm Din, the boy replied naively. Seeing Din's somewhat gentle demeanor, Sylvia suddenly moved closer to him and put on a very cunning expression. Hey, you're the heir to the Sword family in the future, right? That. I don't know either, Din stammered. Don't play dumb. I heard you have many talents in various fields, right? Please take care of me. After all, it's quite possible we'll become family in the future. Finishing her words, this bold girl firmly grasped Din's hand, making the boy slightly alarmed and step back. Yes, please take care. Why are kids these days so direct? Din wondered inwardly. Just then, Layla's voice suddenly echoed beside them. Din, you're here. At this point, the girl noticed Sylvia intimately holding Din's hand and glared at the main character, questioning. Who is this? She is. Din stammered. Not wanting to be ignored, Sylvia proactively introduced herself. Greetings, your ladyship. I am the eldest daughter of Baron Open, Sylvia Open. Returning to Layla, as if a precious toy had been stolen, she showed Sylvia no courtesy. Oh, really? Nice to meet you, the girl said cheerfully, but her expression showed no joy at all. Next, watching the two of them smile with narrowed eyes while observing each other, Din felt a cold chill run down his spine. Oh dear. This familiar killing intent. Girls are truly terrifying. He thought, trembling as he recalled scenes of his two sisters fighting. Ignoring this, after the social greetings, Layla grabbed Din's wrist. Excuse me, I need to borrow Din for a moment. We have an appointment, right, Din? The girl said, glaring at Din and emphasizing the word appointment, making Din not dare to say no, even if they didn't have one. You're right. Sorry, Sylvia, we'll talk later, he stammered. With her sharp mind, Sylvia realized Layla was claiming ownership. But in her current position, she could only force a laugh. Too bad. How dare she steal him away? Layla thought, glancing at Sylvia with eyes full of warning. Meanwhile, the main character witnessing this face subconsciously swallowed hard. The beloved daughter of the Duke, who holds power over myriad people second only to the Emperor, compared to the daughter of an Eastern Baron. These two don't seem to get along, do they? Din thought inwardly. After going outside, Layla, the text mistakenly uses Tienne here, correcting to Layla, softly asked him, how do you two know each other? Is she the one you're engaged to? The somewhat blunt question startled Din, making him wave his hands. Engaged? No way. We were just greeting each other. Really? Layla asked happily. Of course, it's true, Din replied, wondering why her expression suddenly brightened. Time passed quickly. Cut to some old ruins. Looking at the large courtyard before them, Din introduced, look, we're here. This is a secret place only I know about. Seeing this, Layla's eyes widened. Well, who knew such a place existed? That's right. No one will disturb us here, Din confidently affirmed. The further they went inside, witnessing the giant vines and overgrown vegetation, Layla's excitement grew. Wow, amazing. I didn't know such a place existed. No one will know what we do here. Returning to Din, having reached this place, he started getting down to business. Right. This is a very suitable place for training. Have you ever felt mana before? Hearing the question, Layla thought for a few seconds and replied, a little. Not enough to form a mana core, but I've tried absorbing mana by breathing in. Opposite her, the main character heard this and frowned. Asteriskum. So you haven't even reached the burst phase yet? Asterisk at this point, he himself felt a bit puzzled. Asterisk I learned this on my own on the battlefield. I thought the Duke's family would have taught her. Asterisk thinking this, because the boy had already agreed to guide Layla, Din began instructing her. Let's start with something simple first. First, you need to feel the mana you absorb inside your body. Feel it. Inside my body? Layla asked, puzzled. Din nodded again. That's right. If you want to emit mana from your body, you need to learn to control the mana inside first. The important thing is to visualize. Close your eyes and imagine mana circulating inside you. Picture mana circulating in your body like blood in your veins, Din explained calmly. However, Layla, hearing this, broke out in sweat. All right. I'll do as you say, the girl said through gritted teeth. This expression immediately let the main character know. I can clearly see she doesn't understand. Thinking this, Din offered encouragement. This will be the foundation for you to use mana. It's a very basic step. I know you can do it. Then, following Din's explanation, Layla tightly closed her eyes, concentrating her spirit to feel the mana inside her body. However, after a while, the girl opened her eyes and said awkwardly, Din, it's not working. Hearing this, our main character didn't feel too surprised. Even though it's basic, it's your first try. Concentrate again. Then, Layla started trying again. While the two kids were helping each other, they didn't know that a hen had secretly followed them to this place. The place he thought no one would find was actually impossible to escape a hen's eyes. Looking at his son guiding Layla's training ahead, a hen's eyes showed amusement. Asterisk oh ho. Even though he's young, my son already knows how to teach others. You've grown up. Asterisk. Just as he finished speaking, Duke Zom's voice suddenly echoed from behind, startling a hen. What are you doing here? Oh, good heavens. It's your grace, the Duke, the Count whispered, realizing Zom had arrived. As if sharing the same intention, Zom then laughed. Haha, no need to be surprised. Is some couple having a secret date late at night? What do you mean? Couple? And how did you get here? A hen asked, puzzled. Faced with this question, Zom put on a smug expression. Did I intrude? Anyway, your sneaking around is too clumsy. Your wife is a legendary assassin of the Empire, yet you haven't learned anything. I tried my best. A hen sighed, realizing his sneaking had been discovered and tailed by Zom. Returning to Zom, he then offered his friend advice. If the master of the mansion goes around spying on others, they'll speak ill of you, my friend. Hearing this, a hen startled. Spying? I was just following my son. Oh, you too? I was following my daughter. The Duke laughed, making a hen opposite him just sigh. I have no right to say this, but you truly are a hopeless father. Ignoring this, because they were birds of a feather, they then watched the couple ahead with interest. You just realized? Let me see too. Then, following their gaze, Din raised his hand and channeled mana into his spatial ring, immediately causing a green light circle to appear before him. Seeing this, Layla's eyes lit up. You have a spatial pouch like this? Ah, yes. My sister made it herself and gave it to me as a birthday present, Din explained. Hearing him, the girl's face went blank. Oh my, so jealous. My brothers haven't paid attention to me since they went to the academy. At this point, Layla noticed Din pulling out a mirror from his spatial ring and asked again, puzzled, but why use a mirror? Because I need it, Din replied. What? Really? Layla asked again. Seeming to see the confusion on Layla's face, Din explained quickly, it's easier to visualize something in your head if you look in a mirror instead of just using your imagination. Really? Layla asked, stunned, hearing this knowledge for the first time. Stand in front of the mirror again and look at your whole body, Din nodded. Hearing this, Layla's face showed curiosity as she slowly walked forward. All right, let me try. Finishing her words, Layla looked at herself in the mirror and began closing her eyes, sensing the energy inside her body. Looking at the girl's posture, Din nodded. She's quite serious. Speaking of the two fathers hiding afar, even if they were dense, they realized one thing. Layla seems to like your son, Zom stated. Is it that obvious? Ahen asked. Of course. She's not usually this open, the Duke said gravely. His words slightly surprised Count Ahen. Did something happen? She's such a bright child. Hearing this question, as if thinking of something, Zom's face suddenly turned somber. Only on the outside. Inside. I'm not so sure anymore. After her brothers left for the academy, her mother became bedridden, so she couldn't be with her like before. That made it hard for her to open up to others, he said sadly. Is that so? Din, text likely meant Ahen here, cited the situation. But then, Ahen looked at his friend with confusion. But, you understand her situation so well, why do you act so coldly towards your own daughter? In response, Duke Zom's face showed contemplation. Did you notice? I do that for a reason. When I raised my sons, I paid too much attention to them, and when they grew up, they became spoiled. Hearing him, Ahen quickly interjected, Hey, don't equate Layla with them. She'll be hurt. No wonder she asked Din for help. Ahen complained. You still nag as much as ever, huh? Zom grumbled. What? When was I ever like that? Ahen startled. Ignoring this, Zom then looked at Ahen expectantly. Tell me, will you send your son to the capital? If so, would you consider letting him stay at the Duke's mansion? Returning to Ahen, hearing the question, he looked out at his son ahead. At this moment, with Din's guidance, Layla had successfully sensed mana. I did it. I succeeded, right? The girl said happily. You did well, Din nodded in praise. Seeing the two kids like this, Ahen unknowingly smiled and said, I'll let Din decide for himself, just like Arabella and Clay. However, if Din wants to go to the capital, I will certainly do as you say. Oh, it would be great if you came along too, Zom suggested cheerfully. What? You want to argue with me all day long? Ahen exclaimed. You're sharper than before, huh? Tisk. Zom clicked his tongue, his motive seen through. While the two were arguing, they didn't know their conversation was overheard by Lady Lily behind them. Unbeknownst to them, she had followed them here. I wondered where those two went. But why are they acting so embarrassingly? Truly, love for one's children has a strange effect on them. I'll just pretend I didn't see anything, she thought with a smile. Time passed quickly. After guiding Layla to sense mana in her body, the two quickly left the old ruins. As they walked, Layla didn't forget to thank Denver. Thank you, Din. You truly are a genius. I've heard many people call me a genius, but compared to you, I'm not that talented, Layla admitted after witnessing true genius. Meanwhile, Din heard her and turned to encourage her. This is just the beginning. You'll definitely become even stronger. As he spoke, the boy looked left and right, as if searching for someone. Those two left quietly. Looks like Din realized he was being followed by the two fathers. Returning to Layla, unaware of this, after hearing Din speak, she glanced over and asked, Will you come to the academy too? It's where all the Empire's geniuses gather, Layla said, her eyes showing anticipation. However, Din didn't seem to notice this, so he just shrugged casually. Well, I don't know yet. Do I need to go? I can train on my own to become stronger. Hearing this, as if unable to hold back, Layla had to turn and enlighten Denver, you idiot. Studying isn't everything. It's a place to form noble connections. You have to go if you want to build relationships from a young age. Layla yelled. Returning to Din, seeing his friend present herself like a little old man, he could only scratch his cheek awkwardly. Haha. For a 7-year-old, she's quite knowledgeable about how the world works. Thinking this, although knowing Layla meant well, Din's answer remained unchanged. I know. But currently, I'm not interested in attending the academy. There's a mountain of books I haven't read in the library, and I still have much to learn from my parents. Over here, Layla heard this but still didn't give up trying to persuade him. Well, that's true, but don't you want to play with other kids? I heard your older sisters both attended the academy. She's persistent, Din thought silently, then nodded. I'll consider it later if I want to go. You have to tell me if you decide to go. Layla quickly reminded him. All right, Din replied. Over here, as if wanting to entice the main character, Layla began promising, when you come to the capital, you must visit my house and watch me practice too. Promise. Certainly. I'll send you a letter if I come to the capital, the boy affirmed resolutely. Returning to Layla, as if remembering something, she turned to ask, by the way, Din, when will you tell me your request? I'll tell you when I come to the capital, Din smiled. What? Layla exclaimed in surprise. Time flew by. The days of partying for Din's birthday finally ended. Duke Zom's carriage left the Sword family estate. We're leaving, they announced. Watching the carriage depart, Din noticed the small, beautifully patterned box in his hand and recalled the memory of receiving it from Duke Zom before he left. What is this? Din had asked. It's a birthday present for you. Hope you like it, Zom had said with a smile. Just looking at the pattern, Din guessed it was something incredibly expensive. Returning to Zom, he had explained further, the symbol of the Tienne family is revenge, the sword, and the blacksmith. The history of the Tienne family began with our ancestor, a blacksmith. Thanks to him, our family acquired the best forge in the empire. No, the best forge on the entire continent. All weapons created by the Tienne family have led the empire, all made at the MP Forge, Zom said proudly. Without needing much introduction, with knowledge from his past life, Din knew this clearly. I know. It is all kinds of wars, and all kinds of mystical weapons and artifacts are forged there on the continent. This symbol is used to identify those with honor and skill, Din thought inwardly. And just as he predicted, Tienne then explained its use. If you go to the forge and show them that symbol, they will make you a weapon to your specifications. Behind them, a hen and Lily heard this and couldn't contain their astonishment. Oh my, such a precious gift. Isn't that something even the royal family desires? A hen exclaimed, his face sweating as he realized the gift's value. However, to Zom, it didn't seem that precious. Before leaving, he gave Din a pat on the head and advised, grow up well and help your father. Thank you for the gift, your grace, Din quickly said. In front, Layla smiled and waved goodbye. Returning to the present, looking at his son's pensive state, Lady Lily sat beside him and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Are you sad to part with her? Din heard his mother, his voice tinged with sadness. Yes, very sad. She was my first friend. When you go to the capital, you'll see her again. Become even more handsome and shock her, Lady Lily said excitedly. Returning to Din, hearing this, he began to regain his spirits. But I can't stay here forever. I'll see her again when I visit the capital. Stay healthy, Layla, Din thought silently. Returning to Duke Zom's position, while sitting in the carriage, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Strange. Every time I look at Din, I remember that boy, the warrior named Aerys, with the talent of a rank 3 warrior at such a young age. If he were still alive, he might have become a rank 6 knight of the Dream Empire by now. Din, I want to see you grow up soon, the Duke said, his voice full of anticipation. Time passed quickly. A few days later, back at the Sword family estate, Din finally had time to check the 2 gifts from his sisters, Arabella and Clay. Looking at the spirit beast egg before him, Din mumbled, I feed it mana every morning and evening, but it's still too early for the egg to hatch. A familiar, mysterious egg. Even if not a summoner, if you feed mana to the egg, marking yourself as the owner before it hatches, you can permanently control the summon, which normally can only be used temporarily. Thinking this, Din started stroking his chin thoughtfully again. My mana quality clearly needs to be suitable. There might be many complex conditions yet unmet. I heard some eggs never hatch because the conditions are never met. Hope this egg isn't one of them. Thinking this, the young lord gently picked up the egg with both hands and channeled his energy into it. Out of boredom, he even tried changing the intensity, but it didn't seem to have much effect. Even if I change the flow and strength of the mana, there's still no reaction. Thinking this, Din felt he was being a bit too hasty. Very quickly, he calmed himself, put the egg away, and sighed. Phew. Wanting success in one go. I was too greedy, he reproached himself. Just then, voice came from outside the door. Young master, are you finished? Oh, is that I'm coming right now, Din replied, hurrying towards the door. However, just then, the egg behind him suddenly emitted a faint light and moved slightly, causing the main character's steps to halt. He quickly turned back to check. Did I just hear something? He said, staring intently at the egg. Just then, the butler, as if hearing the noise, rushed inside. Young master, what was that sound I just heard? Wait a moment. Let me check the egg first. As he spoke, he widened his eyes to examine it. But then, his face filled with disappointment. Doesn't seem different. Was I mistaken? Haha. False hope? Seeing his disappointed expression, guessed something and asked, did the egg react? I probably imagined it. Let's go. Din waved his hand dismissively. Time passed quickly. Cut to the training ground. Today, instead of practicing spearmanship, the main character was practicing with a sword. After he finished training, his friend standing aside, clapped and praised him. Excellent, young master. When did you start practicing the sword? I just wanted to swing it around for a bit, Din explained calmly. Truly a genius. You have a talent for the sword too. Continued to praise. Returning to Din, looking at his reflection on the sword blade, a hint of joy rose within him. Learning to use a new weapon is fun. I haven't held a sword in so long because father was always watching closely. Luckily, my skills haven't rusted. Speaking of he then took out a tray of cookies. Please have a snack first, then we can continue. All right. Thank you. Din accepted cheerfully. Training here is nice too, he thought, happily eating the cookies. In another development, his father, Count Hin, was having his own thoughts. Phew. Doing this every year is tiring, but we gained a lot from the party. Finally, I can confirm that many nobles are paying attention to the South. Most of them want to build good relations with us. Since the war ended, the South, with its good climate, holds many things the nobility desires. Perhaps their interest is already clear, but that interest still can't compare to the attention Din received. The conflict with Count Tienne's eldest son was unexpected, but the boy calmly explained the situation clearly before the adults. He even confidently revealed his talents. He's too mature. Sometimes I wish he could act more childishly, appropriate for his age. Maybe that's just my wish. Thinking this, a hen noticed the clock beside him and mumbled, it's almost time. Longinus. Let the boy try swinging it today. Acting on his thought, Ahin soon brought the spear to the training ground to find Denver. There, he discovered Din practicing with a sword. Asterisk swordsmanship? But why is Din using a sword instead of a spear? Asterisk Ahin wondered inwardly, but quickly came up with a guess. Asterisk right. That old duke must have said something to the boy. Otherwise, why would he be here practicing swordsmanship after spending so much time on the spear? But it seems the boy is quite experienced with the sword too. The power he's showing is something even some who have practiced swordsmanship their whole lives couldn't imitate. When did he learn that? However, one thing is certain, the boy has talent in swordsmanship too, asterisk Ahin thought. Then, after observing Din practice the sword for a while, he interrupted, Din, I've been watching you for a while. When did you learn swordsmanship? Hearing this, Din stopped his movements, feeling slightly worried. Asterisk busted. Maybe it's better to tell father the truth. Asterisk thinking this, Din said, I didn't really learn it. Huh? Is that so? So it really is talent? Spearmanship, magic, assassination, summoning, and now even swordsmanship. If it were anyone else, I would never believe a child could have talent in all those fields. At this point, as if making a decision, Ahin suggested, Din, are you curious about the world? Sir? What do you mean, father? Din asked curiously. Yes. The world beyond these walls. I think this territory is too small for your talent. If you stay here, it might be too limiting for you. The Count shared his thoughts frankly, making the main character opposite him fall silent for a moment. Looks like he realized he can't keep me here forever. Thinking this, Din continued, I'm not sure, but I'm a little curious. Returning to the Count, hearing Din's answer, he smiled lightly. Well then, good. Now we need to prepare for you to step out into the world. Really? Din asked curiously. Of course. Although with some regret, I must respect my son's wishes. And today, I brought you something rather special. As he spoke, he firmly planted his spear on the ground. Do you recognize it? It's the Longinus that reacted to you on your first birthday, Ahin added, making Din vaguely recall the weapon. Asterisk right. I remember. It reacted to me. Try holding it, Count Acre said as he handed the spear to Din. And the moment he touched the dragon-tail spear, our protagonist immediately felt an explosive source of power surging within his body. Amazing. There's so much power here, Din exclaimed inwardly in surprise, while over here, Count Acre also smiled, stroked his chin, and mused. His reaction is even more intense than when the kid was younger. Now no one can say it's just me anymore. I need to. No, I will make his talent with this spear shine brightest on this continent. Thinking this, a sense of thrill surged within Acre's heart, and he stepped forward, patted his son's shoulder, and said, I'm thinking of at least helping you master this spear before you go. So, get ready. One day, this spear will be yours. Before that day, become strong enough to wield it with pride. Of course, Din affirmed, making Acre burst into laughter at the answer. Instead of the dragon tail, I will diligently follow father's teachings with pride. Father. Ha ha ha, just as expected from my son. All right, let's begin then. Time quickly passed. After a tiring training session with his father, Din returned to his room, feeling absent-minded. He lay on the ceiling, lost in thought. The outside world. I've always been curious about it, even during the days I struggled on the battlefield in my past life as Aerys. All I knew was war, cleaning the camp, maintaining weapons, eating tasteless food, and heading to the battlefield. The only way to escape was for the war to end or to die on the battlefield. There were only those two ways. I couldn't even imagine what life outside the battlefield would be like. But as Din, the situation is completely different. I don't know how my talent will be used, how the world will receive me, or what I can do in this world, but I have the opportunity to go anywhere and do anything. For a moment, I just wanted to stay here and enjoy the warmth of this place. But thanks to father's words, my thoughts changed. All right, it's time to step outside. Din suddenly exclaimed aloud, and Duchess Lily, who had just arrived, overheard him. So, you've made your decision, my son, she asked. Din was slightly startled. Mother? When did you come in? Don't worry. Were you so deep in thought that you didn't even hear mother's knock? She chuckled softly at her son's concentration. Ah, is that right? Din said, feeling embarrassed, turning towards Lily. Not minding Din's lack of attention, she asked. Yes, your father told me you'd be deep in thought. So, are you curious about the world outside our territory? Hearing this question, the protagonist's expression began to change, and he lowered his head slightly. Yes, father said it would be a waste of my talent to stay here, and after thinking for a while, I'm curious about the outside world too. I'm sorry, mother, he said, his voice sounding as if he had done something wrong. Seeing this expression, Duchess Lily sat down, gently stroked his hair, and comforted him. You don't need to apologize, Denver. But, your two sisters aren't here anymore, and if you leave too. Din interjected, I'll be all right, mother. My son, I understand you. Din, I know how great your talent is. Even if you didn't want to go, the outside world would still call for you. It would be wonderful if you could stay with mother longer, but how could the world allow you to do that? So, go and do whatever you want, Din. Over here, before his parents' advice, Din finally became more determined in his thoughts, but didn't forget to affirm, yes, mother. Even if I leave this house, I'll visit very often and tell you about what I see in the world. Thank you, my son. Well, it seems I need to prepare to send you out into the world, just like your father, she said calmly. Huh? Prepare? What do you mean? Din asked, puzzled. I was planning to slowly teach you reconnaissance techniques, but it seems you'll have to learn how to set and avoid traps too, Duchess Lily said, chuckling. It seemed she had been waiting for this day for a long time. Only Din felt like his leisurely days were gradually coming to an end. Oh dear, I'll have to learn special lessons from Mother too? And skills to dispose of corpses? Yes, you'll also need to learn human anatomy, Lily added. Oh dear, I'll be exhausted before I even step outside the world, Din lamented inwardly. Anyway, Mother will teach you many things, Duchess Lily concluded. Yes, Mother, I'll do my best, Din said confidently while thinking to himself, special lessons taught by my parents with all their love. Yes, if I want to step outside into the world, I have to prepare properly. The southern region of the Arabella Empire, the Soul's territory, with its warm climate and abundant natural resources. This place became a crucial region for the Anshan Empire to prevent exhaustion during the war, and thanks to the rule of Count Souls, the territory was always peaceful. After the war ended, the remaining rebels were also apprehended. Finally, an era of peace, which felt like it would last forever, returned. Up on a certain street within the territory, two young women in their 20s walked side by side, chatting. Did you hear the rumor? They say young Master Din visited several shops. Really? The one beside her asked. Really? He came and bought something. Apparently, the shopkeeper's daughter even fainted that day. Oh dear, so the rumor is true. I hear he gets handsomer every day. I wish I could see his face just once. Apparently, he doesn't have a fiancée yet. Does he? The girl in the purple dress said, starting to fantasize, making her friend beside her jump. What? Are you crazy? Snap out of it. He's only 14, her friend yelled, seeing the person beside her start to drool. It seemed a child hunter was about to be born. In response, the young hunter boasted about what she had overheard. According to what I heard, he doesn't look 14 at all. They say he's as tall as the Count now. Wow, maybe it's because the Countess is also tall? Truly inherited genius is different. You'd definitely think he's 20 if you saw him. Silver hair, blue eyes. My heart would stop if I saw him. As she spoke, the purple-haired girl's eyes began to shine like car headlights, while her brown-clothed friend, having heard so much, showed a hint of anticipation on her face. Next time he comes, I definitely have to come see him. I wonder when he'll go out again? Apparently, he visits that shop a lot. Ah, right, now that I mention it, the forest keeper told me this, the brown-haired girl added. Is that so? So, meeting the forest keeper first then going there would be easier, huh? Are you really going to do that? The brown-haired girl exclaimed. The scene shifts to the outskirts of the territory, inside a pine forest. This is a place filled with ancient magic, known as the World's End Forest. Here, Din was performing the escape mission his mother had assigned him. At this moment, Din was seen wearing a blue cloak and carefully moving through the forest with his spear. He gently took out a piece of cloth, waved it in front of him to check the wind direction, and said, "The wind is coming from the south. I've seen cherry spiders here before, so I have to go west." After saying this, he put the cloth away and thought, I have to get out within 3 hours before sunset. With this thought, Din quickly moved again, leaping between branches. One of the most important things for an assassin is not to be caught by the enemy for a certain amount of time. Din had to avoid the webs and traps set by his mother and escape this dangerous forest. Returning to the story, at this moment, Din had just landed in a clearing. He inhaled the air and mana around him, holding it for a moment before exhaling. After concealing himself and blending into the scenery, hidden traps placed in unexpected locations would appear, just like now. Thin, nearly invisible threads were everywhere. It seemed that just touching them would immediately trigger the trap. This was a basic but also the most dangerous mechanism. Fortunately, this type is quite easy to disable. While thinking, Din began to roll up his sleeves, wanting to deal with these traps immediately. However, these were traps set by Duchess Lily, so how could he deal with them easily? At this very moment, strange sounds began to echo from above Din's head, drawing his attention. Only when he looked up did Din realize that, without knowing when, a group of monsters that looked like giant squirrel rats were staring down at him from the trees ahead with greedy eyes. And then, one of them in the group yelled and lunged straight towards Denver. Its scream was like a signal activating an alarm for the entire group to charge simultaneously to taste his blood. Looking at the fierce monsters, Din involuntarily took a few steps back. Oh no, it's a pack of Vul. I didn't expect them to appear here. They're charging with terrifying speed. I need to deal with them quickly, Din thought, reaching for the spear beside him to defend himself. However, his movement suddenly stopped. Wait, if I touch those traps while doing that, it will be even more dangerous. No choice. I have to get out of here for now. Thinking this, Din didn't engage the monsters but immediately grabbed his spear and ran away, while the squirrel rats chased him relentlessly from behind. As they moved, these foolish monsters also collided with countless thin threads in the air, instantly triggering the traps Duchess Lily had set beforehand. At this moment, as soon as the threads were cut, the walls on both sides of the forest began to echo with countless tearing sounds as sharp stakes flew out, impaling the squirrel rats before they could react. Their bodies were riddled with holes like a honeycomb. Seeing them in such a pathetic state, Din stopped for a moment, unsure whether to be happy or sad. Ha ha, they fell for the trap. I dealt with them without using any energy, Din murmured inwardly before he noticed there was still one squirrel rat that had luckily survived the rain of stakes and was desperately charging to attack him. However, Although slightly surprised that this squirrel rat was still alive, Din quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the monster's attack. It's too fast, the protagonist thought inwardly. Meanwhile, the squirrel rat, seeing its attack fail, immediately used all four paws to scratch hard on the ground to brace itself, while opening its mouth and spitting out some brown-red misty substance. Although he didn't know what it was, the protagonist immediately felt vigilant. Whatever it spits out must be very dangerous, Din reminded himself. Next, he spun the spear in his palm like a fan, knocking away the orange mist around him. However, being held up by such a weak monster here made him a bit frustrated. Part 2. Damn it, I can't waste time here, Din thought, a wave of impatience surging through him, because if he lingered here, he would fail the mission his mother had given him. With no other option, Din took the initiative to charge forward to send this monster to the afterlife, while the squirrel rat also wanted to charge forward to taste Din's blood. Just like that, the two of them charged directly at each other, and after a few tearing sounds, the body of this monster was split in two by the spear the protagonist wielded. Even as if annoyed by the monster blocking his way, he then casually swung his spear again, directly cutting its head in two as well. Time quickly passed until late afternoon. By this time, Din had finally escaped the forest and was lying on the ground, panting like a dying dog. Pant, pant. I feel like I'm going to throw up, but at least I safely escaped the forest, Din said tiredly. However, as if heaven didn't want him to rest, strange noises began to echo immediately after, making the general, although completely exhausted, sit up to prepare for any situation. What is it now? Damn it. When did I let my guard down? Din gritted his teeth, thinking inwardly, and quickly grasped his weapon. However, the person who had just arrived was none other than Duchess Lily. Well done, Denver. It took you exactly 3 hours and 3 minutes. You're even faster than Mother. Seeing her appear, Din was a little surprised and asked, Mother, were you watching from the beginning? Of course. Mother couldn't let you go alone, even though Mother knows your talent better than anyone else, but as a mother, it's different. You did very well. Mother didn't find any mistakes. Are you hurt anywhere? She asked, gently stroking Din's head. I'm fine, he replied. Truly. At this rate, you'll be recruited as an assassin, the Duchess sighed, making Din only able to offer a wry smile. Next, Lily took out a dagger from her sleeve, the one used in the item selection ceremony when Din was 1 year old, and said, Here, take this. It seems to suit you better than Mother now. Looking at the dagger, the protagonist's eyes flashed with surprise, and he asked, This is Mother's black horn dagger? I can have it. Din asked, and Duchess Lily nodded, saying, Of course. Mother doesn't use it anymore anyway. The black horn is crafted from a mystical ore that absorbs the elements of all things. If you want, you can even store all kinds of poisons in it, Lily introduced. Even without her explaining, Din knew the properties of this dagger by heart. I even know it can absorb toxins and use them as leverage, he muttered inwardly, quickly taking the dagger. Thank you, Mother. I'll take good care of it, he said quickly. Seeing him accept the gift, Duchess Lily herself felt happy. Thank you, Denver. Let's go home. I guess this is all Mother taught me, Din murmured. But just as they were about to return, a sudden scream echoed from within the forest, startling the surrounding birds and sending them flying into the sky. Hearing this sound, both Lily and Din were stunned. Mother, did you hear that? Din asked, frowning. Yes. It seems someone is in the forest. Let's go quickly, Denver. Yes, Mother, he said quickly, and then both of them hurried towards the source of the sound. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifts to the annex tower of the Soul's family. Inside a certain room, an old man with white beard and hair suddenly woke up with a terrified face, as if he had just had a nightmare. A few seconds later, he calmed down, looked around, and asked, Where am I? I remember eating mushrooms in the forest. Hearing his voice, Din, carrying a cup of tea, entered the room. You're awake? The detoxification process is still underway. Don't rush to move, he said. Seeing Din enter the room, the old man was a little confused about his identity and asked, Detoxification? Did you save me? That's right. You ate a red mushroom. Fortunately, we found you in time, Din said calmly. However, hearing the name red mushroom alone made the old man's face turn pale. So, that was a red mushroom? Din replied by handing him a cup and adding, It's a poisonous mushroom. If we were a little late, you would have turned into a corpse. Here, have some water. Thank you, the old man said, reaching out for the cup and immediately gulping it down. Looking at him, Din began to form a guess inwardly. His belt has the Nixon Magic Tower insignia. He's not an ordinary person. If I didn't have the black horn, I wouldn't have been able to save this old man. Returning to the old man, after drinking the water, he turned and asked, Thank you. So, where am I? You are in the annex tower of the Soul's family, Din replied. And because the Soul's family was very famous, the old man guessed where he was. However, it was precisely because he figured it out that he felt a headache. So, I not only got lost heading south, but I also ate a poisonous mushroom and ended up here? He sighed. Din, not knowing these thoughts, saw that his complexion was a little better and said, Please rest. I've told Father, and he will come to see you soon. Huh? Your father? So, you are, the old man asked. Din nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. I am the youngest son of Count Souls, Din Souls. Hearing this, the old man remembered something and stroked his beard, saying, Ha ha ha. So that's it. You are Arabella's younger brother, the genius whom all the magic towers are watching. How did you find me? He asked, interested. Across from him, Din had no problem hiding it. Actually, I was training with my mother in the forest. What? In that crazy forest? The old man exclaimed, full of surprise, before remembering his own painful memories in that forest. Even a level 8 mage like me got lost. The mana flow was reversed while I was chanting spells, and my whole body just collapsed. Thinking this, the old man's expression was one of disbelief. Really? A forest with ancient energy and traps everywhere? That's right. That forest is our family's property. It is an extremely dangerous place for outsiders, and because the energy there is different from the modern magic energy that mages usually use, mages should not come here. You also fell into serious danger when you ate the poisonous mushroom, Din calmly explained, helping the old man understand everything. Is that how it is? So I almost died there, he sighed before realizing a very serious problem. Wait, does that mean this young boy is strong enough to train even inside that forest? Thinking this, he involuntarily asked, you were also the one who prepared the antidote? Yes, that's right, Din admitted, and this made the old man even more surprised because Din looked so young, only in his teens, yet he had prepared an antidote that required extensive knowledge and precise preparation skills. Ha ha ha, how can such a family exist in this world? Besides the two genius daughters, even the youngest son. If it were still wartime, perhaps the Souls family could become the most powerful, prestigious family in the Empire, the old man said, chuckling. Ha ha ha, I've told you too much. That is indeed true, Din nodded in reply, and this unconventional answer made the old man fall silent. Look at this kid. He's quite bold, he thought to himself before remaining silent for a few seconds and then continuing, let's see. I should repay the debt. But first, allow me to introduce myself. I am Siden Knox. Not long ago, I was the master of the Nixon Magic Tower. If there is anything you want, just tell me, because I have everything in the world, except for the things I don't have, Siden said proudly. He must be talking about spatial inventory. Many mages can live without a home by putting everything in their spatial inventory, Din thought inwardly and asked to confirm. Is that really true? Din asked calmly, and this seemingly indifferent attitude once again stunned the old man. Siden? What is this? I said I'm the master of a magic tower. Ordinary people would be surprised or show respect to me. But this kid is completely calm. Thinking this, as if afraid Din didn't understand the value of his words, the old man waved his hands around to explain. You will never have another opportunity like this in your life. Don't be modest. Just tell me what you want. Hearing these words, Din began to frown slightly, as if thinking about the reward, and this expression made the old man smile triumphantly. However, Din's next words immediately extinguished the old man's smile. I'll take some time to think about what I want and tell you later. Hearing this answer, even a person who had lived to the point of nearing the grave couldn't help but get angry. He's completely indifferent? What kind of person is this kid? Not paying attention to the old man's attitude, Din, having finished his business here, left immediately. Well then, please rest well, Din said, quickly leaving the room, leaving the old man, Siden, still dazed and confused. Ha ha ha, he's the first person to treat me like that. The old man laughed awkwardly before making an important decision for himself. I plan to stay for a day or two and then leave, but I guess not. I need to stay and investigate that interesting friend of mine more thoroughly. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifts to the training ground. After finishing his training and during a break, Din told Haemin, who was beside him, about the story of finding Siden in the forest. Knowing his identity, Haemin couldn't suppress his surprise. The master of a magic tower? He must be exceptionally skilled in magic, he exclaimed. Certainly. From what I heard, he's a level 8 mage, Din said, nodding. Level 8? So that's even higher than young Lady Arabella? Haemin asked. Yes. If that's true, Din replied, and hearing this, Haemin's voice gradually became excited. Young master, that means someone very powerful owes you a debt. Magic towers function as independent territories of this continent. They are like nations, he exclaimed, while Din himself also felt it was hard to believe his luck. Who would have imagined he was such a big shot? Turning back to Haemin, after congratulating his young master, Haemin began to wonder. But why would the master of a magic tower be wandering in the forest? Ahead, Dan, practicing swords, also voiced his thoughts. That place isn't an ordinary forest. Mages see it as a forbidden forest. They call it the World's End Forest. Hearing the name, the young butler partly understood how terrifying it was and clicked his tongue. If that place is the World's End Forest, even mages would face a challenge there. But he still managed to survive thanks to you, young master. Not answering the question, the protagonist looked at the sword in his hand for a moment, then turned and said, Haemin, get me a new sword. All the ones I'm using are too short and light. Hearing Din complain, Haemin was startled, turned back to look at the swords on the rack, and said, so that's it. All those swords are broken ones from the war that the Count brought back. I see. I'll go prepare a greatsword so you can practice tomorrow. Seeing that he wouldn't get a new sword immediately, Din accepted. Thank you. Then I'll practice with this sword for the rest of today. After saying this, he remembered the gift Duke Thermion had given him many years ago. Come to think of it, I also own that thing. It's been 7 years since Duke Thermion gave me that mark. If I get a chance to go to the capital, I'll definitely visit him. Next, after finishing his practice for the day, on his way back to his room, Din also met his father, Count Acre. It seems you also practiced very diligently today, my son. Yes, father. I thought father had business outside. You're home early, Din asked in surprise. Things finished faster than I expected, and I had a reason to hurry home, Acre said, smiling. And immediately, Din guessed why his father had to return in such a hurry. Is it because of the master of the magic tower? Din asked with a smile, and the count admitted it and sighed. That's right. Who knows, maybe he can help Arabella. Maybe he will be a good mentor for her. Turning back to Din, hearing his father say this, he began to think of some unfavorable images. Just as I thought, father thinks the master of the magic tower can help sister Arabella, but I'm not sure if he can handle her temper. Seeing how she punched that senior so decisively, Din thought worriedly inwardly. Unaware of this, Count Acre patted his son's shoulder and praised him. Anyway, you saved another life. You did very well, Denver. I only did what I had to do, he said humbly. Not everyone can do something like that. What you did was truly amazing, Acre reminded him. Then, while the father and son walked together, Din also remembered something and turned to ask, this time my two sisters couldn't come again, father? Hearing this question, Count Acre said regretfully, regarding that, it's so hard to see my daughter's faces. Arabella just finished her long semester and is choosing a magic tower to enter, and I heard Claude received an offer to join a research session as an assistant professor from her professor. Seeing his two older sisters achieving their own accomplishments, Din was happy for them. Both of them are very impressive, Din said, nodding. Your sisters are indeed impressive, but I'm also very much looking forward to you. I wonder how the world will treat a child as talented as you. The Count wondered. I don't know either, Din shrugged in reply, making the Count burst into laughter. Just thinking about how you surprised Duke Thermion makes me chuckle, Acre said heartily. Turning back to Din, upon hearing Acre mention Thermion, Din felt a little anticipation in his heart. Duke Thermion. I want to spar with him again someday. Anyway, I wonder how Layla is doing. The last letter I received from her was a year ago. Well, I guess I'll find out when I get to the capital. Time quickly passed, a few days later. At this moment, the old man Siden was yelling. What? I haven't completely recovered yet? I'm going crazy being in this room for too long. Seeing the old man complain so much, a person dressed like a doctor, completely exhausted, had to accept. Then please don't go too far away, and for now, you are not allowed to use magic. What? Not allowed? Siden exclaimed, because for a mage like him, not to be able to use magic was like a junkie without drugs. Across from him, the doctor, afraid the old man didn't understand the seriousness of the matter, had to remind him. That's right. Your mana flow hasn't become pure again, and we haven't completely neutralized the poison in your body. So, you'll have to wait a little longer. Hearing this, although he really wanted to use magic, the old man was not the type to be stubborn, so he reluctantly accepted. TSK, I guess I have to. It's been a while since I couldn't use magic. Consider it a change of pace. But I can't stand staying here longer. Let's go outside. With that, the old man excitedly stood up, wanting to explore the surroundings like a child, making the doctor beside him only sigh at his appearance. You don't even know the way around here. Not paying attention to his words, Siden slammed the door shut, making the doctor feel a little worried inwardly. If he causes any trouble, I guess I'll be the one punished, he said to himself. The scene shifts to a corner of the territory. Several maidservants were gathered, gossiping. Mages are only two types. Geniuses on the left and lunatics on the right. Listen, he's gone up and down every floor in the house about 10 times. And now he's been looking at the flowers in the backyard for hours. But he's supposed to be the strongest among mages, right? If so, then what? He must be crazy. Young Lady Arabella needs a normal life. But various whispers began to echo, and just as they said, for some reason, the old man Siden was sitting and admiring the carefully tended rose bushes in front of him. I'm truly curious who created this garden. I didn't expect these flowers to have such a tremendous amount of magic, the old man wondered. At the same time, Din approached and greeted him. I came by to see how you were, but I didn't see you. So you were here. Hearing the familiar voice, Siden turned and replied. You thought I ran off somewhere, didn't you? Someone told me I had to stay here until I fully recover, he explained. That's right. That's what I hoped for too, Din said, smiling. Returning to Siden, taking a brief look at the peaceful surroundings, the old man's soul seemed to feel like it was being healed. This area is truly a good place for someone to rest and recover. Now I can understand why nobles come to the south during the summer vacation. Yes, this place is wonderful. I'm a little sad to have to leave here so soon, Din said, nodding in agreement. And this information made the old man Siden a little curious and asked, What? You're about to leave? Where are you planning to go? In response to the question, Din shared honestly. Not too far. I plan to go to the capital. The capital? Then you must be planning to go to the academy, right? And your sisters are also at the academy, correct? Yes, they will have an easy life there, Din said, smiling. And on this side, the old man Siden began to observe Din with curious eyes. His sisters are very famous and extremely talented. So, I wonder how talented this young man is. Should I try to test him? Thinking this, curiosity began to occupy the old man's mind, making him unable to resist using his sensing ability to encompass Din's body. And immediately he discovered that Din's body contained a terrifying amount of energy, making him break out in a cold sweat. Heavens! What is this dense mana? His mana is incredibly concentrated. If people consider the geniuses in his age group as streams, then this young man is a raging torrent. A quantity of mana like this is usually very unstable, to the point where it could explode outwards. But how? Turning back to Din, the old man's probing action couldn't escape his eyes. So he spoke up to remind him, "Don't you think it's a bit impolite to assess someone else's magic without their permission?" Din said, sounding annoyed, making the old man on this side only able to scratch his head awkwardly. "Ah, you noticed? You have some skill. I'm sorry. I was truly thoughtless." After saying that, the old man began to roar in his mind. "No way. I can't believe something so ridiculous. Can a person with mana this concentrated truly exist?" He said, looking at Din with eyes like he was looking at an alien, making the protagonist also confused. Huh? What did he see that's so surprising? Returning to the old man's Siden, after focusing and observing Din a bit more, the old man was surprised again. Wait a minute. Why don't I see any magic layers? With that density, I should definitely see magic layers. Thinking this, a terrifying guess began to form in the old man's mind. Could it be that this kid has 2 mana cores? To verify his guess, he immediately turned and asked Din, "How did you create your mana core?" Looking at his appearance, like a crazy dog about to bite someone, Din was a little puzzled and asked, "Is something wrong?" Of course, something is wrong. You have such a crazy amount of mana, yet you still want to carry a spear? And you possess a type of magic that only needs a core and no magic layers. You want to give up the greatest talent ever. Siden yelled. It seemed he couldn't ignore such astonishing magic talent without forcing him to study magic. Over here, after hearing that, Din shrugged and said, "Well, why not just use both?" Returning to the old man, hearing Din's answer, Siden's teeth ground together audibly, while his face wrinkled and he scratched his head in frustration. "I'm going crazy. This is so frustrating. Where do I even begin to explain this?" Next, to make the young nephew understand the problem, Siden had to take a deep breath and slowly explain, "Do you know why the lifespan of a magic knight/spear user is so short? They are powerful because they possess both a mana core and magic layers at the same time. However, they interfere with each other, and when they collide, problems arise. Natural law dictates this. Mana compressed in the core is transmitted to the magic layers, so the magic layers cannot withstand the impact and will explode," the old man said in a serious tone, making Din, although he hadn't experienced it, already start to sweat. "Ah, I've researched quite a bit on my own, but this is truly impossible." "How?" he asked inwardly. Returning to Siden, at this point, he was so angry he didn't even want to look at Din anymore. TSK, what a waste of talent. Such a waste. Over here, as if not seeing Siden's annoyed attitude, Heyman asked, "Can't you use magic without magic layers?" In response to the question, the old man thought for a moment and said, "It's not impossible, but without the refinement of magic layers, how can you use pure magic when you need it? Besides, it's not that no one has had the same thought as you before. However, most of the people I know who tried ended up failing." Hearing that there was still a possibility, Din immediately puffed out his chest and said, "Then let me try. I haven't tried before, but it seems possible. What is this crazy kid talking about?" Heyman gritted his teeth, thinking inwardly before Din's words. "If I reorganize the mana." Din murmured, while raising his hand and waving it in the air, and with each movement, it left behind a trail of blue energy containing countless strange ancient runes. Then, he clenched his hand, and suddenly, a fierce flame ignited in the air, and somehow, it seemed to have no effect on the protagonist. Seeing the flame appear, the protagonist's face involuntarily broke into a slight smile. "Oh, it worked. But it's just basic level 1 magic." Across from him, the old man Siden's 2 eyes were almost falling out of his head at the unbelievable sight before him. What? How is this possible? This child doesn't have any magic layers. How can he use magic? Thinking this, the old man couldn't help but exclaim aloud, "Unbelievable. You should only be able to use mundane magic through the refinement of magic layers, and yet..." The more he spoke, the more confused Siden felt. Returning to Din, at this moment, he waved his hand and created some kind of shield, while stating his hypothesis. "My sister Arabella said my affinity for magic is very high. Perhaps that's the reason?" Hearing this, Siden still found it hard to believe inwardly. Even so. Is this what ordinary people mean when they describe unattainable talents? This so-called innate talent? Siden murmured inwardly as it was the first time he, himself, felt the feeling of being an ordinary person looking at true geniuses. Unaware of his thoughts, Din himself was a little surprised that he succeeded on the first try. It really works. So, it's possible to use magic without magic layers? Now I understand. The general nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Siden's face across from him was so stunned that he couldn't stand still anymore. Innate magic affinity, and mana that is purer and denser than anyone else in the world. Does such a person truly exist? Thinking this, a sense of extreme urgency began to surge within the old man Siden. "Do you want to be my disciple?" he asked, making the offer. However, it seemed Din was not yet interested in using magic. Nevertheless, the old man refused to give up and kept nagging beside his ear. I said, let's talk a bit. It would be a great pity to give up such incredible talent. Do you know how to use level 2 magic? I don't know that code, so I can't, Din said awkwardly, and this answer made the old man laugh as if he was dancing. Oh, wonderful. If you become my disciple, I will use level 8 magic right away. Without waiting for the old man to finish, Din refused with a cool face. No, thank you. I won't accept. Seeing that he, a former tower master of a magic tower and a level 8 mage, was rejected by this young kid multiple times, the anger of former tower master Siden began to reach its limit, as his two eyes turned white like a wild beast. And he ground his teeth as if he were a rabid dog in need of a rabies shot. Fortunately, before he could lunge and bite Din, Count Aerys' cheerful voice echoed. Ha ha ha, I didn't think you two would be so close. Is that Din? He greeted, seeing his father approach. Yes, father. What are you two discussing? Aerys asked. At this point, Din said, feeling annoyed. He keeps asking me to be his disciple, but I refused. A disciple? Aerys said, glancing at Siden with a meaningful look, making the old man a little embarrassed and turned to persuade Aerys, since he couldn't persuade Denver. Aerys, this son of yours possesses the talent of a great mage. Ha ha ha, is that so? The count chuckled calmly because he knew his son was 100 times more talented than this old man. Returning to Siden, as if afraid Aerys wouldn't believe him, he also patted Din's shoulder firmly and affirmed, perhaps it is even greater than you imagine. He can even use chain spells without any magic layers. Hearing this, Aerys' face changed slightly, and he turned to ask his son to be sure. No magic layers? Is that true, Din? Yes, father, the innocent young man replied. I'm quite sure you don't have any basic magic knowledge at all, Aerys said, smiling. Then this young man's talent becomes even more impressive. Siden replied, and with this compliment from him, Aerys also labeled him as someone with good judgment. Indeed, the former master of the magic tower. You immediately saw my son's talent. It's not just that he has talent, your son is a genius. The kid can even become a rare magic knight/spear user, the old tower master suggested cheerfully. And immediately, in Count Aerys' heart, the image of Din in a knight's outfit, holding a sword high in his hand, appeared, saying, swords are better than spears. Thinking this image, the count's face darkened. Magic knight/spear user? Aerys' voice was heavy. As for Din, seeing this, his alarm bells went off. Oh dear, you shouldn't say that in front of my father, Din yelled inwardly. However, the old man Siden seemed not to notice Aerys' grim face and still smiled brightly. That's right, a magic knight/spear user. You're finally interested, aren't you? If you become my disciple, I guarantee I will take full responsibility. I will turn this kid into the strongest magic knight/spear user in the Empire. At this point, Siden's voice suddenly stopped as he felt a cold gaze directed towards him. What is this? Why do I feel a chill down my spine? Siden wondered aloud, and very quickly he got the answer as Aerys' two eyes turned white like a wild beast and he roared. He absolutely cannot be a magic knight/spear user. Looking at this posture, the old man's whole body shriveled up and he weakly asked, but why? Magic knight/spear users have magic. Don't you see how perfectly suited the kid is? My son Din will not be a magic knight/spear user. He will become a magic spear user, the count roared, startling Siden and making him step back a few paces. What? Is that the problem? After saying that, he turned back to look at Din with a resigned face beside him and could only laugh inwardly. Ha ha ha, why is everyone in this family like this? Time quickly passed. At this moment, Din was reading in his private room, and the matter of becoming Siden's disciple was still undecided. At this moment, the protagonist was researching a little about magic knowledge. For a mage, becoming a disciple had great significance. Mages often nurture their successors through an act called inheritance. This tradition has existed since ancient times and continues even now, even in modern times when widespread magic education has been established. That's right. The master of the magic tower is not just looking for an ordinary disciple, but also a successor. Given that a level 8 archmage is lingering around me like this, my talent must be something truly astonishing. After hearing so many compliments, Din also felt something stirring within his body. At this point, Din's eyes suddenly widened as he remembered a certain memory from when he was a child. Ah, I know. At this moment, an image appeared in Din's mind from when his older sister Arabella brought a crystal ball to him and asked him to pour magic into the crystal ball whenever he wanted to see her. Thinking this, the general immediately opened his closet, took out the magic crystal ball, and happily said, all right, just ask Sister Arabella, and it's settled. In another scene, in a certain area that looked like a library, his older sister Arabella suddenly heard her younger brother's voice. Sister, Arabella, it's me, Din. Hearing the familiar voice, the pen in her hand suddenly stopped, and she happily said, Din, my brother. Next, Din quickly began to tell his sister everything to ask for her opinion, and of course, Arabella, after hearing it, was not without surprise for her younger brother. What? Din? You can use level 1 magic? But you don't even have a magic circle yet. Well, yes, I don't have one, but I can still use it, he shrugged, making her just smile awkwardly. I know you're a genius, but I didn't expect you to be this good. Returning to Din, he then continued, magic circles only function to purify and circulate mana. Maybe it's because my mana is already too pure. Hearing Din's analysis, Arabella also nodded in agreement. That sounds logical. Ah, I have a way to check. Tonight, I'll send you a magic stone through the transmission device in your room. You just need to pour a little mana into it, okay? I understand, Din replied happily, while also sighing at his own luck to have such a sister. My eldest sister is so good to me. Mana is always something that makes me very curious. Advice from a level 6 mage is incredibly helpful. At the other end of the line, as if thinking of something, Arabella also spoke up to remind him, come to think of it, if you can already use magic, you'll attract a lot of attention at the academy, you know. I don't want that, Din said, feeling scared. That's unavoidable. Talent is the most attractive thing. Remember to tell me if you get bullied at school, okay? I'll deal with anyone who dares to touch my brother. Arabella said confidently, making Din remember something at the other end of the line and ask, I almost forgot. I heard you broke the nose of that guy who kept hitting on you? He's the second son of Duke Gel, isn't he? Hearing this, Arabella also remembered that annoying face of the second son and gritted her teeth, saying, don't mention that jerk. She yelled angrily, making the people around her look at her with wary eyes. Seeing this, Arabella quickly lowered her voice and continued, by the way, even without a magic circle, can your mana become even purer over time? In response to this question, the protagonist's voice became hesitant. I don't know either. Then I'll research it later, Arabella nodded. However, before she could talk to her younger brother for a few more breaths, a female student from a distance ran over to remind her, Senior Arabella, the professor is looking for you. Hearing this reminder, although a little reluctant, Arabella still had to say, Din, I have something to do tonight. I'll call you back later. Okay, see you later, sister, Din said. Okay, I'll send you the magic stone as soon as I can. Returning to the protagonist, after waiting for his sister to hang up, the general couldn't help but smile happily. I'll be exposed to a new horizon. I didn't expect my mana to be this pure. Do I have the heart of a dragon or something? As he spoke, Din raised his hand to his chest, as if to feel. In another scene at this moment, the old man Siden, unable to persuade Din to become his disciple, was sighing sadly like a dying person. Oh dear, I'm dying. I used mana to probe him. That made my situation even worse than before. I planned to leave here early, but I can't leave until he accepts my offer. But what would make him agree? Should I give him some magic artifacts? Or my accumulated knowledge from many generations? Siden asked himself, but immediately he shook his head, dismissing the idea. No, that's too much. If I give it to him, and he still doesn't agree, I'll have to leave empty-handed. The more he thought, the more the old man felt like his hair was turning a little grayer. And at this moment, Din's voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. Are you in your room? It's me, Din Souls. Young Master Din is looking for me? Suddenly, a ray of hope flashed in Siden's eyes. Why did he come here? Did he agree to my offer? Thinking this, with anticipation on his face, Siden spoke up. Come in. Hearing this, Din quickly opened the door and stepped inside, then said, Good, you're here. I have something to talk to you about. Huh? What do you want? The old man asked cockily, and after looking at Din's appearance, he suddenly thought Din had come to ask to be his disciple, so he laughed smugly. Ha ha ha. I knew it. You must want to become the disciple of a great level 8 mage like me. The old man laughed gleefully. But before the old man could finish laughing, Din brutally corrected him. No. Hearing this, the smile on Siden's lips immediately vanished, and he clicked his tongue, annoyed. TSK. Then why did you come here? Didn't you say you weren't interested in magic? It's not that I'm not interested in magic. Din shook his head. Then why don't you want to be my disciple? Did you already have a master? Siden asked again, but Din shook his head a second time. No, I don't have a master either. Hearing this, even if you were a mud bodhisattva, the old man would feel a little annoyed inwardly. I'm going crazy. Is this kid messing with me? If not, what on earth did you come here for? Siden gritted his teeth. And of course, Din wasn't bored enough to chat idly with the old man. I don't know how to develop to level 2. It's hard for my eldest sister to teach me because she's far away. After all, the best way is to learn from Mr. Siden. He still owes me a life. Thinking this, Din wanted to take advantage of this life-saving debt and said, I don't just want to be a normal mage. Across from him, the old man also thought a little and said, What? So, you want to become a magic spear user? No. I will become a magic spear user, assassin, summoner. The general said a long, complicated profession, making Siden's mouth widen like a bowl. What? Does that profession really exist? He scratched his head and said. But that wasn't all. And a swordsman too, Din added, and regarding this profession of his, Siden could only shake his head. Truly foolish. It's hard to say. You still decided to refuse me even when you don't know this is your only chance. That's right, Din replied calmly, and with this determined tone, Siden began to fall into a moment of thought. Damn it. He's too determined, the old man sighed inwardly. However, at difficult times, his mind seemed to start working, helping him come up with an idea. Maybe that way will work. Thinking this, Siden immediately slammed the table and yelled, Do you want a letter of recommendation? I heard you want to go to the academy, right? If I write you a letter of recommendation, you'll be directly accepted. Siden said excitedly, and standing before such a delicious bait, Din found it incredibly tempting. This condition is truly very attractive. All right, he sighed. Excellent. Now let's discuss the details. Siden cheered. Can I set a condition? Din asked additionally, and regarding his words, the old man laughed inwardly as if it were a harvest season. He's interested. I will seize this opportunity and make him unable to escape. Thinking this, he said heartily, of course. Go ahead and say it. Ah, then can you teach me how level 2 magic works? Of course I can. I understand all types of magic in this world, Siden said, patting his chest confidently. Oh, is that really true? Then I'll rely entirely on you, the protagonist said with a voice filled with anticipation. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. The old man waved his hand, while saying to himself, he's still very young. A letter of recommendation and the mechanism of level 2 magic are nothing to me. Thinking this, the old man wanted to immediately show off his great knowledge. So, shall we start now? Although my condition isn't very good, it's fine. Okay, let's start, Din said, nodding. He's completely fallen into my trap, Siden chuckled inwardly. However, contrary to what the old man fantasized, Din wasn't that foolish. Ah, I'll consider this as my repayment for saving you in the forest, Din said, and hearing this, Siden's face across from him became stunned, and he asked, what? Well, you said it yourself. You owe me a life-saving debt, so I can ask you for anything. What I want, I've already said, Din said, smiling very shrewdly, making the old man's eyes pop out. Wait, so what about becoming my disciple? Of course, never, Din said, shaking his head. Hearing this, no matter how foolish Siden might have been, he had realized he had been completely played by Denver. Huh? I was tricked? Tricked by a 14-year-old kid? Thinking this, the old man's mind started working again, making him realize the special point in Din's request, and he yelled, wait a minute. You asked me for 2 things, but I only owe you 1 favor. In response to this questioning, Din said indifferently, huh? I don't think so. First, I saved you from the forest. Second, I also removed the poison from your body. Moreover, I even had to carry you back from there, but I didn't count that. The protagonist confidently listed his services of saving the old man's life, making the old man's face look like he had lost his rice bowl. How can this child be so shrewd? Heavens! My back hurts a little now, Siden lamented inwardly. In short, the wisdom of old age could not defeat the enthusiasm of youth. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifts to the training ground. Having been trapped by Din, they were now there to practice magic. But of course, Siden didn't plan to give up easily. Let's see. It's all right. If I continue to persuade him, maybe in the future he will change his mind. It would be extraordinary to just let such innate talent pass by. Thinking this, the old man began to go into instruction. The fact that you condensed your mana core before your magic circle is not worth mentioning. The important thing is being able to use magic even without a magic circle. The method of transporting level 2 magic that I'm about to explain is very complicated. Countless people have given up at this step, so listen carefully next. As he spoke, Siden arrogantly glanced at Din behind him. All right, Din calmly agreed. Ha ha ha, look at those sparkling eyes. But I won't let you achieve your goal easily. I'll show you what respect is, the Tower Master yelled inwardly. Finally, the lesson officially began. Level 2 magic is completely different from level 1. It's because you have to calculate the amount of mana, the level of mana floating in the air, and even your physical condition at that time. The reason why most people give up learning magic is that it's very complicated, the old man explained, while Din attentively took out his small notebook and jotted down the important things. Seeing his focused posture, Siden was a little skeptical inwardly. Huh? Do you understand what I'm saying? This kid will definitely have to beg me to explain in simpler terms. Thinking of the image of Din having to beg him, the old man smirked. Basically, that's it. Do you understand? In response to these words, Din nodded confidently. Yes, I understand. I have a lot to learn, not just how magic works, but also things I didn't know. Across from him, Din's words were completely outside Siden's expectations, making the old man completely confused. What? Did you really understand everything? Then tell me about the law of magic operation. Returning to Din, after hearing the question, he answered casually while writing with his pen. The first law is coexistence. Magic power can coexist with the physical world and other sources of mana. Through coexistence, mages use their own magic power and the surrounding magic power to use magic. The second law is conservation. If magic power collects enough material elements, then through conservation, it can use magic through all different elemental attributes. Over here, upon hearing Din speak this, Siden was completely frozen like a block of wood. Unbelievable. He completely understands the essence of magic, and he even added his own interpretation. Most people find this boring, but it seems he doesn't feel that way. How can someone like this exist? The old man sighed inwardly. Next, because Din had answered this question perfectly, he also began to go deeper into the lecture. Each time you level up, magic becomes exponentially more complex. Instead of explaining, I'll demonstrate for you. At this point, the old man stopped for a moment and waved his hand to the side, causing his arm to be covered by blue energy streams, and very quickly these energy streams intertwined, forming a grid pattern. Looking at this pattern, the old man Siden turned and said to Din, for example, this is level 1 magic, which can be cast by using simple laws. However, from level 2 onwards, it's different. Level 1 cannot be compared. After saying that, he began to continue giving examples, creating larger energy streams with countless mysterious characters floating around. This is how level 2 magic works, the old man said calmly. Over here, looking at the example magic created by Siden, Tienne also felt the complexity had truly increased by a completely different level. They intertwine in a very complex way. It feels even harder than the theory, Tienne frowned, thinking. Returning to the old man Siden, seeing the change on Tienne's face, he also smiled. How is it? This is the magic that creates level 2 fire magic. Fire missile. Also, if you want more, you need to cast the same magic multiple times. You must be very surprised, right? You've never seen how level 2 magic works before, Siden said inwardly and continued. It looks complicated, doesn't it? Most people take at least a year after being able to freely use level 1 magic before they start using level 2 magic. No matter how intelligent you are, you can only understand a part of magic. The important thing here is the loss. If you can't understand that, then nothing else matters. I will observe you for about a week and then gradually explain the techniques, Siden planned inwardly. However, he still underestimated a genius like Tienne a little. Should I try? He asked, making the old man snap out of his train of thought. Huh? You? Well, it will be hard, but go ahead and try, Siden said casually, thinking that Tienne definitely wouldn't be able to do it. All right then, Tienne replied calmly. Next, he copied what he had observed, imitating Siden, causing his body to be covered by countless gentle energy streams, and very quickly, he successfully performed that grid magic. This is level 1 magic, right? Tienne asked. That's right, Siden said, nodding, while also a little surprised inwardly. Oh, he can create lines of specific length and width. Impressive. So, he's used level 1 simply. Over here, seeing the old man confirm, he proceeded to use level 2 magic. And this is what you just showed me. After saying that, the energy around Tienne suddenly changed, becoming twisted, exactly like the level 2 magic that Siden had used just now. And at this moment, Siden didn't know what to say to fit the image before his eyes. Is that true? He perfectly copied the mechanism of level 2 magic. He understood immediately after just seeing me perform it once. Thinking this, a sense of curiosity surged within the old man, and he asked, how did you do that? When I observed, I memorized the laws and patterns. When I shaped the magic in my mind, it wasn't that difficult, Tienne explained lightly, and although Tienne made it sound simple, Siden knew very well how incredibly difficult this was. Truly beyond imagination. Even a magic genius like me took some time to use level 2 magic. Yet this young man can materialize it without needing magic layers, he thought in surprise inwardly. However, the surprise was not yet over because immediately after, the protagonist decided to go a step further by proposing, then I'll also try using fire missile. Wait a minute. What? Siden asked again, but Tienne didn't have time to repeat himself. He immediately held out both hands to the sides and concentrated his spirit, controlling his mana streams, causing them to turn into light streams flying around him. Then, from within these light streams, fire arrows suddenly appeared in the air, and seeing his magic succeed, Tienne was a little happy. Oh, it seems it worked. Returning to Siden, looking at the young teenager who was happy because his magic had been performed, he only felt utter disbelief. Absurd. Completely unreasonable. If I had talent like that, I could have completed the level 9 dream. Unaware of his thoughts, after bringing the arrows closer to himself, Tienne also turned and asked, am I doing it right? Very impressive. You learned everything I taught you very quickly, the old man said while coughing a few times, while Tienne himself also felt surprised. Yes, I'm also surprised I could do it on the first try. Speaking of Siden, at this moment, he was truly a little afraid of Tienne's terrifying talent. A mage without magic layers? The world will be in chaos when they see him. I have to hide this talent because all sorts of people will try to approach and bother the kid, at least until he becomes my disciple. I should think about how to write the recommendation letter to the academy, Siden reminded himself and continued. All right, let's move on to another magic. Yes, sir, Tienne replied. And just like that, time quickly passed until evening. At this moment, as he lay in bed, Tienne began to think about the next period. The academy. I need to seriously prepare in the remaining 2 months. My preference is to be able to use summoning magic to a certain extent. I'll aim to officially enroll in the summoning magic class, receive the summoning mark, and have the opportunity to participate in the evaluation exam. Since Sister Claude is an assistant professor, I'll definitely see her often when I enroll, right? Saying this, Tienne also turned to look at the egg in the display case beside him and murmured, I forgot to infuse my good friend with magic. Thinking this, he habitually began to channel his mana into the egg. While channeling, he also thought, for 7 years, I've diligently infused it with magic day and night, but it still hasn't shown any reaction. However, if the magic I infuse into it doesn't go anywhere else, and it has absorbed this energy, then it will definitely hatch someday, Tienne thought inwardly with an expectant look. Time quickly passed, 2 weeks later. At this moment, Tienne and Siden were meeting with Aerys to propose something. What? You want to make a magic potion sample? Aerys exclaimed in surprise. Yes, father. Since there aren't enough ingredients, I'll need to go outside the territory, Tienne replied. Already trying to make potions? The Count asked, looking confused, while beside him, Tower Master Siden confirmed, don't worry about the kid. He's already learned the mechanics of level 4 magic. Returning to Aerys, Although he knew his son was incredibly talented, every time he heard about his achievements, he was still amazed. Doesn't it usually take a month to finish learning level 1? Information about magic potion samples isn't that easy to find. Where did you learn that? In response to this question, Din smiled brightly. I learned it from reading magic books in the library. They made me very interested. Hearing him say this, the old man sighed and also smiled. Ha ha ha, as expected of a genius. I never thought you would be so curious about magic potion samples. Many people find it very boring, but for you, just choosing materials is fun. Definitely. Across from him, seeing their cheerful appearance, Aker thought for a moment and agreed. All right, this will be a valuable experience for you. Since you'll be going out, check out the territory too. Yes, father, Din replied. Next, the three of them, Din, Haemin, and Siden, left their mansion and walked onto the street. And the moment he appeared, he caused an uproar as people recognized him. It's young Master Din. Young Master. He's carrying snacks. Apparently, they're new products. That silver hair. It looks beautiful fluttering in the wind today. Various greetings to the young master echoed everywhere. And the protagonist wasn't arrogant. He turned and nodded, smiling at them. I hope everyone is well. I'll be back for snacks later. Beside him, the old mage Siden, looking at how the people treated this young master, stroked his beard and thought inwardly, it seems Count Souls isn't a bad person. Well, judging by how he treats me, that's true. Thinking this, he looked at the lively scene around him and remarked, down here in the south, there are so many delicious things to eat, the weather is pleasant, and the people are friendly. It's a sight rarely seen in the capital. Yes, this place is very warm, Din replied. So, how much longer until we reach the magic tool shop? Siden asked. However, for a homebody who spent all his time cooped up in the mansion, this question was truly difficult for Denver. Well, I'm not sure, because I've never been there before. What? Siden exclaimed in surprise, while the protagonist took the opportunity to turn to his butler. Haemin, could you lead the way for us from here? Yes, young master, Haemin said, nodding. Then he spurred his horse and rode ahead, leading the group. As he went, he said, it's not far from here. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifts to the magic tool shop. At this moment, Din's group had just arrived, and the moment they stepped in, the owner enthusiastically said, oh dear, is it really young Master Din? Your silver hair and emerald eyes are as incredible as the rumors say. Thank you for welcoming us. How has your business been lately? Din asked, nodding in greeting. Facing this question, the shop owner shrugged and said, it's still the same. Not many people in the territory come to buy magic tools. I only sell to foreigners and those interested in magic. Saying this, as if she recognized the old man Siden's identity, she respectfully said, I didn't expect to have the honor of meeting the former master of the magic tower, Sir Siden, in this place. Hearing the greeting, the old man smiled back, while Din was a little surprised. She recognized him with just a glance? That's right. Not many people become masters of magic towers in the Empire, except for this deity here. Returning to the shop owner, knowing they had come for something they needed, she didn't waste their time anymore. Please feel free to look around the shop. If you need anything, just call me. After saying that, she left them to browse freely. Since this is your first time visiting a magic tool shop, feel free to look around. I'll chat with the shop owner for a bit, Siden said. All right, Haemin replied. Then, while the old man was flirting, Din took the opportunity to look at all the different items and vials on the wooden shelves and exclaimed, wow, this place has many interesting things. And there's something strange too. A rather familiar feeling, the general wondered inwardly. Moreover, if I touch a magic tool, I can see its magic reaction. It must be because my magic sensitivity is quite high. Thinking this, Din suddenly felt a strange aura that drew his attention. What is that? A rather strong reaction is coming from over there. What is it? As he spoke, he looked towards the place where he felt the aura, and on this side, the shop owner, seeing Din's expression, spoke up to remind him, young master, those are just decorations. Oh, is that so? Din muttered inwardly, while the old mage Siden turned and said, why don't you come over here and look at some potion ingredients? Moon Petal is quite good. In response to his words, the shop owner also took the opportunity to promote her product. That is a perfect choice. There are at least 50 types of potions containing Moon Petal. The ones I grow myself are of excellent quality. Returning to Din at this moment, he was still feeling uneasy about the strange feeling he had sensed. It's really strange, he muttered inwardly before he felt the location of this aura more clearly and immediately turned around to look. It turned out that the entire feeling was coming from a stone among the decorations. That's right. It's that. That stone is resonating, the deity thought and quickly rushed towards the stone, making the butler Haemin behind him a little puzzled. Young master, is something wrong? I feel something from this stone, Din explained. Seeing this, Haemin also looked at the stone, then shook his head. Huh? It's just an ordinary decoration. I'm not sure either, but this stone is really strange. As he spoke, he reached out and tightly grasped the stone to examine it, and very quickly, he got his answer. I see. The more magic I channel into it, the stronger the reaction. Could it be that it only reacts to my magic? Unaware of the stone's strangeness, the shop owner on this side was still introducing her products. Your eyes are very good, sir. Using it as a sample is too perfect. Let's see, then I'll take this pile of moon petal and a few goblin berries. May I ask what this is? Din said, holding up the stone in his hand, and hearing the question. The shop owner turned to look at the object in his hand and exclaimed in surprise, "Where did you get that stone?" "What about that stone?" Siden asked, puzzled. "Ah, no, those are just decorations," she waved her hand and said. And to this answer, Din became even more confused. Decorations? Impossible. What kind of decoration reacts to magic? Speaking of the shop owner, for some reason, looking at the stone in Din's hand, her face began to frown. Just looking at that stone makes me annoyed. Hearing this, the old mage was interested and turned to ask, "What's wrong? Were you tricked by someone?" On this side, the shop owner began to sigh. "A few years ago, some street vendors paid me with a large package. When I opened it, it was just this stone. The vendor had already left, and I didn't know what it was, so I had it appraised, but in the end, it was just a useless stone. I didn't know where to put it, so I just put it there." "That's strange. This stone is clearly not ordinary," Din wondered inwardly, but instead of voicing his suspicion to the old mage Siden beside him, he decided to keep it to himself. Speaking of the shop owner, seeing that Din wasn't choosing anything, she spoke up to suggest, "Young master, if you want something better, look over here. I have some very special magic artifacts. I'll show you." After saying that, the lady quickly took out a scroll and introduced it. This is a name card scroll. Not paying attention to the advertisements, Din was still focused on the stone in his hand. "Although there are many interesting things here, I only want this one. I wonder what it is." Unaware of Din's thoughts, the lady on this side continued her enthusiastic introduction. "If you place it inside, it will automatically save the information you want, and you just need to call the person's name, and their name card will appear. Also, you don't need to wait for her to finish." Din on this side interrupted, "I'll take the name card scroll and this stone." Putting the name card aside, the fact that Din also took the useless stone surprised the shop owner. "Huh? Why would you want that useless stone?" On the other side, the tower master also asked curiously, "What are you planning to do with it?" In response to the words of both of them, Din just smiled without explaining much. Just like that, after getting what they needed, they quickly left the shop, and as they walked, the old man Siden took the opportunity to say, "I didn't expect you to be interested in decorations or art, or perhaps there's something special about that stone?" Seeing the old man had figured him out, Din just laughed a few times. "Ha ha ha, you noticed? Well, of course. Otherwise, why would you want to buy a useless stone like that?" he said calmly, and at this point, knowing he couldn't hide it anymore, Din revealed a little bit of accurate information. "This stone is definitely not just an ordinary decoration. It can react to my magic." Hearing this young kid say that, Siden's face gradually showed a little interest. "Is that so? I'm not sure what that stone is, but hearing you say that makes me curious. It's too crowded here. Let's go back to the mansion to examine it more thoroughly." "All right," Din nodded, and the group quickly spurred their horses to return to the mansion faster. Time quickly passed until the afternoon. At this moment, both of them were preparing to begin their work of researching the stone. "Do you know what it is?" Din asked. "You're underestimating my priceless testing tools, aren't you? With these, we'll know what it is, although a mage appraised it and said it was nothing special." Din asked again. Hearing him say this, the old man's eyes showed a little contempt. No matter what he said, how can it compare to this thing of mine? I spend all my money on this pile of advanced tools. It can analyze anything you put on it," Siden said, turning to look at the magic tool he had just taken out of his spatial inventory. And seeing him confidently affirm this, Din's eyes showed a little anticipation. "Great, let's try it right away." "All right, I'm quite eager to." "Just place the stone on here and channel your magic into it," the old tower master said, placing the stone piece on the star-shaped symbol, and as soon as he channeled magic into it, the hidden magic circles inside the device activated and began to analyze the item. "There's something truly special. Finally, I can proudly puff out my chest." The old man chuckled inwardly, and very quickly, countless energy streams shot out from within the star symbol. Looking at the ancient runes inside the energy streams, Din gasped. "It's magic code." On this side, with his knowledge, Siden also noticed the unusual point and pointed out, "That's right, but it's not ordinary magic." Looking at the incredibly complex magic streams flying in the air, Din could only stand there with wide eyes. Truly astonishing. This is magic containing laws, structure, and casting methods I've never seen before. Perhaps it's as complex as level 6 or even level 7 magic. Thinking this, everything began to become clearer. "So, the magic hidden within the stone is that magic code?" Din murmured. And the old man on this side also smiled and said, "Just as you said, your magic is the key to unlocking that magic code. I say that because it only reacts to your magic." Returning to Din, hearing the tower master's words, he began to feel curious inwardly. "So, what is it? What is the magic hidden inside this stone? Why does it only react to my magic?" The more the protagonist thought, the more confused he felt, while the tower master on this side also wanted to try analyzing the magic. "Let's see. This sealing magic is a bit unfamiliar to me, but since I am the former master of the magic tower, I will try." Returning to Din, seeing the old man personally handling it, he also turned and asked, "If it succeeds, perhaps I can find out why my magic is different from everyone else." "Perhaps. I hope it succeeds," Siden said, nodding. In another scene, in young lady Arabella's private laboratory, at this moment, she was reviewing a pile of analysis reports she had carefully pasted on the wall and murmured, "As expected, it's different. It's clearly different from ordinary magic. Special property. There is a special property of Din's magic that he shared with me that even I don't have. However, which field of magic does this magic fit into? The results don't include magic potion, magic gate, magic technique. If it's not magic belonging to these fields, then what is it? The lady thought deeply until a flash of light suddenly appeared in her mind, reminding her. That's right, there is a field of magic that has been lost. Lost magic. Din's magic might fit it. Thinking this, she quickly checked her magic books. Where did I put them? Here they are. Alchemy, divination, spirit, necromancy, and there's even a primitive magic code. As Arabella spoke, she quickly searched until her hand accidentally hit a book, sending it flying to the ground. Huh? This is an ancient magic book, she exclaimed in surprise, while wiping the dust off the cover, as if it hadn't been touched in a very long time. Thinking back, there was an ancient magic kingdom that existed a very long time ago. In addition, there was magic inherited from Akina. Because it was ancient magic from 2,000 years ago, no one knew how to use it. Thinking this, Arabella chuckled a few times, mocking herself. Ha ha, what am I saying? Ancient magic disappeared 2,000 years ago. Din's magic can't possibly fit it. After laughing, the lady's face became thoughtful. Anyway, I have nothing to lose. Let's just try it. As soon as she thought it, she immediately began to use her magic to affect the typewriter in front of her, and very quickly, the typewriter began to print out a sheet of paper, returning the result to her. Something is starting to appear. Next, after waiting for the machine to finish writing, Arabella quickly seized the opportunity to check the result. What is it? Alchemy? Divination? Or? I hope it's not necromancy. As she spoke, Arabella's eyes narrowed, and she didn't know what was recorded inside, but after reading just a little, a lightning bolt truly struck her mind. Impossible! What the hell is this? Arabella yelled. Returning to Din's group, with his magic power, Siden quickly finished breaking the seal. At this moment, the stone suddenly shattered into many pieces, making the old man's face show a little happiness. The seal is broken. There's something inside, Din said, frowning. That's right. I'll take it out, Siden nodded. Then, from within the stone fragments, the old man took out a very ordinary-looking bracelet. A silver bracelet? Din asked in surprise, while the old man's eyes widened when they had expected so much but received this pile of junk. It looks like the kind of bracelet anyone can buy in the market. Heavens. I thought there would be something special inside this material, but I don't see anything. This is it. Since it only reacts to your magic, you should try wearing it, Siden said, casually tossing the bracelet to Din. Seeing this, Din took the bracelet and slowly put it on his wrist, and just as they had predicted, as soon as Din put on the bracelet, it suddenly emitted a soft blue light, changing the old man's expression. Oh, as expected, it started to react. Returning to Din, at this moment, he also noticed the change in the bracelet and said, Huh? I see some strange characters here. What is this? Let's see, Siden said, widening his eyes to examine the tiny characters. Do you know what they are? Din asked curiously, and very quickly, with just a glance, the old man recognized what they were. These are. That's right. These characters are ancient runes that no one in this world can read. Ancient runes? You're talking about? Din asked, confused. They are the characters used by the ancient magic kingdom of Akina, the old man said calmly, and the protagonist had heard the story of this ancient kingdom before. Akina. I heard Arabella talk about it when I was young. She said it was a time when every smallest item was created from magic, but then one day, that era ended. The only things left are some ruins and stories that were passed down, in this magic code. Speaking of Siden, knowing that Din was related to the long-lost magic kingdom, his face was filled with interest. Ha ha ha. I knew your magic was very special, but I didn't expect it to be related to the ancient magic kingdom. So that must be why I could move easily in the forest these past few days, Din said, nodding in reply. It seems so. Because the magic from that forest originated from Akina, the old man said, glancing at him, and his desire for Din to become his disciple became even stronger. Returning to the protagonist, after looking at the bracelet and feeling it for a moment, he shook his head. But I don't see anything else in this bracelet. In response to these words, the former tower master didn't know much, so he could only offer him some advice. You can study it gradually. However, don't tell anyone about this. Yes, I will follow your instructions, Din said, nodding. Then, immediately after, both of them suddenly heard a strange sound, as if something had just cracked. What is that noise? They both said in unison. Don't tell me this warning sound is from a monster attacking? Siden said, worried. This was understandable, as he was currently in a state where he couldn't tie a chicken. However, at this very moment, after checking and feeling again, Siden realized he could use his mana normally without causing any harm to his body anymore. And thanks to this, the old man once again regained his inherent confidence. Ha ha ha, excellent. My body is almost completely recovered. Let me relax a bit, shall I? Finally, I can repay the favor. Saying this, the old man became restless, wanting to smash something to celebrate, so he turned to Din and said, What are you doing? Go get your spear or something. What is that? It makes a sound like it's coming from over there. Seeing the old man beside him getting so agitated, Din calmly explained, This sound has nothing to do with monsters. This sound means my eldest sister is trying to contact me. He said, looking at the pendant in front of him that was continuously making phone-like beeping sounds, and this explanation from him completely dampened the old man's mood. What? You should have said so from the beginning. Ha ha ha, there's no way a monster would appear in this area. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll talk to my eldest sister for a bit, Tienne replied awkwardly. Then, immediately after, he contacted his older sister, Arabella. Yes, sister, is something wrong? At the other end of the line, seeing that her younger brother had taken so long to answer, Arabella was a little annoyed. Tienne, why did you take so long to answer me? Sorry, sister. Is there something you need to talk about? Tienne asked. Hearing this, Arabella now got to the main point. While I was analyzing your magic code. Speaking of which, she seemed to feel something, so she stopped for a moment and asked, wait, is someone next to you? No, Tienne replied. Don't tell me you also realized my magic is ancient, he asked again, as if he had guessed something. What? How did you know that? Arabella yelled. Next, after explaining everything, Arabella finally understood the situation. Ah, so that's it. While you and Sir Siden were analyzing a stone, you guessed it was from the ancient magic kingdom, and you said that stone only reacted to your magic. Yes, that's right, Tienne nodded, while Siden on this side, seeing that Arabella also knew Tienne's magic was ancient, his teeth clenched together. The kid realized that just by analyzing his magic? I knew the kid was a genius, but she's even more talented than I imagined, he sighed inwardly. Returning to Arabella, after clarifying everything, she asked worriedly, does anyone else know about this? No, Tienne replied. Excellent. Tienne, listen carefully to what I'm saying. Sir Siden, please listen carefully too. It's best you keep this a secret. If you reveal this now, you won't be able to handle the consequences, Tienne said, referring to her. Speaking of the old man, hearing Arabella mention him, he coughed a few times. Ahem. Miss Arabella, I've heard quite a bit about you from Denver. Oh, it's Sir Siden. I realize I got straight to the point and forgot to introduce myself. Don't worry too much. I will keep this a secret because if this matter were to get out now, not only Tienne but the entire Souls family would be in great trouble, the old man affirmed. As expected of you, sir. You immediately understood this matter, Arabella said happily. Is this conversation recorded? He asked again. No, it's not. As soon as this conversation ends, it will automatically disappear. Good. No one wants to leave loose evidence lying around. Besides, I plan to return to the magic tower to investigate this matter, Siden added. Thank you for helping us. No, Miss Arabella. I am doing this out of the sense of responsibility of a mage. So, it's nothing, the old man waved his hand. Then, as if thinking of something, he turned and asked, while we're talking, I heard you were looking for a magic tower to join. Is that right? Have you decided which magic tower you will join? Speaking of Arabella, hearing this, she understood what the old man Siden meant. Not yet. However, I am not considering the Nixon magic tower. It doesn't specialize in the field I prefer, the lady said awkwardly. Before, I wondered who that kid was like to be so decisive. It seems he takes after his older sister, Siden thought inwardly, but very quickly, his focus was still on Tienne, so Arabella's refusal didn't disappoint him too much. Oh, I see. Anyway, you don't necessarily have to come from our tower. In response to these words, Arabella spoke up to comfort him. I'm sure there will be talented people out there who will join your magic tower. Anyway, we'll discuss the details tonight, okay? Okay. Take care, sister. Tienne nodded and quickly ended the connection of the device. After seeing their conversation end, the old tower master also nodded and said, your sister has become quite skilled. Hearing him say that, Tienne was a little proud. Well, obviously. That item was also created by her. She said this compact crystal ball is the trend among young mages these days. Returning to Siden, looking at the communication item in Tienne's hand, he shook his head slightly. Yes, it's impressive, but I don't need an item like that. When people reach level 8, communicating with others isn't what they desire. If there's something important to say, they just need to meet me directly, right? Yes, I understand, Tienne said, making the old man happy, while also guessing that it seemed the old man Siden didn't have any friends. Ignoring this matter, Tienne quickly told his parents about owning ancient magic. You said ancient magic? That makes me a little worried, Aerys said. Ha, father, don't worry. Nothing will happen, Tienne laughed. But if anyone targets you, I will make them pay, the count said firmly, and beside him, Duchess Lily also promised, that sounds good. Mother will silence anyone who targets you in my own way. Returning to Tienne, seeing his parents so eager for a fight, he began to break out in a cold sweat for anyone who planned to mess with him. Ha, they're full of killing intent. But with them protecting me, I'm safe. There's nothing to worry about, he thought inwardly. Next, Aerys also began to stroke his chin and think for a moment, and said, but if that's true, then it means there is ancient magic hidden in our lineage, right? Hearing him voice his guess, Duchess Lily also nodded and said, that's a good question. And we don't know if any of our ancestors had it. I'll check my family's side. Seeing both of them saying this, Tienne felt a little anticipation inwardly. If both sides of the family investigate this, what will they find? It's not really important, but I'm curious. Putting the matter of ancient magic aside, Duchess Lily's face was a little thoughtful as she turned to her son and said, anyway, it seems you've reached more than one limit here, Denver. If you keep staying here, it will hinder your further development. You should consider moving to the capital from now on. Hearing this, Den's face became a little confused. The capital? He asked dazedly, and Count Acre nodded. That's right. You know, you have to be at least 14 years old to be allowed into the academy, and now you are old enough. Actually, I wanted to keep you for another year or two before sending you off, but it seems there's nothing left for you to learn here. Turning to Duchess Lily, as if seeing Den's worry, she gently took his hand and advised him. Den, if you choose to do so, you can leave whenever you want. Hearing this, the protagonist was a little surprised and thought, I didn't expect them to think that way. Den, you will do well. Go and fulfill your talent as you wish, Acre said, smiling, and before the encouragement of his parents, the protagonist no longer hesitated. Yes, I understand what father and mother are saying. I will prepare to enroll in the academy. Choosing that is good, Acre nodded. Excellent. It's time for me to move up another level, the protagonist said to himself. Time quickly passed. At this moment, Den also told Siden about his intention. Oh, so that's your choice? He asked. Yes, but it's a little sooner than I expected, Den said, sighing. You've made a very good choice. Staying here any longer would only limit your talent. That would be a waste. Also, I have this piece of advice for you. Don't immediately reveal too much of your talent. Although the academy itself is a place that welcomes talent, not everyone thinks that way, the old mage said in a serious tone, and with 2 lifetimes of experience, Den also understood part of this. That's right. Before, Sister Arabella also told me. She had to face people insulting her. Returning to Siden, well, ordinary kids won't keep up. But the Thiam family is another story, the old man nodded, making Den begin to recall the young girl Layla. Ah, that's right. Come to think of it, I told her I would visit her if I came to the capital. If I don't visit her, she'll be very disappointed. While I'm at it, I should think about what weapon to make with the mark Duke Thermian gave me before, Den thought inwardly. Unaware of the protagonist's current thoughts, the old man across from him stroked his beard and thought for a moment, then said, let's see. If you have 3 months left until you join the academy, then you should leave here after 2 months. Hearing this, Den nodded in agreement. That seems logical. What about you, sir? Hearing the question, the old man stated his plans. I plan to return to the magic tower. I think I have something I need to do. Thanks to you, I no longer feel bored. If I find any clues about ancient magic or anything related to it, I will let you know. Really? If that's possible, I'd be very grateful. Den said quickly. Then the remaining issue is your lessons. If there's little time left, we have to speed up to reach level 3. It's very difficult. Level 2 is nothing compared to level 3. Yes, I will study diligently, and I have also prepared a gift for you. A gift? Siden's voice was a little surprised, and Den on this side took out a small wooden box from his spatial inventory, placed it in front of him, and nodded. That's right. My sister sent me this using spatial magic yesterday. It's an item that was just released. At this moment, following the eyes of both of them, inside the box was a small stone. This is a new compact crystal ball, not yet on the market. Arabella invented this new product. She cherishes me, so when I asked, she gave it to me immediately. Across from him, the old man Siden, as if seeing a new toy, quickly picked up the stone, and his eyes shone brightly. Oh, it's quite small and pretty. Well, I don't need this, but I'll be kind enough to accept the gift you've prepared for me. Oh, I can record my mana in this. Yes, please use it to contact me. Although he declared he didn't need it, he seemed very enthusiastic. Den thought inwardly and began to instruct the old man on how to use the modern device. Yes, you do that here. Ha ha ha. This thing is simple and easy to use, he said happily, making Den start to feel a little worried inwardly. I guess he won't contact me often, right? Time quickly passed until evening. At this moment, the protagonist suddenly felt a little thoughtful about the time ahead. The academy. I need to seriously prepare in the remaining 2 months. My preference is to be able to use summoning magic to a certain extent. I will set a goal to officially enter the summoning magic class, receive the summoning mark, and have a chance to participate in the evaluation exam. Since Sister Claude is an assistant professor, I will definitely see her often when I enroll, right? Saying this, Den also turned to look at the egg placed in the display case beside him and murmured, Ah, I forgot to infuse that close friend with magic. Thinking this, he habitually began to channel his mana into the egg. While channeling, he also thought, for 7 consecutive years, I have worked diligently to infuse it with magic all day and night, but it still hasn't shown any reaction. However, if the magic I infused into it didn't go elsewhere, and it has absorbed this energy, then it will definitely hatch one day. Den thought inwardly with a very expectant look. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifts to young Lady Arabella. At this moment, she was explaining the academy exams to the protagonist. One general exam and one specialized exam. At the other end of the line, the protagonist, after hearing this, understood a little but still had to ask more. Is that so? Can you explain in more detail, sister? Let's see. The general exam is a preliminary screening form to classify candidates. It's an exam on culture, history, and issues related to the empire. For you, you can definitely pass without any problems. Of course, the better you do, the more advantageous it is because it's calculated into the admission score. The next exam is the specialized exam. As the name suggests, you will choose a major and take an exam on it. The content of the exam depends on the professor, but I believe you will definitely pass. Moreover, you also have a letter of recommendation, don't you? Arabella said confidently, without any worry about Din's ability. Ah, I see. My sisters also passed easily, right? Din asked. That's right. It really wasn't difficult at all, Arabella said, shrugging before reminding her younger brother. However, once you choose a major, you will have to stick to the chosen major in the specialized exam, unless you want to change majors later. That's right. So you have to choose very carefully at first. As for me, I still don't hope that our youngest brother will choose a magic major. At the other end of the line, Din, who was practicing swords, could only laugh awkwardly. Ha ha, sister still hasn't given up, huh? Alright, I'll think about it. So, if I want to change majors after enrolling, the only way is to switch majors, he asked additionally. Normally, that's the case, unless you graduate and want to start over. Of course, you can also take other specialized classes. However, usually from the third year onwards, advanced specialized classes will not allow students from other majors to participate, Arabella explained slowly, and with this information, Din was lost in thought for a moment and said, then I'll have to choose a single major to study. At the other end of the line, as if thinking of something, Arabella immediately reminded him. Ah, that's right. There's a program called Self-Selected Major for talented people like Denver. There's even that? That sounds interesting, Din exclaimed. However, this matter was not easy at all, so Arabella had to remind her younger brother. But unless they deliberately fail, no one wants to register for that, Arabella said, shaking her head. Why? Din asked curiously. Because so far, no one has passed that exam. Ah, I see, the protagonist said, nodding. And hearing his voice, Arabella's footsteps on this side stopped for a moment, and she asked worriedly, don't tell me you're thinking of trying that. No, no way, sister. Sir Siden has arrived. I'll contact you later. Din denied it and immediately hung up the connection. And at this moment, Arabella had a little regret. Was I too pushy? No, but magic is still better. At the same time, a female voice echoed from ahead. Senior Arabella, the professor is looking for you. All right, I'll be right there. Returning to the old man Siden that afternoon, he brought Din the recommendation letter he had promised. Here, the recommendation letter I promised you, he said, holding out his recommendation letter. Across from him, Din quickly accepted the letter and said, you really wrote it for me? In response to his words, the old man stroked his beard and puffed out his chest. Not just the format, I also put careful thought into the content. I've written a few recommendation letters before, but this is the first time I put so much effort into one. Consider it an honor. Looking at the old man's face, although a little arrogant, there was no denying the effort he had put into writing the letter, so Din truly felt a little grateful inwardly. Yes, I will try not to disappoint you. Returning to Siden, looking at Din, he suddenly sighed. If only you wanted to be my student, I would know what to do. But even if I accept you as a student, I don't think you would obediently call me master. His words struck directly at the heart, making Din's breathing stop for a moment. Ha ha, how did he know that? The deity said awkwardly in his mind. Ignoring this matter, Siden also turned and asked, have you finished preparing for the trip? Yes, sir. Actually, I don't have much to bring. Besides, the academy dorm facilities are already very good, so most of the necessary things are already provided. Hearing him say this, the old man clicked his tongue and shook his head, giving him a little advice based on experience. The facilities are indeed good, but there are just some people who are monopolizing them. But you are not the type of person who will give in to those people, right? Ha ha ha. Hearing him say that, it seems the academy is like a collection of evil nobles, Din thought while giving a wry smile. And immediately, Siden caught this expression. The old man immediately guessed his thoughts and reminded him, don't forget this. That place might be a bit harsh. If you show disrespect, many people will immediately show their true colors and bare their fangs. Over here, hearing the reminder, he quickly withdrew his mindset and thought, it's probably not much different from a battlefield. After thinking, he nodded and affirmed, yes, I understand. Seeing this, the old man also added, if you need anything, just contact me. That thing you called a crystal ball is truly very useful. I will use it well. Speaking of Din, hearing the old man say things that sounded like he was about to say goodbye, he also asked, but why are you talking as if you were about to leave, sir? As soon as the words left his mouth, Siden's eyes across from him flashed with surprise. You noticed? I plan to leave tomorrow. Really? Din said, feeling regretful. Well, I can't stay here forever, can I? Your father offered me the position of magic consultant, but I will think about that later when I have nothing else to do. You know, I have a lot of things to finish when I return, the old man said, patting Din's shoulder, making him think of the ancient magic incident. He's talking about ancient magic? Helping him is like helping myself. It's not bad at all, Din thought to himself. Anyway, thank you, kid. Yes, thank you for your time, sir, Din said, nodding. That's right. I'm really looking forward to seeing how strong you'll become when we meet again. Then I'll be leaving. Don't come out to see me off. It'll make me feel awkward. As he spoke, the old mage turned and left. Yes, please take care, sir, Din replied, while also feeling a little wistful inwardly. Perhaps it's because we've been together for a long time that I feel a little sad when he leaves. Time quickly passed, and one day in February, Count Acre and Duchess Lily were talking to each other. Sir Siden left safely. Then also said he would depart today, right? The Count asked. That's right. The child said he has finished preparing. He said he would leave early, so I feel relieved, but I'm sure he won't encounter any trouble on the way, will he? Duchess Lily was a little worried about her son's first time venturing out into society, and with these words, Count Acre patted his wife's shoulder and reassured her, we will use the teleportation gate Arabella prepared, so what trouble could there be? Hearing these words, the Duchess's expression finally relaxed a little. Yes, I was indeed worrying unnecessarily. Returning to Acre, thinking of the affection the family members had for their youngest child, he smiled happily and said, anyway, I think we have raised our children very well. While the children in other families are busy fighting each other for the position of family head. We will also have to decide clearly someday, but I am not biased towards anyone, he said calmly. At the same time, the room door also opened. Then, Den also stepped inside. He had finished preparing everything he needed, so he came to say goodbye to his parents. Seeing him enter, his parents both nodded. Oh, Den, you're here. Are you preparing to leave now? Did you bring the mark mother gave you along with the black horn? Duchess Lily asked. Of course, Den said, smiling. Seeing this, Duchess Lily couldn't help but instruct him further. If you really encounter a difficult situation, go to the place mother told you about and present that mark, and they will help you. Yes, I remember. Are those people mother's old colleagues? Den asked curiously. That's right. They are very close friends of mother. Although we haven't seen each other in a long time, I'm sure everyone will help you, the Duchess said confidently, while Count Acre on this side started to sweat a little. Is our Din going there? Will he really start the path of an assassin? Thinking this, to discourage Din from going to that place, Count Acre quickly reminded him, hey, Din, when you get to the capital, find Duke Thermion before you enter the academy. The Duke will help you. Yes, father, he replied, and before parting, Duchess Lily suddenly couldn't hold back her tears. Din has grown so much that he's about to leave us like this. Beside her, seeing his wife like that, the Count could only smile awkwardly. Ha ha, see him off. Seeing the young man cry, he then slowly walked into the platform inside the gate and thought. She said all I need to do is channel magic energy into the gate, and it will activate. Thinking this, Din began to emit a stream of magical energy, channeling it down to his feet. Immediately after, the gate suddenly emitted a faint light, and finally, Din's figure suddenly vanished within the energy of time. Time quickly passed. The scene shifted to the capital city. Din didn't know where he had been transported, but he was currently present at the city gate, mounted on a horse. Looking at the bustling crowd ahead, a slight expression of joy appeared on Din's face. Part 3. You're here, the entrance to the capital lantern, the Duke said with a laugh. Just then, as if recognizing Din's identity, a knight raised his hand in greeting. I've been waiting for you, young Master Din Sorius. I am Louis Astmer, captain of the First Knight Order of the Thurn family. Oh, it's you, sir, Din replied. Although he didn't know who this person was, the fact that the captain himself came to greet him made him feel a little embarrassed. Unaware of Din's thoughts, Captain Louis continued. From now on, we will escort you. Saying this, he turned back and instructed his two subordinates. Ensure the safety of our route. Yes, Captain, the two replied in unison. Then let's depart immediately. We greatly appreciate your assistance, Din said, nodding. At the same time, he had a peculiar thought in his heart upon actually stepping inside. What a strange feeling. I never thought I'd set foot in the center of the Thurn Empire, a place I once hated, and even with the status of a promising individual. Next, walking along the road leading to the castle, Din heard the sounds of countless people trading. Hurry up, it's cheap. 3 frozen fruits by magic, just 1 silver coin. Hearing these sounds, Din couldn't help but look around with interest, observing everyone and inwardly praising them. Haha, truly all sorts of strange things. I never expected this capital to be so lively. Just as he was thinking this, Captain Louis turned around and reminded him. Over there is the mansion of the Thurn family. We've arrived. Hearing this, Din looked ahead and was overwhelmed by its scale. The mansion is magnificent, he exclaimed involuntarily, as before his eyes was a gigantic architectural complex. However, there wasn't much time to observe carefully. Suddenly, the protagonist had a feeling as if someone was watching him from behind. Something feels very strange, as if someone is following me. Is it just my imagination? Din muttered to himself. Putting this matter aside, following the knights, Din quickly arrived at the front gate of the main building. Standing on either side were solemn servants, ready to welcome him. Welcome, young Master Din Sorius. Hearing them say this, Din turned and nodded in greeting. Thank you for welcoming me. Then he praised the orderly group of servants. Truly well-mannered and proper. They exude naturalness and strength, completely different from my home in the south. Thinking this, he stepped forward to face Duke Thurn, whom he had last met as a child. Standing before him, Din didn't forget his manners and knelt on one knee. Greeting. Din Sorius respectfully greets Duke Thurn. In response, the Duke smiled brightly and nodded. It's been a long time, Denver. How have you been? The journey must have been very tiring. Come inside and rest. Saying this, the Duke quickly led the protagonist into his home. As they walked, he took the opportunity to carefully observe Den's current appearance and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, just a quick glance, and I see you're completely different from 7 years ago. Among children your age, even compared to those 1 or 2 years older, perhaps no one can compare. Count Sorius must be very proud of you." Saying this, the Duke gave Den a pat on the shoulder in praise, while the protagonist politely said, "You flatter me." Hearing this, Duke Thurn continued to instruct, "Although it cannot compare to Big River, during the time you're preparing for the Academy entrance exam, feel free to rest comfortably. I will also arrange a personal servant for you, so if you need anything, just say so." Turning back to Den, regarding the Duke's thoughtful arrangements, he expressed his gratitude and turned to ask about Layla. "Yes, certainly. By the way, how is Layla doing lately?" "Of course, she's still well. But are you perhaps arguing with Layla?" the Duke said with a laugh, leaving Den completely bewildered. "Huh? What do you mean by that, sir?" Den's voice was filled with confusion. Duke Thurn thought about his daughter's expression lately and could only sigh heavily, sharing, "Lately, whenever your name is mentioned, she seems unhappy. Perhaps it's partly due to the pressure from the entrance exam? But for Layla, she'll overcome it easily," he said with a chuckle, becoming increasingly unable to understand the reason for Layla's annoyance. In response, Den said that he would meet Layla directly to ask about it. However, inwardly, he also had a slight guess. Could it be because she has reached puberty? Facing him, Duke Thurn also understood that perhaps this matter should be left for the young people to discuss. It would be easier that way. Therefore, he nodded in agreement. "All right, we'll talk about this later. But I must remind you not to be too harsh on her. You'll understand soon enough. For now, head back to your room and rest immediately. A servant will lead the way for you." Just like that, a servant quickly arrived and led Den to his room. Before leaving, he didn't forget to bow and say, "Please rest comfortably." "All right, thank you." Den nodded and waited until the door was completely closed before looking around his room and muttering, "So I'll be staying here for about a week, preparing for the entrance exam. This guest room seems a bit too luxurious, doesn't it? First, I'll unpack, then I'll find the training area." Saying this, he casually tossed his bag to the side. However, before the protagonist could even unpack, a figure with pink hair emerged from inside the wardrobe and spoke. "I'll take you to the training area, Denver. Why are you just arriving? I've been waiting for you for so long." Hearing this familiar voice, Den excitedly turned around and happily replied, "Layla, it's been a long time. How have you been?" In contrast to Den's joyful attitude, Layla seemed slightly annoyed for some reason, just as Duke Thurn had said. "I'm very well. Very, very well. But don't you have anything to say to me?" As she spoke, she aggressively walked towards the protagonist, as if intending to settle a score with him, making Den shrink back a few steps from her angry demeanor. "Huh? What do you mean?" Den stammered. "Why didn't you write me a letter?" Layla yelled, and only then did Den finally understand why his best friend was so angry. His eyes showed a hint of guilt as he explained, "I intended to reply, but I forgot. I'm sorry. Just sorry is enough." Layla continued to speak loudly, making the protagonist's face contort awkwardly as he tried to explain further. "I came here directly for a reason. I was preparing to leave my family, so I wasn't really in the mood for anything. Please forgive me this time." Across from him, Layla puffed up her cheeks and turned her face away, refusing to look at him, which let Den know she was very angry. Having no other way to appease Layla, Den had to grit his teeth and say, "All right, what can I do to apologize? I'll do anything you say." Hearing this, Layla finally turned her gaze back to him and asked, "Really?" Turning back to Den's perspective, he reminded himself, "For now, I need to get out of this situation." But what did she want him to do? Den thought to himself and spoke up to ask, "Yeah, what should I do for you?" Hearing this, Layla immediately eagerly suggested to Den, "Okay, how about a light spar?" "A spar?" Den's voice was a little confused. "Yeah, spar with me," Layla happily reminded him again. And for Den, although he felt a bit puzzled by this request, he happily accepted. "All right, let's give it a try." Returning to Layla's perspective, looking at the protagonist's confident appearance, she felt a little smug and spoke, "Are you sure you won't regret it? You see, I've become incredibly strong, incomparable to how I was before. I'm no longer the person who learned how to release magic from you." She happily shared, making Den inwardly surprised. Looking at that confident demeanor, it seems he's grown a lot over the past 7 years. Thinking this, as if remembering something, Den asked again, "Speaking of which, you mentioned winning some competition in your last letter?" Across from him, Layla's eyes showed joy upon hearing Den mention this. "So you still remember? I won the Dantea Cup hosted by the royal family." "Ah, yes, that's right. It was a competition among teenagers under 15 in the Empire, wasn't it?" Den asked again, and Layla nodded in affirmation. "Yes, that's right. It's a competition with very high standards. If you had come, you would definitely have competed with me in the finals." "What a pity." Hearing this, Den seemed a little excited and replied to her regret, that regret can be alleviated now. Turning back to Layla, for some reason, Hearing this made her a little worried. Are you really sure? You still have the entrance exam to take. What if you get injured? I'll be fine. Din waved his hand confidently. Seeing that he had agreed, Layla had no reason to refuse anymore. All right, it's late today. Let's spar tomorrow as soon as we wake up. Time quickly passed until the next morning. The scene shifted to a spacious courtyard. As they had promised each other, Din and Layla were present here, ready for a practice match. However, when the topic of weapons to be used came up, Din hesitated a little and asked, "Use practice weapons?" Hearing this question, Layla's eyes showed surprise. "Are you still using blunted weapons?" In response, Din gently shook his head. "No, but this is just a light spar. So using practice weapons is fine. No matter how skilled a warrior is, they can't handle every situation. What if someone gets injured during the match?" Din said with a serious look, making Layla sigh. He was thinking too deeply. "Don't worry, because the best healer in the Empire works for my family," Layla explained. "What if something happens that even a healer can't cure?" Din reminded her again. Hearing this, the swordswoman became flustered, not knowing how to explain. Seeing this, Din continued, "If you want to wield a sharp weapon, you must have that mindset." Hearing this, Layla immediately complained a little. "It's just a spar. Why are you so serious about this?" She sighed unhappily and turned to instruct the servants waiting nearby. "Bring the practice weapons here for me." "Yes, young miss," they replied and quickly ran to fetch the weapons. Turning back to Din's perspective, looking at Layla's current appearance, he smiled slightly. Indeed, she has become a proud young woman, just as the rumors said. People say she will soon catch up to the achievements of her two older brothers, who are actively serving as knights. Perhaps Duke Thurn has given birth to the first female head of the family. Surely, learning to release magic back then became a great motivation. Din muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Layla next to him also had similar thoughts. "Din, thanks to you, I was able to learn the basics of controlling magic faster than my peers. And now I have 2 magic cores." Thinking this, Layla glanced over and said to Din, "I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Will you be sad if I win?" At the same time, a servant brought 2 practice weapons. "Young miss, the weapons are here." "All right, thank you." Layla nodded in reply and casually tossed in a wooden spear. As soon as he held it in his hand, the protagonist swung it a few times to check the quality. "That's right, since it's a practice weapon, it's quite light. Is there anything wrong with it? On the battlefield, I can use anything." Din muttered to himself and immediately took an attacking stance. "All right, let's begin, shall we?" Seeing this, Layla also tightly gripped the sword in her hand and nodded. "All right." Just like that, they both began staring at each other, not rushing to attack. Turning back to Layla's perspective, she told herself, "Fortunately, I've faced opponents using spears before. I tried facing a spear-wielding opponent in the Dantea Cup, but it wasn't difficult. A spear has a long range, but its destructive power decreases significantly when the distance is closed. If that's the case, then I'll rush in." Thinking this, Layla immediately channeled her strength into her legs and dashed forward like an arrow, aiming to close the distance to Din to limit his range. As soon as she got close to Din, Layla lunged her sword forward. However, before the tip of the sword could reach the protagonist, his figure suddenly vanished, causing Layla's movement to suddenly stop. What? Where did he suddenly disappear to? Layla thought in astonishment, before the tip of the protagonist's spear landed on her hand from the side, making Layla exclaim in surprise, "I can't believe it. When did you get there?" she said in bewilderment. Next to her, Din looked at her with a blaming expression. "Luckily, these are practice weapons. If they were real weapons, something serious could have happened." In response to his words, the pink-haired girl was still bewildered by how quickly she had lost. "I clearly touched the sword." Turning back to Din, as if noticing the unwilling look on his friend's face, he suggested again, "All right, let's start over. The same method won't work, so move carefully." Hearing this, Layla involuntarily tightened her grip on the sword and reminded herself, "It's been a while since I've seen him, so I'm a little nervous. This time, I absolutely won't hold back." Thinking this, she also noticed Duke Thurn observing them from the balcony above, and naturally, Din also noticed his presence. He even guessed why he was standing there watching. Duke Thurn is here to check the final result. I know his intention clearly. After winning the Dantea Cup, Layla worked very hard, so he must be very worried. Today, I will relieve those worries. Din muttered to himself. Turning to Layla's perspective, having Duke Thurn watching only made her more determined. "Din, prepare yourself. Since father is also watching, I will fight with all my might," she said with clear resolve. In response, Din nodded and said, "As much as you want." Seeing this, Layla didn't say more but immediately gripped her sword tightly and swung it forcefully towards Denver. Her attack created 2 wind blades heading straight for the male lead. However, Din only needed to spin the spear in his hand like a fan to easily block them. But Layla also took this opportunity to rush forward and close in. "How was that, Din? It wasn't easy, right?" Layla said as she brought her sword straight down in front of her. However, Din's eyes held a hint of disappointment. "It's still a long way to go. Try your best." Returning to Duke Thurn's position, he was still focused on observing the match between the two. Their fight seems evenly matched for now. I wonder how it will turn out. But what is this unpleasant feeling? The smile on Din's face from earlier has completely disappeared. His appearance right now is like a warrior about to go into battle. Returning to the match, Layla was constantly moving, attacking Din from all sides, but she still couldn't break through his defense. Din effortlessly blocked all of Layla's sword strikes. Having no other choice, the swordswoman was forced to attack continuously to find an opportunity, until she noticed Din suddenly revealing a gap in his waist area. Seeing this, Layla gritted her teeth and reminded herself, this is my chance. Thinking this, she immediately, without hesitation, thrust her sword towards that spot. However, she didn't know that all of this was within the protagonist's calculations. As soon as the tip of her sword thrust forward, Din forcefully struck her wrist with his spear, causing the sword to immediately drop from her hand and fall to the ground. It seems I won again this time, didn't I? Din said calmly. At the same time, Duke Thurn saw the result and spoke up, asking the knight standing behind him, she lost again. What do you think, Lewis? If it's like this, can it make Layla less arrogant? Hearing this question, the captain of the Night Order's face broke out in a few drops of sweat, and he sighed. So you knew about that too, sir? In response, Duke Thurn's eyes never left his daughter. Of course I know my daughter well. Even before the Dantea Cup, she showed signs, and after winning the championship, it became completely obvious. I intended to talk to her seriously, but I thought it would be better if she realized it herself. Behind him, Lewis also agreed with this and said that it was a very wise decision. Then, the Duke looked at the protagonist again and asked softly, how many magic cores do you think that boy has? Hearing this, Lewis carefully observed Din fighting below and offered his guess. At least 3 cores. This speculation made Duke Thurn furrow his brow slightly. I think differently. He has at least 2, and at most 3, he muttered. Making the captain of the Night Order couldn't help but stroke his chin in curiosity and ask again, why do you think so, sir? To this, Duke Thurn looked ahead and explained, look closely. Although his spear speed is overwhelming Layla, it's not due to being fast. What Layla lacks experience in is tactical action. Returning to the battle, although Layla attacked with incredible speed at close range, none of her attacks could trouble Denver. To the extent that Layla herself felt disbelief. You can block everything? She asked again, and Din confidently affirmed to her, I can see through all your moves. Returning to Duke Thurn's position, his eyes now showed a hint of recollection from the past. The time Layla matured the most was after her trip to the south 7 years ago, after meeting Denver. And perhaps this time will be the same. Behind him, the knight, after observing Din's abilities, didn't spare his praise. Very interesting to watch. Young Miss won the Dantea Cup but couldn't use her full strength. Clearly, Count Sorius trained him very rigorously. Hearing this, Duke Thurn almost burst out laughing. No, you don't understand Count Sorius. Although he is strict, he is not someone who would train so rigorously. Unlike me. And Din himself doesn't need rigorous training. What do you mean, sir? Lewis asked in confusion. To this question, Duke Thurn stated a very simple fact. Overwhelming talent that ordinary people wouldn't dare to surpass. Din is a genius. Perhaps he didn't participate because he wasn't interested in that competition. Ah, I see, Lewis said in astonishment, finding it a bit hard to believe. Impossible. He wasn't interested in the Dantea Cup? That's a competition every young man and woman in the Empire dreams of. Unaware of Lewis's thoughts, Duke Thurn asserted, there is no genius his age who can compete with Denver. Saying this, the Duke also had a little hope in his heart. Layla, I hope you realize your shortcomings in this match. If you give up your arrogance and focus more on swordsmanship, you can completely surpass your brothers. Returning to Din and Layla's position, the match between them had ended, and once again, victory belonged to the protagonist. In fact, Din had won so easily that he didn't break a single sweat. While facing him, Layla was covered in sweat. Despite her reluctance to admit it, Layla had to acknowledge her defeat after losing repeatedly. Indeed, it's Denver. I completely can't win against him. He is a talent, but I didn't expect the gap between us to be so large, Layla thought bitterly. Meanwhile, the protagonist put away his spear and suggested stopping the practice match here. You're tired. Let's stop here. All right, you won, Layla said, acknowledging her defeat. Din's eyes narrowed slightly in thought. Duke Thurn's wish has been fulfilled. Surely she has felt it now, that she is not number one. Thinking this, after teaching the swordswoman a lesson about who the true genius was, Din turned and walked away. However, just then, the swordswoman's eyes widened and she shouted, how did you train? In response to the question, Din just coldly said 2 words, hard work. However, this answer from him did not satisfy Layla. She questioned him back, who isn't working hard? Ahead, Din's steps paused for a moment, and he muttered, in that case, just work harder. Then he said, I'm leaving now. His words made Layla's eyes freeze for a moment. Then she shouted loudly, announcing, you won't win next time. All right, I'll be waiting, Din replied and calmly walked forward. Returning to the swordswoman's thoughts, looking at the back of her friend walking away, she began to recall childhood memories. Din is the only child I've ever admired. He's also the person I want to surpass. As long as I'm taught and I wait, I want to show that I'm no longer a little girl. But why does he keep surpassing me more and more? Thinking this, Layla involuntarily clenched her fist and muttered in a voice only she could hear, just wait and see, I will definitely win next time. Time quickly passed. Very soon, the day of the exam arrived. As talented individuals from all over the Empire gathered to participate in the entrance exam, including their families and entourages, thousands of people gathered in the capital. The number of successful candidates admitted to the Royal Academy this time is around 600 people. Just paying the application fee is not enough to qualify. 2/3 of them did not pass the first exam. Currently, after the end of the first preliminary exam, over 2,000 people are preparing for the second specialized exam. The scene shifted to an office somewhere within the Royal Academy grounds. At this moment, the Academy professors were sitting and discussing. An unexpected voice suddenly spoke. As many as 2,000 people passed the first exam? A little more than usual. It seems very lively. At this moment, a professor wearing purple clothes spoke up, asking everyone, "How many people do you think will pass this exam?" In response to the question, the blonde girl gave her guess, at most 200 people, I guess. On another side, another question was raised. How are the children in this year's entrance exam? There are some potential talents. Someone replied, the summary of the first exam is not finished yet. Professor Diner, head of the magic department, spoke up. We're still summarizing. Who will get the highest score? She asked curiously. However, the other professors already had their guesses. The top scorer in swordsmanship is Duke Thurn's daughter, right? Yes, that's the one who won the Danteo Cup. That final match was excellent. Duke Thurn raised his children very well. It seems the top scorer in swordsmanship is someone to look forward to. Female Professor Delphina, head of the summoning department, said with a look of great anticipation. Professor Esther Rander, head of the swordsmanship department, affirmed to her with a very confident voice, look forward to? It's almost certain. Yes, because there are no competitors. Another person nodded in agreement, making the rest of the people in the meeting feel envious of Esther Rander. When will we get a talent like that? They said. While the group was still happily chatting, Professor Diner's eyes became a little thoughtful. Then he took out a letter, placed it on the table, and said slowly, my thoughts are a bit different. Looking at this letter, female Professor Ingrid was also curious and asked, what is that? This is a letter of recommendation from Siren. It's stamped with the seal of the Nuzin Magic Tower and contains magic, he explained. Hearing this, Professor Ingrid exclaimed in surprise, that means Siren actually recommended someone. No matter who it is, they cannot win against the one who won the Danteo Cup. The head of the swordsmanship department said in bewilderment, but the sweaty look on his face proved that he himself wasn't very confident in his words. Around him, the others in the group also started gathering around to discuss. Then Professor Diner explained in more detail, Siren, who was famous for not taking disciples, sent a letter of recommendation for someone who was only 14 years old. Grade 3. Grade 3? Who on earth is that person? Female Professor Delphina quickly asked. Without letting everyone wonder for long, Diner immediately said, it's Din Sorius. The words from Diner's mouth made everyone even more surprised. It's the Sorius family again? That family already has 2 geniuses in the magic department and the summoning department. And now even the youngest son is personally recommended by Sir Siren. Returning to the group of professors, information about an outstanding student couldn't help but make them curious. If it's the Sorius family, they are not ordinary. The 2 supreme families of the continent applying at the same time will surely be a big topic. Saying this, Professor Esther Rander also remembered something and stroked his chin with interest. Wait, aren't they a family famous for priestcraft? If the letter of recommendation comes from a magic user, it seems the Sorius family will now become famous for magic. Speaking of female Professor Ingrid, she also felt immense regret. Oh, I thought for sure he would join the priestcraft department. In response to this, Professor Diner laughed loudly. If he joins my department, he and Arabella will be very strong. Saying this, he smiled smugly and thought to himself, after all, at the Royal Academy, magic must prevail. At the same time, a female assistant suddenly rushed into the room and announced the results. Excuse me for interrupting the conversation. We have finished summarizing the first exam. Hearing her say this, the group eagerly urged, oh, then let's quickly look at the data. Saying this, a blue screen displaying the results appeared before everyone. Swordsmanship department has 1367 people. Magic is 227 people. Summoning department 152 people. Looking at the overwhelming number of students in the swordsmanship department, everyone in the room involuntarily swallowed. The swordsmanship department has as many as 1367 people. The magic department is 227 people. Indeed, the swordsmanship department has a huge difference. Turning back to Professor Esther Rander, after checking the results screen, he happily said, oh, indeed, the name at the top is from the Thurn family. Returning to Professor Diner, he also took the opportunity to check and his eyes narrowed. Wait, Din Sorius. I don't see that friend's name. Hearing him say this, everyone exchanged wide-eyed glances. Really? What about Siren's letter of recommendation? On another side, Professor Ingrid also checked her list and shook her head. My department doesn't have him either. Having no other choice, a man in the meeting quickly turned to ask the assistant who had just come in to announce the results, are there any candidates not on the list? In response, the assistant girl nervously checked the list in her hand and hesitated. There is one candidate who applied for the free major. And among the 2,000 candidates in the exam, Din Sorius achieved the highest score in the first exam. What? Din Sorius took first place? Esther Rander shouted. Returning to Din's position, he was still lost in thought, recalling the recent period. I've been here for a month already. Time flies so fast. Sparring with Layla feels like it just happened yesterday. Before I knew it, the first exam took place and I'm waiting for the results. Fortunately, the exam wasn't too difficult, he thought happily. At the same time, Layla also ran to him to ask about the results. Din, did you get your results yet? What rank did you get? Hearing this, Din held out his arm in front of her to show her and boasted, I got first place. Of course it's you. How annoying. I missed out on first place, Layla said irritably, then turned to ask Din, how on earth did you study? Well, mostly the questions my sister sent me, Din replied. Meanwhile, his pink-haired friend felt a little headache and said, I looked at those too, but the hardest part was military studies. What do you think a 14-year-old child knows about strategy and military management? Huh. I found that the easiest. Don't you think it was interesting? Din asked in surprise. This was mainly because he had an advantage, having learned it firsthand in his previous life. Returning to Layla, seeing Din enjoying such a strange subject, she gave him a look as if he were an alien. What? Are you even a normal person? Not just military studies, but also fine arts, music, and even the history of the Greenix Empire, she said in shock, while Din smirked arrogantly. That's my major. Saying this, he remembered the days he won in his previous life. There are many things I unconsciously gained while rolling around on the battlefield, he thought to himself. Putting this matter aside, Layla also spoke up to ask, anyway, where are you taking the second round exams? 3 places in total, I think, Din replied. As soon as she heard him say this, Layla guessed the major Din intended to apply for and was completely surprised. 3 places? But are you really planning to apply for the free major? Be honest, besides priestcraft and summoning, what else is there? She asked with a sideways glance. However, Din still laughed to himself with interest and didn't reveal anything. I'll tell you why later. Why did you choose the polymath major? No matter how I think about it, I can't understand, Layla continued to shout. However, Din replied that he only wanted to study that major. This only made Layla's scalp tingle as she reminded Din that major has a very low acceptance rate. In response, Din explained the purpose behind his choice of that difficult major. I heard that if you study the polymath major, you can attend any class you want. You don't even need to choose a major until you graduate. All subjects can be studied with the same specialized teacher. Without needing Din to explain everything, Layla was already clear on this. Who doesn't know that? Aren't you deliberately applying for that major because you don't want to study with me? She asked loudly. Why would I do that? Din replied, shaking his head. So you really think you can pass that major? Besides spear technique and summoning, what else can you do? Tell me, Layla said, growling like an angry lioness, making Din a little hesitant whether he should really display all his talents to her. Time quickly passed. The scene shifted to a meeting of the 3 professors, Diner, Ingrid, and Delphina. At this moment, they were sitting together to discuss matters related to Din's exam. We are finally all gathered. The polymath major exam requires passing 3 rounds. There is no other way. It seems he has to participate in the exam. Spear technique and summoning. Core and circle magic are completely opposite to each other. It's almost impossible to pass both. What is he thinking? Although some people passed 2 rounds at first, most couldn't pass the final round, right? Delphina said, looking at her 2 colleagues. To their words, Professor Diner also had to nod. Yes, that's right. It's best to choose between spear technique or summoning. Isn't applying for just one enough? Hearing this, the 2 female professors sighed. The polymath major was established 200 years ago, but almost no one has passed it. Because back then it wasn't as difficult as it is now. Hundreds of years ago were different from the present. The academy greatly needed talents. That time was the era of conquest, so all talents had to be utilized. If someone had talent, they had to be trained first. Now it's not like that anymore, so the standards are getting higher and higher. Therefore, candidates must be the most outstanding ones. Saying this, female Professor Ingrid became a little curious and sighed. If that's the case, why do they still keep this major? Since no one applies and no one can pass, why not just get rid of it quickly? Explaining this, Professor Diner gently shook his head. That's because of its symbolism. It's a symbol exclusively for the most outstanding talents of the empire. To this explanation, female Professor Delphina also nodded in agreement. Yes, that's very important. Although that major has faded now and only the name remains. At the same time, Professor Diner presented some documents and reminded them, I've looked into it and only found 2 people who passed in the last 100 years. One person dropped out, and the other was the former emperor. Hearing this, Professor Ingrid's face was covered in sweat, worrying for Denver. That sentence means that if you're not a genius, you have absolutely no chance of passing. In response, Professor Delphina quietly nodded. If it's the youngest son of the war hero, Count Sorius, I'm quite looking forward to it. This is not an ordinary family. Who knows, it might just be an arrogant child, Ingrid said, shrugging. If it were up to us, he could be admitted. But professors hold certain positions, so we can't be careless. Let's see how this goes. Does he have enough confidence to challenge this symbol? The group muttered. Time quickly passed. The scene shifted to the second exam hall. At this moment, all 3 professors were present to assess Din standing before them. The protagonist calmly introduced himself. I am Din Sorius, applying for the polymath major of the Royal Academy. Hearing this, Professor Diner nodded and asked, do you know what applying for this major means? Of course. I heard that you must pass all 3 rounds of the exam to be accepted, Din said, bowing his head. Then, as if wanting to give him another chance, female Professor Ingrid spoke up. You said your name is Din, right? Although it's not too late now. I deeply respect Count Sorius. He is the best in the Empire. I don't want to see his son eliminated. So, without letting her finish her sentence, Din across from her interrupted. Thank you for the advice. But I came here with the thought of trying my best. His voice was filled with determination, making everyone abandon any ideas of trying to dissuade him. That's right. If he were someone who would easily give up with just a few words like that, he wouldn't have applied for this major in the first place. Thinking this, Professor Diner could only begin to announce the rules. All right. If that's the case, there's no other way. The exam will consist of 3 different rounds, depending on the major you chose. If you fail any round, you will be immediately eliminated. Regarding these words, even a cow could understand, let alone Denver. I understand, he nodded. Hearing this, Professor Diner turned to Professor Delphina and continued, all right, as decided earlier, let's start with the first round, the summoning exam. Hearing this, the female professor with purple hair calmly stood up from her chair and walked towards Din, returning to the protagonist's perspective. He had also heard about this professor. Professor Delphina of the summoning department is known as the highest-ranked summoner in the Anthern Empire. They say she once set a record for maintaining 3 or more grade 2 summoned creatures simultaneously. He muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Professor Delphina didn't want to waste time, so she went straight to the point. The exam method for the summoning department is quite simple. Please satisfy me in any way related to summoning. Hearing her question, the protagonist's expression wasn't overly surprised. As expected, this is a free-form challenge. There are no specific standards or formats. Thinking this, Din immediately spoke up to suggest, then, could you summon a creature for me? A summoned creature? Delphina asked in confusion, as if not quite understanding Din's intention. Yes, any kind will do, Din nodded again. And with these words from him, the other 2 professors observing almost fell backward in surprise. What? What did he just say? A candidate asking a professor to perform a summoning? Ingrid said in a daze. Meanwhile, Professor Diner's face was covered in sweat as he speculated about Din's purpose. What is he trying to do? Since there is no fixed format, I suppose this can be explained by theory. By the way, does he want to see a summoned creature directly? Returning to female Professor Delphina, after thinking for a few seconds, although she didn't know Din's intentions, she also nodded and agreed to his request. All right. Bold, but interesting. I know this is unusual, so I'll have to keep my eyes wide open to see what's about to happen. Having said that, she began muttering a chant. As she recited the spell, streaks of energy light appeared around her, swirling around. Finally, they gathered together and formed a spatial gate in the sky above. As soon as it appeared, a strong gust of wind blew through, causing some observers nearby to fall to the ground. Ignoring this, a giant wolf head emerged from inside the spatial gate. This was a summoned creature with a wolf head but a human-like body. As soon as it appeared, it opened its mouth and roared loudly, creating waves of sound that spread around. This was the summoning creature, Mad Attack. Turning to Din, looking at the terrifying summoned creature before him, he was not only not afraid, but even a little excited. What a chilling sound. It's the fiercest among grade 4 summoned creatures. It's famous for attacking anything it sees. Since this is an entrance exam, I didn't expect much, but this is truly interesting. Thinking this, Din also revealed an excited smile. Facing him, female Professor Delphina also looked at Din with an amused look and a hint of challenge. All right, I've summoned any summoned creature I wanted. Now what are you going to do? Around them, some other professor assistants witnessing this scene had their eyes widened in fear for Denver. Attack is the fiercest type in grade 4. Even multiple knights in single combat would have difficulty defeating it. What on earth are they planning to do? Professor Ingrid said worriedly. Then, in everyone's eyes, the young man began to slowly walk towards the giant wolf, making even Professor Delphina herself stunned and stop him. What are you doing? Stop right now. If you provoke attack, then. Before she could finish her sentence, the giant wolf began to go mad. It screamed horrifying sounds to warn Din not to come near. However, our protagonist continued to calmly walk forward at a slow pace. I just need to prove it in any way, right? He asked again. Yes, but if you prove it by putting yourself in danger, then. Delphina reminded him. However, without waiting for her to finish, Din interrupted and stated with absolute certainty, that won't happen. Don't worry, everyone. As he spoke, he slightly extended his hand forward, and this action immediately made the giant wolf vigilant. Its mouth continuously screamed loudly to threaten him, and it looked at Din with eyes filled with madness. However, for some reason, the longer it looked at Din, its madness began to calm down. Finally, it bowed its head, showing submission before Denver. Good boy, he praised. The unbelievable scene before their eyes made the 2 professors, Diner and Ingrid, truly unable to believe it. What is going on? Diner asked in confusion. Meanwhile, Din reached out and stroked Attack's giant head. You're much bigger than Ginfu, aren't you? Speaking of female Professor Delphina, who had summoned this monster, she understood it better than anyone else, so she felt even more disbelief. I can't believe it. I can't believe that the fierce Attack would become compliant so easily. Thinking this, she suddenly noticed a blue energy streak connecting to her summoned creature. Is that the mana thread connecting to Attack? The color is light, so it's not submission, but it completely eliminates Attack's hostility, she muttered to herself. And of course, the other 2 professors could also see that thread. Haha, even seeing it with our own eyes, we still can't believe it. Is that an innate empathy? Truly amazing, they exclaimed. Meanwhile, Delphina began to analyze how the protagonist was able to do what he just did. Did he approach attack and quickly analyze the mana thread, then create a similar mana thread and connect it to himself? Since there is no other method, perhaps this is the most suitable way to tame it. That is a superior ability, even more so than mine, who was always praised by Master before. If it's a talent like this, the future is truly promising. Thinking this, she took a step forward and acknowledged the result of the test. Din Sorius, your ability has been fully confirmed. Your courage is strong, your judgment is calm, and your basic skills are solid. There is no doubt you have passed the test. Beside her, Professors Diner and Ingrid also agreed with this. Hearing them say this, Din smiled faintly. Thank you. Time quickly passed until the evening. At this moment, Din was recounting the results of his exam to Layla, making her jump in surprise. It finished in just 30 minutes. Then you really are the top scorer. Hearing this, Din's eyes showed curiosity as he asked back, why? I heard you were also the top scorer in swordsmanship. No, you are the top scorer, Layla said, shaking her head. Cheer up. They are holding a party to celebrate us passing, aren't they? Din said with a smile. However, Layla couldn't help but shed tears. I don't feel like eating. You eat a lot, okay? Saying this, she could only sob inwardly. I can't believe it. I never thought there would be such a big difference. It feels like an irresistible force, a natural disaster. That's how it feels. Thinking this, she ambled away aimlessly. Seeing her dejected appearance, Din wanted to say a few words of comfort. However, before he could call out, Duke Thurn stopped him. She wants to be alone. Just let her be. Don't worry too much. Layla will get over it. Saying this, the Duke paused for a moment and asked the protagonist, have you contacted your father yet? The Count must be very proud. Regarding these words, Din, of course, didn't need the Duke to remind him. He had already done so. Yes, everyone was very happy, he said, nodding. Hearing this, the Duke looked at everyone around at the party and continued, if it's the free major, it's also very worthy. Everyone here is surprised. The exam is over now, so rest well and prepare to matriculate. In response, Din didn't forget to thank him. Yes, thanks to the Duke's care, I had a very good time. Then Duke Thurn remembered something and asked Din again, right? Have you thought about the item to commission the blacksmith for? Hearing this, Din frankly shared his thoughts. I'm thinking about a sword, but I don't have a specific plan yet. My body is still growing, so I don't know how to make a sword. I'll think about it a bit more, as this is a good opportunity. Hearing his explanation, Duke Thurn nodded as if he understood. That's right, there's no need to rush. Let it be. At the same time, a servant nearby spoke up to remind the Duke, Sir, you should go to see the Duchess. Hearing this, Duke Thurn's expression changed and he became hurried. I know. Well, I'll go first. Saying this, he quickly walked to see his wife. Looking at his retreating figure, Din guessed that the Duchess's illness seemed to be ongoing. Next to him, Layla also explained a little more specifically for Din to understand. Fortunately, the symptoms aren't getting worse, but they aren't getting better either. This has been going on for years. Turning to Din's perspective, regarding this situation, he could only sigh inwardly. What a regrettable matter. As someone who has never seen a family member ill, it's a feeling I can't understand. Should I go comfort Layla? He asked himself. Time quickly passed. 2 days later, in the morning at the Royal Academy, students who had passed the exam were gathered for the matriculation ceremony. Currently, an old man was standing in front of everyone and giving a speech. It is a great pleasure to meet you, new students of the Royal Academy. I am Ewan Homuth, the principal of the Academy this year. Seeing the new students who have overcome fierce competition and stand here, I believe the future of the Empire will be very bright. All of you are talented individuals of the Empire, but especially among this batch of new students, there are many outstanding talents. There is even a student who passed the free major, a major that only 2 people have passed in the last 100 years. This student has been approved by the 3 department heads, priestcraft, magic, and summoning. Hearing this from the principal's mouth, the group of students below began to become restless and turned to look at each other. Oh dear, passed the free major? Unbelievable. Who on earth is so talented? Turning back to Yuan, without letting the crowd wonder for long, he immediately invited the person to come forward to represent the new students. Top scorer, Din Sorius. Please come forward. Hearing his name called, Din calmly walked forward. After hearing his family name, the group of students around gasped in admiration. That name, he's the one who passed the free major? What blessing did the Sorius family receive? At the same time, Din's parents were also present here to witness their son participating in the matriculation ceremony. Do you see Din over there? The boy has grown quite a bit. He looks pretty good, doesn't he? First place again, huh? You have raised your son wonderfully, Count Sorius, Duke Thurn said with a smile, making Count Sorius laugh broadly and say modestly, compared to you, it's nothing. Hearing this, Duke Thurn's face showed a bit of annoyance as he complained about his 2 sons. I have 2 sons who amount to nothing. The youngest entered the academy without anyone knowing. The eldest was expelled, and the youngest one ran away from home. Meanwhile, you have 2 daughters. I'm really envious. But you still have Layla, don't you? Count Sorius replied. Turning to Professor Delphina's position, she was currently talking to Din's older sister Ciel. You were close to your summoned beast from a young age, right? Yes, Professor. Ciel nodded, making the professor even more certain of her thoughts. Indeed, it seems the harmony existed from birth. Saying this, she looked at Din with eyes as if looking at a monster. A child without any special marks, surpassed all other summoners. Ignoring her, Ciel also voiced a question she had. Professor, if Din's compatibility is high, is it possible that he could summon creatures beyond the horizon? Beyond the horizon? That is another world, where the summoned creatures that disappeared 100 years ago once connected. To this question, Professor Delphina could only give an uncertain answer. Who knows? Creatures from that place choose their own summoners. So there's a possibility. Returning to Principal Iwan, after looking at Din's face, he nodded in satisfaction. So you are the rumored Densorius. You can freely display your talents here at the academy. Saying this, he handed the protagonist a piece of paper. Seeing this, Din reached out to take the paper and affirmed, I will remember that, Principal. Then now, the representative of those who passed the exam will take the oath, someone shouted loudly. Just like that, time quickly passed, and the matriculation ceremony ended. Looking at the paper in his hand, Din reminded himself, finally, I've been admitted to the academy. It took a long time to get here, but I won't waste this new life. From now on, this is a new beginning. The scene shifted to the main lecture hall of the academy. At this moment, the assistant professors reminded the group of new students. The introduction to the academy ends here. You may rest for now until the next session. Please enjoy the snacks at the back and rest comfortably. Hearing this, the group of students began to turn to each other and chat animatedly. Meanwhile, the swordswoman Layla did not forget to remind her close friend, listen, Dan, a lot of people will target you from now on. Whether their intentions are good or bad, you must be careful. If someone makes any offer, consider it very carefully. Saying this, she paused for a moment and reminded Din in a low voice. I heard that place is full of strange people who weren't properly educated at home. On this side, looking at her expression, which was like a young mother worrying about her child on the first day of school, Din said wearily, Understood, I know. Hearing this, Layla immediately realized that Din wasn't taking her words very seriously, so she reminded him again, Don't ignore it. Listen carefully. At the same time, the senior students also began to run in with smiles and invite the new students to join their clubs. Haha, surely there are new recruits. Get that red-haired kid. That's the talent we're looking for, they said happily, inviting the new students like pyramid scheme salesmen. Seeing this scene, Layla could only sigh in exasperation. The seniors have started hunting for new students during the break. Returning to Den, this also made him feel a bit interested. I heard my sister tell me about this. It seems there are many interesting clubs. Unaware of Den's thoughts, the senior students quickly remembered his existence and shouted to each other, Find the kid from the Sorius family, the #1 ranked one. No, we must get him into our club. As they spoke, they all turned to stare at the protagonist, making Layla panic. Den, everyone's targeting you. What should we do? First of all, let's run away from here. Saying this, the swordswoman quickly grabbed the protagonist's wrist and dragged him away to escape. However, there was no way the seniors would let them go easily. Den Sorius, join the bodybuilding club, where we cultivate and train perfect physiques, a big senior said excitedly. On another side, a blonde senior also eagerly shared. Hey, rookie, what do you think about the cartography club? If you join now, you'll get access to a brand new map. Our astrology research club gathers only outstanding talents. Over there, that's the heir of the Thurn family. We can't let our precious young miss escape. They chased after the two like a horde of zombies. Seeing this, Layla was a little frightened by their enthusiasm. I'm not joining, the red-haired girl shouted. Meanwhile, this chase scene made the protagonist feel a little familiar. I'm used to being chased by enemies, but this situation is truly the first time. Being at the top of the list is really tiring, he complained to himself. Time quickly passed. The scene shifted to a hallway somewhere. A professor was calmly walking, and it seemed his status was a bit special, making the assistants unable to stop discussing. Is that Kelthas Redfield? Someone asked, and a friend next to him nodded and replied, Yes. I heard he resigned as leader of the Royal Knights and immediately became a professor. Wow. So an outstanding figure has come here. But now it might be a little troublesome. Another new student entering the free system after decades? Lately, life has been so comfortable just writing essays occasionally and getting just enough results. From now on, that peaceful life is over. Now he must be preparing lesson plans, right? Even I find it troublesome. Meanwhile, Professor Kelthas felt a headache. The new student orientation is almost over. What an unbelievable situation. Why is he the top scorer right now? Thinking this, he looked towards Den in front of him and spoke up. You are Den Sorius, aren't you? You arrived early. Hearing someone call him, Den turned and bowed in greeting. Hello, Professor. It's a pleasure to meet you. All right, come in. He continued and quickly invited Den into his office. Then Kelthas complained about his unlucky fate. I worked so hard to reach this position. I came here to rest, not to teach students. I'm even sick and tired of being an instructor for knights. Thinking this, he turned to Den with interest and asked, Do you know any swordsmanship? I don't mean to offend you, But at least since you're in the free system and I am your professor, you need to have a certain level of skill in swordsmanship. Returning to Din's perspective, he immediately smelled something fishy. Suddenly, he's talking about swordsmanship? I don't get the feeling he's welcoming me at all. Din furrowed his brow and replied, "It's not that I'm not interested in swordsmanship." Hearing this, Kelthas immediately stood up from his chair and suggested, "All right, then. Let's test you right now, shall we?" "All right." Din calmly accepted, making Kelthas unable to hide his joy. "Great. I've got him." He muttered to himself and continued eagerly, "Then let's head to my training ground now." When he said this, Kelthas also had his purpose. Because he had the right to evaluate students, as long as he used Din's clumsy swordsmanship as a reasonable excuse to fail him, he could easily kick Din out. Next, the scene shifted to the training room. Kelthas reminded Din, "There are many swords here, so choose any one you want." "Yes, Professor," he nodded and quickly looked at the practice swords placed nearby. However, looking at how the swords were arranged along with scattered trash on the floor, Din was utterly disappointed. A training ground? Why is it in such a place? Even if there aren't students in the free major, this is a bit too serious. Well, I'll just pick one that fits, he thought and casually picked up a sword. "Is that enough?" Kelthas asked. "Yes, this one is enough," Din affirmed confidently. Hearing this, Kelthas began to announce the rules. "If you can land a single hit on me with that sword, you will pass. It won't be difficult, as I will only move within 2 steps," he said confidently, unaware that standing before him was a super-skilled swordsman. "Yes, I understand," Din calmly replied. "All right, then let's begin," Kelthas said coldly. While also thinking slightly, he calmly accepted my condition. Is it because he's confident? Next, Din gripped the sword tightly in his hand and rushed forward to launch his first attack. He immediately aimed the sword at Kelthas's waist, but he easily dodged it to the side. However, his recent strike made Kelthas inwardly surprised. "Oh, so fast? Is that why he got into the free major?" he thought to himself, before the sword in Din's hand began to swing and lunge towards him like a machine, making the professor jump and be forced to use his own sword to knock Din's sword back. After doing so, he swallowed nervously. That was close. That could have been serious. Using unconventional swordsmanship. Is he a fool who knows how to use a sword? Moreover, that boy looks like a swordsman from the battlefield, not the stance of someone from a noble family or a knight, Kelthas thought, furrowing his brow. However, before he could analyze further, Din rushed forward to attack again. The protagonist's body moved continuously, launching swift attacks from all directions, making the professor struggle greatly to block all of them. And the more he fought, the harder he found it. "I can't believe it. I'm grade 6, and I have to focus to this extent. Am I fighting a 14-year-old kid? He doesn't even need a handicap." But this appearance looks so familiar, Kelthas told himself, as he began to recall a memory from the past, when he was participating in a battle and witnessed an enemy soldier with incredibly powerful swordsmanship. Truly surprising, there are people this formidable in the Greenix Empire too. However, that person didn't have the badge or flag representing a knight. Who on earth was that person? Returning to the present, while Kelthas was off guard and reminiscing about the past, Din seized the opportunity and launched an attack on his flank. But of course, Din stopped his sword as soon as his weapon touched the professor's body, marking the end of the test. Looking at Din's sword touching his body, Kelthas inwardly blamed himself. Good heavens, why did I get distracted? Returning to Din, seeing that he had won, he smiled contentedly and put away his sword. "Professor, I believe I have met the requirement." Hearing him say this, although a little unwilling, Kelthas had to grit his teeth and admit, "You passed." Saying this, he looked at Din with a very cautious gaze. This kid, truly a genius. A special kind of genius. Even with a handicap, he's no less than me. You've reached grade 6. Now I understand why he wasn't enthusiastic about the swordsmanship exam, he thought. Thinking this, after learning that Din possessed such great talent in swordsmanship, he couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, "Why, with this kind of skill, didn't you apply to the swordsmanship department?" "Because I thought my family would be sad," Din replied. His words made Kelthas a little surprised, but very quickly, remembering Din's background, he quickly understood the reason. Din's father is a master of priestcraft. His 2 older sisters are masters of magic and summoning. Could it be that he chose all 3 to meet his family's expectations? It's not that he's not confident in his swordsmanship. I completely guessed wrong. Returning to Din, unaware of the professor's thoughts, he continued to ask, "Professor, have you confirmed everything?" "Ah, yes, all right. You can leave now. I will send the notification soon," Kelthas said, startled out of his thoughts and quickly nodding. "Yes, thank you, Professor." Din bowed and quickly left the room. Looking at his retreating figure, Kelthas could only complain about his unlucky fate a second time. What a failure. The department heads who were judges must feel the same way. All my plans to kick him out and live comfortably have gone up in smoke. Next, Din met his older sister CL outside the school grounds, and his older sister was a little surprised that Din had finished the test so easily. "Did you really pass the test?" "That's strange. Professor Kelthas isn't someone who lets students pass easily. That professor only attends regular classes once a year, but this time the principal called him. He really hates troublesome things." Hearing this, Din felt a little difficult to accept and complained, "He really likes to live life his own way." "Yeah, that's why I was surprised. But thankfully nothing happened, Din," CL said with a laugh, making Din feel a little interested inwardly. My second sister didn't praise me like, indeed, my Din. She felt relieved that I was safe and sound. That's one of the reasons why I like my second sister. At the same time, his older sister Arabella also ran from a distance and shouted, "Oh, Din. I was wondering where you were. So you were with CL? You passed the exam, right?" she said with a smile. Looking at the moment when the three siblings gathered together, everyone around started talking excitedly. Look, the Soria siblings are gathered. I thought Arabella and CL alone were amazing, but now the youngest brother is even better than his older sisters? What kind of family are they, anyway? The group whispered. Next, Din followed a guide on a tour of the dormitory area. As they walked, the guide introduced himself. My name is Ma Hao. I'm in charge of all the dormitory operations. The dormitory is divided into 3 areas according to entrance scores. The highest ranked area is called Dante Aaronian, named after the first emperor. Student Din, you are the top scorer in the free major, so you will be in this area. The dining hall, training ground, library, everything is more standardized. Furthermore, there are also relaxation rooms and magic screening rooms. In addition, there is also confidential equipment. It may not happen, but depending on your scores, there might be cases where you have to move out of this area. Arabella and CL also stayed in this area, but they just stayed until graduation. Saying this, he took out a key and explained further. Here, this is your entry key, Student Denver. We will provide you with 2 spares, so if you lose it, please report it to the logistics office later. Be careful here. There are many strange students. They are not bad people, but sometimes unexpected things happen. All right, go check your room. If you need anything, report to the logistics office. Having said that, Ma Hao immediately left, while Din sighed. Should I go see the room? Thinking this, he quickly went to explore and observe the room, and admitted, it's high class, indeed. But why is it so quiet? There's something very strange. I can't feel any human presence, as if they've evaporated. What on earth is happening? Din furrowed his brow, asking himself curiously about the situation. Part 4. In this situation, Din began to close his eyes and focus on expanding the energy within his body outwards. Let's try extending my ki sense, he thought to himself. Then, Din's energy began to slowly spread out, flying to every corner within the dormitory area, and images of it slowly appeared within the protagonist's mind. A fleeting smell of berry jam. A faint sound of gears meshing. This is a trap. Seeing this, Din began to guess something and smiled slightly. So that's it. Is this the welcoming ritual? Din muttered to himself, and just as he had predicted, at a certain location within the dormitory area, a group of students was standing and observing him through a simulated screen. When they saw Din standing still like a statue, not moving, the red-haired student also said curiously, why isn't he moving anymore? He has a good intuition, huh? Next to him, a blue-haired student also complained, hey, Anil, is it possible that he knows about all the traps? In response to his words, the young man Anil just smiled and adjusted his glasses, stating with absolute certainty, absolutely not. My Judel family is the best hunter family and has existed for hundreds of years, so I am very confident in my traps. This handsome-faced student was the eldest son of Baron Judel, Arnold Judel, a third-year student in the archery department. Regarding his assertion, a student in the group was a little worried and asked if it was dangerous, and of course, Arnold wasn't stupid enough to do such things. Of course, I've removed everything that could cause injury. It's just enough to make him look ridiculous. Turning to the group of people, seeing that there was no danger to life, they began to become excited and waited to see Din humiliated. This first welcoming ritual is really something to look forward to. That kid will definitely be so scared he'll faint. Anil's voice was filled with sarcasm. Then another worried voice was heard asking, are you really sure it's okay? That's the Sorius family. So what? All of us have gone through a very memorable welcoming ritual, haven't we? Haha, just wait and see, he'll definitely be scared to death, Anil replied casually without any fear. After all, for these big families, this kind of teasing among young people wouldn't go so far as to make the adults in the family step in to talk. Contrary to Arnold's confident appearance, a girl in the group furrowed her brow and reminded him, but you forgot he's the top scorer in the free major? So this time, things might be different. His eldest sister and second sister are both geniuses. If he passed the free major, he must be even more of a genius than both of them. This girl was Priscilla Neeliel, from the Neeliel family, and also a fourth-year student in the neuroscience department. Turning to Arnold's perspective, at Priscilla's skepticism, he flared up and turned to shout with wide eyes. What? Do you mean he won't fall into my traps? Without needing Priscilla to reply, the brown-haired student next to him teased, aren't you yourself not very confident? Don't laugh. There's no way. Arnold yelled, but despite his bluster, inwardly he was getting worried. While adjusting his glasses, he comforted himself by thinking optimistically, there's no way he'll recognize my traps. I used concealment spell and also applied oil so there would be no sound. Just as he was thinking this, Din began to move again, causing the whole group of people to rush to watch. Hey, he's moving again. All right, move aside. The group shouted, jostling each other to find the best viewing angle. Returning to Din, the traps in front of him were like kindergarten toys compared to the traps he had faced when Lady Lily set them up. With just a glance, he could detect all of them. Starting with a rope trap, huh? It'll collapse with just a light touch. Then I'll use a magic bullet. Thinking this, Din immediately gathered mana in his palm and fired a magic bullet straight towards a brown bag on the ceiling. As soon as it was hit, the brown bag exploded, causing the water inside to pour down like a waterfall. However, after observing the amount of water, Din was a little surprised. Less water than I thought, huh? He muttered to himself. However, there was one thing Din didn't anticipate. Immediately after, the stone on the floor suddenly opened, and from inside, a cloud of brown smoke billowed out. Its smell was so disgusting that Din almost fainted on the spot. Good heavens, what is this smell? Truly child's play, Din said unhappily. Returning to the position of Arnold's group, the more they had eagerly awaited the protagonist's humiliation earlier, the more annoyed they began to become now, and all this frustration was directed towards Arnold, the one who had confidently declared that his traps would definitely succeed. Hey, Arnold, what is this? You said it would absolutely not be detected. What? It's already like this right at the beginning. It's just a coincidence. Just a coincidence, Arnold stammered, speechless. What coincidence? Priscilla's voice was full of suspicion. However, Arnold nodded repeatedly. Yes. I was a little too gentle at the start, that's why it was detected. Just wait and see, he'll definitely fall into a trap, the glasses-wearing kid said, gritting his teeth. Hearing him declare this with all his heart and soul, his two friends also nodded, temporarily trusting him one more time. Maybe there was some mistake. Let's try trusting Arnold, I guess. Hearing this, Priscilla could only sigh inwardly. A vague sense of unease began to surround her. Why do I feel so uneasy? She muttered softly. Meanwhile, Din continued to move down the hallway and quickly discovered the second trap. Regarding this trap, he also muttered disappointedly, sigh, the second one is also clumsy. Should I just break it? Next, the traps set by Arnold were activated. At this moment, countless boxing gloves began to shoot out from all four sides of the hallway, flying around haphazardly. However, with Din's incredibly agile movements, he could easily dodge them without any difficulty. Even the cleverly arranged spike traps couldn't do anything to our protagonist. Inside the observation room, looking at Din's performance, the group of young friends were almost struck dumb and exclaimed in surprise, as expected from the Soria's family. Behind them, Arnold's face turned pale as he saw the traps he had spent so much effort creating becoming useless when dealing with someone like the protagonist. Even the two friends in front of him no longer had any confidence in him. Din seems to know exactly where everything is. Arnold put so much effort into hiding them, and yet they were discovered so easily? Both of them felt astonished. However, Arnold seemed to feel so humiliated that he still refused to give up. Damn it, it's still too early to give up. There's no way he'll avoid the final trap, he said, grinding his teeth, making Priscilla pause for a moment and ask, what is the final trap? In response to this question, the glasses-wearing kid didn't explain clearly but just showed a meaningful smile. Ecchi, you'll see. Just like that, they quickly saw the final trap that Arnold had prepared. At this moment, a giant red dragon appeared before the protagonist, and it wasn't just that. Behind it, there was another equally large goat-headed monster. Turning to Din's perspective, seeing the giant monsters suddenly appear before him, he immediately guessed that they were summoned creatures. It seems they prepared some pretty strong ones, Din said admiringly, before noticing something strange about these monsters. Wait a moment, there's something wrong. As he spoke, Din furrowed his brow and observed, and very quickly he noticed that the image of these monsters seemed a bit distorted and blurry, not very realistic. These are just illusions. They just scare you. They don't have any real power. No wonder they looked suspiciously strong. Regular students would probably run away, but I don't need to avoid anything. I just need to disrupt the mana flow, and they will disappear on their own. While thinking this, Din began to gather energy in the palm of his hand. Meanwhile, inside the observation room, the students were stunned when they saw Din not running away and exclaimed in surprise. What? This guy isn't running away. He even looks quite relaxed. Wait a minute. What is he planning to do? Is he gathering mana? Someone exclaimed. And these words were no different than a thunderclap to Arnold. His face began to sweat profusely from worry. He detected they were just illusions in an instant? No way. How can that be? The more he thought about it, the more worry appeared on Arnold's face. Looking at his expression, Priscilla behind him clicked her tongue and shook her head. Everything is ruined, she whispered. Returning to Din's position, after gathering enough energy, he released it towards the illusions of the monsters. Immediately after, these illusions were instantly shattered by him, as if they had never appeared. After finishing, Din smirked and said, truly ridiculous. Let's see where the one who designed these things is hiding. The scene shifted to the location of Arnold's group. For some reason, they suddenly ran out of the room with faces filled with panic. That's an attack. Run away. Why is that thing here? Damn it, Arnold. Do something, the black-haired friend shouted. However, Arnold was so scared he was shaking, so how could he have the strength to fight back against the giant wolf chasing them? I don't know what the heck that thing is. Arnold yelled. Isn't that what you prepared? The red-haired friend quickly asked back. Then the giant wolf suddenly opened its mouth wide and roared with an incredibly loud sound, making the red-haired friend scream in fright. At the same time, Din's voice was heard from nearby. So you guys were hiding here? Huh? Hearing the familiar voice, Arnold's group seemed to find a savior and immediately turned to ask for help. Rookie, if this is because of you, can you handle it? We'll apologize. Please get rid of that thing. Returning to Din, after feeling that he had scared these seniors enough, He also canceled the summoning of the wolf, making it disappear into the spatial gate. Only when they saw it completely disappear did these students finally breathe a sigh of relief. Next, the student with long hair adjusted his clothes and awkwardly walked over to talk to Denver, ahem. It seems the welcoming ritual failed. Welcome, rookie. I'm Ryan Valentine, a fifth-year student in the alchemy department, the sole heir of the Valentine Marquette. Good build, and very handsome too. With such beautiful sisters, that's understandable, isn't it? As he spoke, he extended his hand. Seeing this, Din reached out and clasped his hand and replied, yes, it's a great pleasure to meet you. Din thought to himself, what the heck is this guy talking about? Unaware of Din's thoughts, Ryan continued to praise him. You're quite good at dodging traps. So you're studying the free major? That's probably why the welcoming ritual failed, huh? Arnold is really disappointed. He's the heir of the famous hunter family, Jiddle, and he's the one behind all these traps, Ryan enthusiastically advertised, making Arnold very embarrassed. Damn it, why are you dragging me into this? He yelled. So he was the one who designed those traps? Din thought with a smile. Next, Ryan also requested, hey, everyone, come over and say hello. Ah, all right, the group replied and quickly stepped forward. Then Ryan pointed to Priscilla and introduced her. This is Priscilla. She's a fourth-year student in the priestcraft department. It's best not to mess with her. For someone who wants to become a priest, she really... Without letting Ryan finish, Priscilla guessed what he was going to say and immediately waved this fishy young man aside and interrupted, gentle and beautiful, isn't that right? It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Priscilla Neeliel, the abandoned child of the Neeliel family. Joining the priestcraft department means I can't dream of getting married anymore. In response, the protagonist just nodded. Ah, yes, I look forward to working with you. After saying that, the two shook hands in greeting. However, immediately after, Priscilla's eyes widened like a cow's as she felt the terrifying energy within Denver. What is this? Why is your mana so dense? Is this really the mana level for people our age? Unbelievable. Impossible. Behind him, Ryan was a little confused seeing Priscilla overreact like that. Is that important? He asked. I guess so, the red-haired friend replied. Meanwhile, Arnold was also a bit annoyed by this. They're overreacting just because of a little dense mana. Ignoring him, the red-haired student stepped forward and introduced himself. It's a pleasure to meet you, Denver. I'm Scathach Habro, a second-year student in the martial arts department. I'm not like those muscleheads, don't misunderstand. Muscles are important, but martial arts isn't just about muscles, as everyone can see. If you're interested, just say the word and I'll teach you true martial arts, he promised. Next, Din looked at the last person, which was Arnold, who was proudly looking away as if he didn't care about these introductions. His uncooperative attitude also made the group a little annoyed. Hey, Arnold, what are you doing? It's your turn. Don't tell me you're upset because all your traps were broken. Is that really all it takes? Truly petty. The group complained, making Arnold's face twitch with green veins. Having no other choice, although he was furious, he still reluctantly turned to greet Denver. But no matter what, the only thing he said was just his name. Arnold Jiddle. That was all that came out of his mouth. Fortunately, Din didn't pay much attention to this. He was still happy despite his irritated attitude. I'm Din Sorius. It's a pleasure to meet you. He seems annoyed that all his traps were dismantled. Should I praise them? Din asked himself inwardly. And because he didn't want to see his sour face, Din also gave him a few words of praise. They were very good traps. You seem to understand mechanics and activation very well. But the paint was easy to spot. Why don't you try mixing grade 3 silver and grade 6 black in a 4:6 ratio instead of using grade 6 black? At this brightness, it would be harder to notice. Besides that, these are traps anyone would fall into. Next to them, the group saw Din offering advice on how to improve traps and were completely dizzy with Din's talent. He's teaching Arnold how to set traps? You're truly an interesting person. Then, after the introductions were finished, the group led Din to his room. Following the group, Din also had a few thoughts in his heart. These people are interesting, but it feels great to have a few decent friends. Things are starting to get interesting. Time quickly passed. The scene shifted to a corner somewhere inside the school grounds. At this moment, Din was talking to his best friend, Layla. But for some reason, after hearing what he said, the swordswoman screamed in surprise. What? You're taking 6 specialized classes this semester. In response, Din calmly explained that there were only 3 majors, and each major required attending 2 sessions, right? Seeing this, Layla still shook her head at his overly calm thinking. There are general education courses too. What are you going to do? You won't even have time to sleep. Normally, first years only have 4 sessions. That means... Let's see. Maybe you can skip the first class. Returning to Din, after hearing her, he gave Layla a slightly disdainful look and said, is saying things like that even allowed? That's why military studies was added to the general education courses. Ugh, you're really heartless. I'm so scared of military studies. In the first exam, my score dropped a lot because of military studies. Layla complained, and Din had to agree with this. Indeed, it is the most difficult subject, Din muttered to himself. Then Layla glanced at the time a little and said, indeed, the appearance of the top scorer. I'll see you later in the specialized swordsmanship class. I have to go listen to the general education lecture. Seeing this, Din couldn't help but ask back, which general education lecture is it? Understanding cosmetics and skin, Layla said with an enthusiastic expression, while Din could only laugh inwardly upon hearing that. Haha, truly a girl. Thinking this, he nodded in reply. All right, I'll see you later then. Time quickly passed. The scene shifted to the military studies classroom. At this moment, our protagonist, Din, was present here. With his appearance, of course, it was impossible to avoid the curious and observant gazes from everyone in the class. That's Din Sorius? Why is he here? Is he planning to attend the lecture? Perhaps? He's the Count's son, so he seems a bit cold, huh? Ah, I think I understand what you're saying. The murmuring began to fall directly into Din's ears, making him a little uncomfortable. I can hear everything, he complained inwardly, then opened his book and thought about the military studies general education course. Based on what I read yesterday, there are some contents I know, but there are also some contents that are completely opposite to reality. That's right, if theory and reality were always consistent, no country would lose a war. But the reason military studies is taught is because basic theory is very important. One must delve deeply into military theory to be effective on the battlefield. Soldiers can be arbitrary, but a commander must always consider between victory and the lives of the soldiers. Clearly, theory is very important. One must rely on theory to understand the actual situation, and by recognizing the inconsistencies in reality, we can understand the true use of military studies theory. I'm really curious how many talented students here will become elites. What do you think is the most important thing in war? In response to this question, while everyone was still hesitating, unsure what to say, Din suddenly raised his hand. Seeing this, the professor's eyes narrowed slightly and he asked, all right, the student who raised their hand, please speak. Responding to the question, Din said with a very confident face, the most important principle is logistics. Hearing this, Gabius's eyes showed approval. He nodded and continued, that's exactly right. Victory, triumph, innovation, all of these can only be achieved when logistics are guaranteed. Interesting, someone got the answer right from the start, he said with interest, before turning to ask Din another question. Then, do you know the 3 most important things in logistics? Answering this question, Din replied, first is strict military management. Logistics from the central to the front lines is not simply about physical distance, but the entire system is extended. If even one person is malicious, corruption can easily occur. This will lead to a lack of supplies. When he said these words, Din was entirely based on his experience on the battlefield. He wasn't bluffing, he truly understood the problem. Most logistics problems are due to inappropriate people in the intermediate stages, although the shipment was initially transported safely and accurately. Next is. Gabius continued, and this time, Din could answer very quickly. Standardization of supplies. If the quantity and weight of supplies are standardized, mass production can be carried out. This helps a lot in quickly supplying units on the front lines, maintaining strategy without losses. Hearing his words, the students in the class exchanged wide-eyed glances and whispered to each other, what is he saying? This isn't in the book. Not only them, but even Professor Gabius couldn't hide the surprise on his face. Then he delivered the final question. This time, also the exact answer. Finally. That is local production, Din replied. The longer the war, the less the first 2 will be adhered to, and the quality of supplies will also decrease. This requires soldiers on the battlefield to figure out how to be self-sufficient at a minimum level. Although the quantity and quality may be quite low, it is still enough food reserves for critical times. Din said with a slight smile. These are all things I witnessed and felt firsthand on the battlefield, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, the room fell silent with the protagonist's words. Their eyes widened, and they couldn't say a word. In the end, Professor Gabius couldn't help but shout in praise, that's an excellent answer. What year are you in? First year, Din replied. His answer made Gabius's face clearly show confusion. Sweat began to beat on his forehead. He asked again, what? You're only a first-year student? How does a newly matriculated child know this content? He asked for more details about what Din had just said. Strict military management, standardization of supplies, and finally local production for self-sufficiency. That answer is based on practical experience that soldiers and officers have gone through on the battlefield. As someone without experience on the battlefield, how did you know? Across from him, Din's face was a little thoughtful. Of course, he couldn't say that he had personally experienced this. So, after about 2 seconds, he bluffed, my father often told me these things. Your father? What is your name? Gabius asked curiously. Din Sorius, the protagonist replied with a proud face. After hearing his family name, Gabius was completely convinced. It's the Sorius family? So you are the son of the Green Tempest. So there's a reason. If he's from the Sorius family, then he's the student who passed the free major. No wonder his level is different from other first-year students. Thinking this, after he no longer had any questions, he raised his voice and said to all the students in the class, haha, so you all heard clearly, right? Completing the military theory section that we will study ourselves are the things that student Din Sorius just answered. Applying theory to real-life situations based on the textbook theory. This is the ultimate goal that military studies aims for. Let's move on to the next section, shall we? Saying this, he also looked at Din with a face full of anticipation. It's been a long time since an outstanding Sorius appeared. Time quickly passed. After the class ended, Din was panicked and running. As he ran, he muttered, I almost entered the Grand Academy. As soon as class ended, Professor Gabius called me immediately. Furthermore, he even wanted to persuade me to sign up for the Grand Academy. It seems the professor is a little impatient. Thinking this, Din remembered his second sister CL's advice to him. If anyone advises you to enter the Grand Academy of the Empire, just refuse firmly and leave immediately. My second sister's advice helped me, but it seems he won't give up easily. My current task is that I haven't adapted to the Academy's map yet because it's too large. The meeting place with Lily is at the central fountain square. As he thought, Din squinted his eyes at the map in front of him. Very quickly, he found his target. Oh, here it is. Going through the Mist Garden is the fastest way, he muttered. The Mist Garden is a place where even on cloudy days, visibility is limited as if there is mist, making it easy to get lost and wander around inside. Furthermore, it is a large garden covered in dense fog that everyone avoids. There are also rumors of demons appearing at night. But this place doesn't seem like what my eldest sister said, huh? The weather is good, so I've already arrived. Just as he finished speaking, as if to refute Din, he suddenly heard a panicked scream from behind him. Help? Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Please help me. Hearing this desperate sound, Din immediately turned his head towards where the sound came from with a curious look. Huh? Someone. The sound came from inside. Mother said that if someone is in danger, I must help them immediately. There is still enough time until the next literature class, so I can rescue them. Din reminded himself inwardly and quickly headed towards where he heard the sound. Then, not long after, Din successfully rescued an unnamed student. After being rescued, he profusely thanked him. Thank you. Thank you. I thought I was trapped in there forever. In response, Din just waved his hand and asked, All right, are you injured anywhere? The glasses-wearing young man said he was a little tired, but fine. Then he spoke up to introduce himself. I am Ernest Dane, a first-year student in the exploration department. Hearing this, Din looked at this bewildered young man as if seeing an alien. Huh? A student from the exploration department got lost? His voice was full of surprise, making Ernest's face a little embarrassed and flustered. It's because I was too excited, so I just wandered around unconsciously. Excited enough to get lost on a path? Din sighed. Putting aside the story of Ernest's absent-mindedness, Din also noticed his family name and asked, if it's Baron Dane, the family must be in the west, right? The crest is probably a ship and a sailor. Of course, it's the most famous lineage for exploration, isn't it? Din asked, and Ernest nodded. Yes, that's right. My family has explored the seas and strange lands generation after generation. But for you, it seems a little difficult, Din muttered to himself. Then Ernest scratched his head awkwardly and asked Din back, I'm surprised you know about our family. What's your name? I'm Din Sorius, the protagonist replied with a smile. And just by hearing his family name, Ernest's face immediately changed and he exclaimed, Then you are the new student who passed the free major after 100 years? Yeah, that's me, Din scratched his head awkwardly. Meanwhile, Ernest began to look at him with eyes as if seeing his idol. Oh my, what luck. I really wanted to meet you, even just once. Returning to Din's perspective, Ernest's overly enthusiastic attitude made him even more flustered. Then, after calming down, Din suddenly noticed Ernest's appearance was a little unusual and furrowed his brow, thinking, he said he wasn't injured anywhere, but what about those bruises? And there are also scars. They are very different from scars from exploration injuries. Could it be? Din speculated inwardly, and it seemed he had some idea. Then, to verify his suspicion, the protagonist spoke up to ask, Are you exploring this garden? Hearing this, his friend Ernest shared, Exploring? I feel excited. Actually, for me, it's not just the garden, but everything new I encounter is an exploration. Not just this maze-like garden, but people and objects too. Saying this, Ernest opened his backpack to show Denver, look. Seeing this, Din was a little surprised and said, These are all exploration tools? That's a lot. My goal is to explore every place within the academy, Ernest continued. Then, pausing for a moment, he also said softly to the protagonist, This mist garden is certainly one of them. There must be something here. It's cloudy, but the mist is so thick. Isn't that too unreasonable? Returning to Din, at the mention of the garden, his face also changed and he nodded. Yes, that's right. So have you found out anything? To Din's question, Ernest could only shake his head regretfully and reply, Not yet. But I'm sure there's some kind of power within this garden. But isn't it true that no one can uncover the truth? Din said, shrugging. However, Ernest also had his own thoughts about this. Yes, but what if there's a reason that no one has thought of trying to uncover the truth? Or they tried but still couldn't? The reason it cannot be clarified. Din exclaimed questioningly. And at this point, the glasses-wearing friend slowly shared his speculations regarding the strange phenomenon of the garden. Yes, right now we can't know, but suppose it's a power created by unknown elements or objects. For example, a legacy from the ancient kingdom that disappeared? Or things summoned from beyond the horizon? Returning to Din, the words coming from Ernest's mouth began to ignite a little interest in him. If it's the legacy of an ancient kingdom, that would be truly interesting, wouldn't it? Din nodded. As for Ernest, seeing someone agree with him, he was also very excited. You think so too, right? I really want to find the secret of that place. Speaking of Din, he hadn't forgotten that he had to go to the lecture hall, so he temporarily stopped this conversation. Right? I'm on my way to a lecture. Hearing this, Ernest suddenly remembered and quickly said to Din, Sorry, let's get out of here quickly. However, before they could move, the weather suddenly changed and it started pouring rain, making Ernest's face change. He turned back and reminded the protagonist, "This is bad. I heard that if it rains, the mist gets even thicker." "What? If that's the case, it'll be difficult to get out, won't it?" Din quickly asked back. "Yes, we'll lose our bearings," Ernest said, gritting his teeth. Indeed, just as they said, streams of mist began to rise continuously around them, causing both their visibility to decrease significantly. Even when Ernest took out a compass from his bag to determine direction, its needle spun around like a wheel without settling on any direction. Indeed, the compass doesn't work either. "We can't move like this," the glasses-wearing friend said bitterly. Meanwhile, Din asked again, "Can't we solve this with exploration abilities?" Ahead, Ernest shook his head slightly and put the compass away. "There's another path here, but the mist is too thick to go there. There's some unknown power affecting this place." Hearing this, Din's face began to sweat profusely and he muttered, "An unknown power? Damn it, have we fallen into a trap?" Unaware of Din's thoughts, Ernest turned back and said, "My body feels heavy. What should we do now?" "I'm sorry, Denver. This is all because of me." Ahead, seeing this four-eyed friend so worried, Din spoke up to reassure him. "No need to worry. We should wait and see how the situation is before deciding." Then, for some reason, our protagonist suddenly felt a very different sensation compared to Ernest. "This mist. I feel a little familiar with it. Is this my imagination? What's happening? I don't feel weakened. On the contrary, I strangely feel stronger. Could it be?" Returning to Ernest's perspective at this moment, he was so worried he was crying. As he wiped away his tears, he said, "This is bad. If it stays like this, Din will be in danger." Just as he finished speaking, suddenly a blinding light appeared next to him, making this friend stop crying and turn to observe, and he discovered that for some reason, Din was emitting a powerful stream of energy, strong enough to push Ernest's body far away. "What's happening? This mana is terrifying," he screamed. Following this release of mana, the mist around the protagonist was also dispelled. "The mist is dispersing from around Din? Din, what on earth is happening?" Ernest quickly asked. In response, Din's face became more confident. "Let's go, Ernest. I think I know the way out." "Really? How? How do you know?" Ernest was so surprised his mouth hung open. However, Din didn't explain much. In his head, he thought, "Maybe I can unravel the secret of this place." Just like that, they both quickly began to move. Behind Din, Ernest still couldn't suppress his curious nature. "What's happening? This is the mysterious mist that many mages couldn't uncover, but Din can pass through it as if nothing happened. Furthermore, the mist disperses wherever he goes, and visibility becomes clear. This is truly a miraculous young man," Ernest exclaimed in admiration. Soon, the protagonist's steps became faster. He reminded Ernest, "We're almost there." "Really? You found the way?" the glasses-wearing friend said excitedly. However, the place Din led him to was completely different. "This is the center of the mist garden," Ernest exclaimed in surprise, looking at the fountain in front of him. Turning to Din's perspective, witnessing Ernest's surprise, he thought, "It seems this friend knows something," so he quickly asked, "What's wrong? Is there something special about this?" In response to his question was an even more astonished look from Ernest. "Of course, most students who come to the mist garden come because of this." Saying this, Ernest's eyes suddenly seemed to understand something and he exclaimed, "Ah, you don't know the legend of this place?" As for Dan, he really didn't know anything about this school, so he could only shake his head. "This place has a legend?" Explaining this, Ernest slowly said, "There's a legend here that if you reach this place before the mist disperses, you will be reunited with the person you desire most." Next to him, Din lost interest after hearing this. "Another typical romance story, huh?" The protagonist sighed and shrugged, adding, "Given how difficult it is to get here, how can it still be working?" Hearing this reminder from him, Ernest's eyes showed curiosity and he nodded in agreement. "You're right." Next, Din began to focus his eyes and stare at the fountain, offering his observations. If no one is continuously supplying mana, could there be an energy source powerful enough not to need replenishment? Hearing this, Ernest's eyes slowly widened and he exclaimed, "If that's the case, the entire garden could be a giant mechanism." Din nodded in agreement and explained further, "Considering how unnecessarily complex and convoluted the layout of this garden is, that could be true." "Is that so? If this garden is a large mechanism, then this magic fountain could be an ancient artifact," Ernest said excitedly. His eyes began to show more curiosity and excitement than ever before. Meanwhile, our protagonist also had a bit more speculation in his heart. And perhaps the mist is also related to it. This feeling, it must be. As if something inside is reacting, like meeting an old friend. This is ancient magic. Din secretly made his analysis in his head as he reached out to touch the fountain and slowly felt its magic. Then, suddenly, his friend Ernest suddenly noticed that some ancient characters were carved inside the fountain and exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, this is the ancient secret language." "Ancient secret language?" Din's voice was a little curious. The glasses-wearing friend nodded and explained, "Yes, that's right. At first, I wasn't sure because I couldn't see clearly, but now that I'm touching it, I'm sure. This is the language of the forgotten ancient kingdom, secret." After hearing this, Din couldn't help but hide his astonished eyes and praised, "You even know this?" "Of course. I'm from the Dane family. Learning ancient languages like this is essential for explorers. It's annoying to reach a ruin and not be able to read what's written there." Of course, I'm not proficient in all languages yet, but I learned this from my father when I was young. Let me try to decipher it, Ernest said with eyes shining like stars. Excitement and enthusiasm were clearly evident on his face. He even took out paper and a pen to take notes, and without waiting for Din to agree, he immediately threw himself into the work of exploration. Just like that, time began to pass, and Ernest racked his brain to decipher the language written on the fountain. As he worked, he also muttered, "This word means qualification." What word is this? That's right, that's it. If I combine these words, then... Din, I've deciphered it, he shared excitedly. And Din also asked what it was. In response to the question, Ernest immediately showed his notebook to the protagonist and exclaimed, "Those with the qualifications will prove their power." This was a rather cryptic sentence, leaving Din completely clueless. Qualification? Prove? Could those with the qualifications here refer to ancient magic? Somehow, the closer I get to the center, the more familiar it feels, Din thought to himself. Meanwhile, Ernest also had a similar thought. It's funny, isn't it? If the qualifications mentioned here are ancient power, then there's no way anyone like that exists. To this, Din replied nonchalantly, "Thanks, Ernest." Saying this, he immediately began to focus the power within his body into the bracelet he had obtained with the old man Dram before. Returning to Ernest's perspective, seeing Din suddenly use his power as if he had some idea, the explorer quickly asked, "Hey, Din, what are you doing?" Not answering Ernest's question, Din was still lost in thought. They say June's power comes just from its shape. If I use this bracelet, it might react. And just as Din predicted, the ancient characters carved on the bracelet began to display strange symbols. "Strange symbols are appearing on the bracelet," Ernest exclaimed. Then our protagonist extended his hand forward, and the bracelet automatically detached from his wrist, flew towards the fountain, and began to cause some kind of resonance. Next, the entire ground around them shook violently. "What's happening?" "It's shaking violently." "Din, what did you just do?" "The fountain is sinking into the ground," Ernest shouted in surprise, while Din himself couldn't hide his joy. "Wonderful. In the end, that was the correct answer," he told himself. By this time, even an idiot would have realized what was happening. What is this? Even the mist is disappearing, activating an ancient artifact so easily. The one with the qualifications that the fountain mentioned turned out to be Din. While thinking, Ernest stared at Din as if wanting to figure out what kind of person his friend was. However, before Ernest could think further, the giant blue crystal in front of them suddenly emitted a blinding light. Seeing this, Din quickly reminded his friend next to him, "Ernest, look, something is glowing in the center." Hearing this, Ernest temporarily stopped his train of thought and focused on observing. Next, both of them stared with wide eyes at the scene before them. "Wow, it's beautiful. It looks like a gem. That must be the energy source operating the fountain," Ernest said, expressing his thoughts, and Din agreed. "Perhaps it's also the cause of all the strange phenomena within this garden. Now, let's face the ancient power," Din said calmly. Following that, a complex magic circle appeared beneath the protagonist's feet, radiating a powerful aura. Din himself reached out to feel the energy it was emitting. This power, ancient magic, exactly like the power I have. Then, he focused on the ancient text written on the crystal and speculated, "Akana once existed and was destroyed. This is its legacy. Amazing. I can understand the ancient language that I couldn't read before. This is truly the legacy of the magic kingdom Akana. So I have absorbed this power," the protagonist said happily. However, just a second later, his chest suddenly felt a sharp pain, making Din involuntarily clutch his chest. "My heart suddenly hurts. Something is happening to my heart," Din cried out inwardly. Then, according to his feeling, a magic circle was quickly formed inside his heart. "Is this a magic circle?" Din asked himself. Core and circle, their roles are completely opposite to each other. Having both is very rare. This combination is inefficient and can even cause damage to the body. That's why magic swordsmen always have heart problems. That's why I didn't want to create a circle just for magic, but I didn't expect it to be forcibly implanted into my heart, the protagonist sighed. His worried expression was so clear on his face that Ernest could easily notice it. He turned to ask Din, "Are you really okay? You've been looking pale since earlier." Ernest's voice was filled with worry. Seeing this, Din didn't want him to think too much, so he tried to force a smile and waved his hand. "Don't worry, I'm just thinking too much." Hearing this, Ernest was a little thoughtful for a few seconds. Then he didn't want to delve deeper and nodded. "All right. I was also shocked, but the power you absorbed is correct, isn't it? Both the mist and those ancient languages. It seems they are all related to you." Turning to Din's perspective, Ernest's curiosity didn't surprise him too much. Ernest must be full of questions. He witnessed everything. It's best to understand the situation first, Din thought to himself. Thinking this, he put all the responsibility on his sister. "I just followed the way my sister taught me. I don't know the details either." "Is that so? Well, when you figure it out, let me know, okay?" Ernest said with a smile. Din nodded. "Certainly." As they left the garden, Ernest recalled everything that had happened today and shared enthusiastically. "Today, I feel like my blood is boiling. That's the spirit of an explorer. Din, do you want to explore the mysteries in the academy with me? Then we can share strange phenomena or mysterious places we find." "That sounds interesting," Din replied with a smile, while also having a little anticipation in his heart. Who knows, there might be other places containing magic like this. Then Ernest suddenly seemed to remember something and reminded Din. But hey, Din, didn't you say you have a class coming up? Ernest's reminder startled Din, making him remember the class. He patted Ernest on the shoulder and ran off. That's right, Ernest. Sorry, I'll go ahead. See you later. Okay, see you later, the glasses-wearing friend said with a smile. Looking at Din's back slowly disappearing, he also had a few thoughts. He's really an interesting friend. If I continue exploring with Din, amazing things will definitely happen. How exciting. Returning to Din's position, at this moment his body was rushing forward like a gust of wind. As he ran, Din also began to feel some differences. After my body absorbed the energy from that blue crystal, it felt strange. Why is moving so much easier now? Although the circle and core coexist, there is no usual discomfort. Normally, the circle would obstruct the mana from the core, making the efficiency extremely poor. But now, no matter how much mana I generate, I don't feel anything unusual. No, actually, it's the opposite. The mana flows through the circle and seems to gather back in the core. Furthermore, the mana in the core is even purer than before. Great. I should contact my eldest sister, Din muttered to himself. Time quickly passed. The scene shifted to a mansion located in a desert area. This is the Harem territory. At this moment, our protagonist, along with countless students of the Royal Academy, was present here for an unclear reason. Next to Din, his close friend Layla enthusiastically shared. So this is the famous Harem territory I've heard about? Oh, I see the entrance. At this moment, in front of them was a gigantic gate. Looking at it, Layla exclaimed in admiration, this must be the famous magic barrier. Magic barrier? Din's voice was full of curiosity. Hearing this, Layla knew Din had no idea what she was talking about, so she explained with a smile, it was created by Solhast, a legendary mage of the Academy. This is a barrier that activates once a year for new students with magical talent. When you pass through it, the barrier will show a color depending on the quality and level of that person's magic. Originally, it was a device used to detect and eliminate dark mages infiltrating the Academy, but after dark mages became extinct, it was repurposed like this. Thinking this, Din's face showed surging interest as he asked, what level does each color represent? Explaining the question, Layla spoke up, oh, it's like this. If you have no talent, no color will appear. If the talent is decent, it's yellow. If there's significant talent, it's blue. And if it's overwhelming talent, it will be red. Layla said this fluently, making Din couldn't help but be surprised and turned to praise the young girl. You study a lot. Hearing this, Layla winked slightly and said proudly, I want to know everything about the Academy. Then she also reminded Din of something, and all your sisters got red. So, I'll go in first, okay. After saying this, the swordswoman slowly walked through the gate, and it was not surprising at all that the color of the gate that appeared was red, proving she was an overwhelming genius. It's red, Layla said happily. That's truly amazing, Din nodded in acknowledgement. Hee, at least I'm this good, Layla said, raising her hand to show off her achievement. Next, Din couldn't help but want to test his own level of talent. Then I'll try it too, he said, and slowly walked towards the gate. Although he hadn't stepped inside yet, Din had a slight speculation in his heart. I'll probably get red, especially since I absorbed ancient magic. Maybe it will be even stronger than usual. That was what he thought. However, the result the gate showed was completely different. The color displayed on the gate was not red, not blue, not yellow, but green. Looking at this light, both of their faces became confused. Huh? Green. What's going on? There's no level that's green, Layla said, eyes wide, turning to Din. Haha. Yeah, truly, the protagonist replied awkwardly. He himself didn't understand why this was happening either. Time quickly passed. The scene shifted to a lecture hall somewhere in Part 5. At this moment, the first-year students were buzzing with the appearance of a stranger. Do you see his badge? He's a student from the finance department. What is someone who only works with money doing in the magic department? Someone asked. However, the person next to them shook their head and said, how would I know? Magic department classes are always very popular. I'm sure he just came to listen to the orientation and will leave afterwards. At this moment, in front of the group of students was a big, blonde-haired guy with a face full of arrogance. Seeing this, a orange-haired student stepped forward to ask, Senior Arthur, why are you here? In response, Arthur Dion frankly shared, I stopped by because I needed to relay something after class. But he still hasn't arrived, huh? I mean the interdisciplinary student, Din Sarius. The person speaking was Arthur Dion, the fifth-year representative of the magic department. The new students in front, hearing this, also asked, he said he would attend this class, but I haven't seen him yet. Hearing this, Arthur looked around the room and nodded. Is that so? I'm sure he's just taking his time getting here. When he comes in, bring him to me. After all, he is Senior Arabella's younger brother. I must show a little special attention. Yes, sir, the new student quickly replied. Just as Arthur was about to turn and leave, he was drawn by the noisy sounds echoing from all sides. Wow, he's really handsome. Look at those eyes, they look like emeralds. It must be great to be the top scorer. Wherever you go, you're the center of attention. The person standing next to him is Laylathern, right? Sounds of admiration began to rise. However, for someone who dislikes noise like Din, being noticed and talked about by so many people gave him a headache. Meanwhile, his close friend Layla enjoyed teasing him. Isn't it great? The top student is always the center of attention, no matter where you go. On the other side, Arthur saw Din's figure and smirked. Oh, he's finally here, he said, and then walked forward and greeted him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Din Sorius. I saw you clearly during the matriculation ceremony. You were truly outstanding. His sudden words made both Din and Layla stunned. They wondered inwardly, who is this? He looks like a senior, but why is he acting so familiar? Thinking this, Din couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, but who are you? Doesn't the magic department teach basic courtesy? If you need to see me, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Din's voice carried a hint of complaint. Arrogant Din. Arthur's face immediately bulged with veins from anger. His eyes glared fiercely, and his teeth ground together. This arrogant brat, he cursed inwardly. Not only him, but even the new students standing around felt the atmosphere become tense. Arthur was like a bomb that could explode at any moment. They couldn't help but worry for Denver. Did he just say that to Senior Arthur? Won't this become a big problem? Offending a senior means academic life is over. Returning to Arthur, after taking a few deep breaths to try and calm down, he voiced his resentment towards Denver. I specifically came here because you are the younger brother of a senior I respect, and yet you show such arrogance, not knowing your place. Have you ever considered that your behavior could affect your family's reputation? Hearing this, Din just replied sarcastically, I've never thought about that. But from what I see, aren't you the one who's being rude? Across from him, Arthur's teeth ground together once again. He said coldly, can you truly not see the situation before you? Saying this, he also reminded himself, if I let this slide like this, my honor will be damaged. Senior Arabella will surely understand. Thinking this, he decided to teach Den a lesson. It seems you need to be taught a little, huh? As soon as he finished speaking, Arthur began to gather mana in the palm of his hand. But unfortunately, before the two of them could even start fighting, a shouting sound echoed. Bam! The professor slammed his book onto the desk and yelled, what's going on over there? Is there a problem? Hearing the authoritative sound, Arthur immediately retreated. He quickly explained, Professor, I just stopped by to welcome the new students. As for the head of the magic department, Professor Revo, he clearly understood that things were not as simple as Arthur said. However, since no serious incident had occurred yet, he didn't intend to delve into it and just coldly reminded him, is that so? Then keep the socializing for after class. Hearing this, Arthur had no reason to stay. However, before leaving, he still spoke a few meaningful words to Denver. I'll let it slide this time. Looking at his retreating back, Layla quietly reminded Din, you should be careful. That person doesn't look pleasant at all. And just as Layla thought, Arthur had no intention of letting this matter slide easily. He coldly ordered a subordinate next to him, take him to that place. These words startled the subordinate. Huh? But he's Senior Arabella's younger brother. Is it okay to do that? Arthur just narrowed his eyes, his voice full of coldness. I will explain to Senior later. Just take him. Returning to the classroom, after the noisy group had left, Professor Revo also began his lecture. Today is the orientation session. We will keep everything simple and then finish the class. But since this is a practical combat course, let's start by measuring everyone's mana. As he spoke, he placed a device that looked like a disc with a hemispherical shape on top onto the desk. Across from him, the group of students stared at the mana measuring device, excitedly discussing among themselves. Wow, is that a mana measuring device? I've seen it before. Returning to Professor Revo, he didn't make the students wait long and quickly instructed, if you place your hand on the device and channel mana like this, you can see the number of your mana circles. As he spoke, he demonstrated by placing his hand on the device and began channeling his mana into it. Immediately after, several magic circles appeared behind him. Looking at the number of circles, the students couldn't suppress their astonishment and yelled, wow, 8 circles. Truly the level of a professor. Ignoring the students' shouts, Revo continued to explain, of course, even at the same level, the color will become darker if the skill is higher. But there are also cases where mana circles don't appear. This doesn't mean there is no talent, so don't worry. That's right, it's normal for some people not to have formed mana circles yet. The students chimed in. Revo nodded and continued, that's why we cannot rely solely on checking the circles for evaluation. Since you are participating in this class, you should at least know basic magic. We will use this magic sphere to measure mana more accurately. Use basic magic, mental magic, to control the sphere to demonstrate your mana control ability, like this. As he spoke, he controlled numerous spheres flying everywhere. Seeing that scene, the entire class was stunned in amazement. Amazing. The magic symbols are perfectly formed. Can he move the spheres just by mental magic? There's no need to make a fuss, Layla complained softly from the side. Professor Revo continued to explain, even basic magic has differences in power and accuracy depending on the user. To move the spheres, you must channel mana into them. At your current level, controlling a maximum of 3 spheres is already considered excellent. Hearing this, the swordswoman Layla glanced up and asked curiously, could Din possibly control more? In response, Din just nodded slightly. At this moment, Professor Revo glanced at Arthur and suggested, Arthur, you're only auditing, but could you demonstrate for your juniors? Hearing this, the arrogant Arthur, who was looking for an opportunity to show off in front of Din, thought to himself, I'll make this kid understand the difference between us. Thinking this, Arthur eagerly replied immediately, yes, Professor, I understand. Not only him, but even Din felt a little interested. Now I'll know the source of that arrogance. Den thought to himself. Immediately after, Arthur quickly stepped onto the podium, channeled mana into the measuring device, and immediately 4 magic circles appeared behind him. Seeing this, the new students couldn't help but cheer as if they were going crazy. As expected from Senior Arthur, he managed to get 4 circles, and the color is incredibly dark too. Not to mention the new students whose level was like factory farmed chickens. Even Professor Revo nodded in satisfaction. It seems you've improved even further. Hearing this, Arthur replied with a smug face. It's all thanks to your guidance, Professor. Next, Revo turned and said to the whole class. Normally, achieving 4 mana circles is something only done after graduation, but your senior here achieved it while still studying. This is truly overwhelming talent. You should learn from him. Who knows, perhaps his advice will help you develop further. These words from the professor made the entire class buzz with excitement. Meanwhile, Arthur took the opportunity to glance over with teasing eyes. It's too early to be surprised, Densorius. I will show you the difference between us. Thinking this, he began controlling the blue spheres flying around the classroom at extremely high speed. Seeing that scene, the new students' eyes widened and their mouths hung open. He's controlling the spheres perfectly. Impossible. How many spheres is that? But in reality, to do this, Arthur was so tired his back was drenched in sweat. Even so, he tried to act calm and turned to stare at Den, smiling provocatively. I pushed my strength to the limit. How was that, kid? Across from him, the group of new students, seeing that Arthur had gone all out just to show off, didn't spare their praise. Amazing. Everyone clap. As expected from Senior Arthur. Which magic tower will he go to after this? Sounds of curiosity began to rise. On this side, Professor Revo, seeing that Arthur had done well in his demonstration, also allowed him to leave. Well done. You can leave now. Arthur replied with a smiling face. Yes, Professor. Saying this, he turned back to look at the protagonist and smirked. Hee, I'm very eager to see your mana level. Unaware of his thoughts, Professor Revo also turned to the remaining students and said, Anyway, if there is no mana, nothing will happen. If you are worried, you can leave the lecture hall immediately. Regarding his words, the entire group of students remained completely silent. No one answered or left, because anyway, to be admitted to this Royal Academy, there's no way someone wouldn't possess mana. Seeing this, the head of the magic department also nodded and continued. No one? Good. Then let's begin. Step up in order, starting from the front row. Just like that, the group of students began to buzz with excitement, waiting for their turn to be tested. As for Layla, as if she had witnessed this many times, she just sighed and explained. This is called an orientation session, but in reality, it's just a way to display everyone's abilities to the whole class. Next to her, Den heard this and pondered for a moment or two before nodding in agreement. Yes, that's what the academy is aiming for. Next, the students went one by one to the mana measuring device to be tested. Some students had 1 magic circle, while others felt nothing at all. As for the magic sphere control test, they did even worse, with most of them unable to control the spheres for long before they fell down. Returning to the arrogant Arthur, he had been standing beside them observing all this time, and said with a contemptuous tone, Truly a mess. At the same time, the blonde-haired girl next to him quickly reminded him, Hey, it's that guy's turn. Hearing this, Arthur shifted his gaze to watch Den, as it was now Den's turn to be tested. Densorius, I'll watch and see how far your arrogance can take you. He muttered to himself, but no one heard him. But without needing him, even Den felt curious about his current abilities. Honestly, I'm also very curious because I absorbed ancient magic, so something must have changed. Thinking this, without further hesitation, Den began channeling his energy into the measuring device. On this side, Professor Revo was also very much looking forward to Densorius's performance. In the entrance exam, he solved my test perfectly. I'm really looking forward to seeing how many mana circles he possesses. Thinking this, he widened his eyes, concentrating on observing, not wanting to miss a single moment. But then something completely unexpected happened. The measuring device suddenly displayed a bright red screen with the words, cannot measure. In that moment, the entire classroom suddenly became chaotic. What? What does that mean? Is it broken? If he doesn't have mana circles, it means he has none. But why can't it be measured? The group of students spoke as they moved towards Den, trying to observe more closely. Meanwhile, our protagonist had a slight speculation in his heart. Could this be due to the ancient magic I absorbed? Speaking of Professor Revo, compared to the other students, he was the most surprised, because he knew the capabilities of this measuring machine well. Coupled with the fact that he had never witnessed this case before. This machine has 100% accuracy. It can filter out anyone who tries to fake their rank. But now it says it cannot be measured? I've never seen this happen before. Thinking this, since he couldn't find a reasonable explanation, he could only speak up with an improvised excuse. It must have overloaded. At the very least, let's finish Den's sphere test first. Hearing this, Den also nodded in agreement. Yes, Professor. In front, the arrogant Arthur saw that Den's case was due to the machine overloading and smirked. Haha, I knew it. No surprise there. Just a new student. Ignoring his mocking words, Den slowly walked towards the magic spheres. Inwardly, he felt a little regretful. So it can't be measured? That's a pity. But let's try this method. I wonder if this will work correctly. Thinking this, he began to concentrate his mind, channeling energy into the magic spheres, making them float suspended in the air. However, what surprised everyone even more was that what he was controlling was not just 1 or 2 spheres, but all the magic spheres placed on the table. This made the entire group of students in the class widen their eyes in fright. Someone shouted in stunned silence. He lifted all the spheres. Impossible. The highest achievement ever only reached 5 spheres. Not only the new students, but even the senior students found it hard to believe their eyes. All the spheres. Is that guy crazy? The black-haired guy standing next to Arthur also exclaimed in surprise, while the arrogant Arthur's face froze completely. How can this be? He muttered to himself. Unbelievable. Next to him, Layla also looked at Den with blank eyes. He's doing it again. Now I'm not even surprised anymore, but I never thought he could lift all of them. He's even more incredible than I imagined. It seems that after absorbing ancient magic, he's even stronger, she secretly speculated inwardly. Returning to Den's perspective, controlling these magic spheres made him feel a little interested, so he decided to unleash a little more power. Alright, let's make this even more impressive, he said, and began controlling the spheres, arranging them according to a certain pattern. Seeing this scene, Professor Revo broke out in a cold sweat. What am I seeing right now? He's precisely arranging the spheres to create a picture. Even Arabella couldn't do this. Following everyone's gaze, the images of a lion and a snake gradually appeared in the air above. Someone shouted in surprise upon realizing this. It's a lion and a snake. That's the crest of the Sorius family. Facing the commotion caused by Den, Layla could only sigh and offer a word of advice. It's my turn. Calm down now, Denver. Den also slowly retracted his magic at the request of his close friend. Meanwhile, Professor Revo didn't spare his praise. Truly excellent, Den Sorius. Even Siren, who has never taken a disciple, would be proud to call you his disciple. In response to the praise, Den just nodded slightly, thanking the professor. All around, everyone who heard this shocking information gasped. Wait, what? He's the disciple of the former Magic Tower Lord? Now I understand why he entered the Advanced Magic Major. Returning to Arthur's group, the black-haired subordinate was now sweating profusely from fear and quickly asked Arthur, what should we do now? That guy is not normal. He might even be stronger than you. In response, Arthur, who was also terrified, yelled back, shut up. I'm thinking. Saying this, he tensely clenched his hand, silently cursing Den inwardly. Damn it, the Sorius family is terrifying. Why are they all monsters? With that level, we need to change our plan. So annoying, but if I start trouble and lose in terms of ability, I'll lose face badly. If I can't defeat him with skill, I'll have to subdue him another way, the arrogant Arthur calculated inwardly. Then, as if he had made a decision, Arthur said to his 2 cronies, we need to get him into the student council. What? The student council, the other 2 yelled. But Arthur just nodded in confirmation and explained his reasoning. Yes. Since I have a foothold in the council, controlling him will be easier, if he comes under my wing. Hearing this, the 2 who were with him still couldn't accept this decision and advised him. But he's only a first-year student, the brown-haired guy spoke up. The orange-haired girl quickly chimed in. That's right. Even we don't dare to think about participating in that. However, Arthur was determined to get Den in, so he completely ignored the words of his 2 subordinates. This is an unprecedented event for a first-year student to join the student council. But who cares? Rules are made to be broken, aren't they? Trust me, with him, our magic department's reputation will become widely known. Saying this, he smirked, thinking, and of course, my reputation and career will also rise. Ignoring him, Professor Revo now said with a regretful and painful expression, excellent work, student. If I had known this beforehand, I would have competed with the other professors to ensure he joined the magic department. He was utterly stunned by these words. Good heavens, are you saying his talent surpassed even the senior I admire? He asked himself. Returning to Professor Revo, he seemed to notice that Arthur was having issues with Den and advised him on the matter. Arthur, just look the other way when it comes to Denver. Take good care of him so he gets into the magic class. To the professor's words, Arthur's hand involuntarily clenched on his thigh. He thought irritably, TCH, everyone's like this. They're all overwhelmed by his talent. Next, although a little envious, Arthur shared his thoughts. Actually, I met him after class and offered him to join the student council, but he refused. Hearing this, the head of the magic department was astonished. What? Is he perhaps hearing something from Arabella's side? His talent is too amazing for us to miss out on. Just like that, both of them fell into a dull silence. However, as if he thought of something, Arthur also asked the professor about the recommendation letter from earlier. Before he could finish speaking, the professor replied with a smile, that? It seems things aren't going smoothly, but don't be too hasty. You still have 2 more years, don't you? Someone like you will definitely be recommended to the Magic Tower before graduation. Returning to Arthur's perspective, outwardly he smiled brightly, but inwardly he was secretly cursing the professor. Damn it, that's what you said last year too. Do you think I don't know your real intentions? If I take a spot in the Magic Tower now, it means losing a student to play around with, right? You're stopping me, aren't you? I heard you were the one who cut the 2 spots in the magic tower that I wanted to apply for when I was in my 3rd year. Thinking this, since he couldn't do anything about this professor anyway, Arthur had to continue. All right, then I will try to persuade Denver. Hearing this, Revo finally nodded in satisfaction. All right, Arthur. Then I'm counting on you. His words made Arthur's face stiffen for a moment. Damn it, my future is completely in his hands. Whether I like it or not, I have no other choice but to obey. This damn old man, he secretly cursed. Meanwhile, from Din's position, he was carrying a large bag on his shoulder and turned to ask his close friend, by the way, Layla, is the way to the cafeteria always this crowded? Why are there so many club events? Din added. In response to this question, the swordswoman explained, if a club has too few members or cannot prove its activities, it will be disbanded. This is the first time I've participated in so many events like this, Din added. Next to him, Layla glanced at the bag Din was carrying and smiled. Anyway, we won a ton of prizes. 20 mana stones, 15 lunch discount coupons, 5 meal coupons, 8 convenience store discount coupons, and a treasure map. Then Layla reached out, took the map, and asked, what is this? Din replied, the senior hosting the event said it was something bought from an auction in Ender. Next to him, the swordswoman's eyes lit up like car headlights upon hearing this. Bought from an auction in Ender. Then this must be really valuable. Looking at her greedy expression, Din could only give a slight smile and think, my father once said. The Ender Auction House is a place specializing in collecting rare and beautiful items from all over the empire. The best appraiser in the country appraises everything and ensures only masterpieces are put up for sale. In front, Layla also pointed at the seal on the scroll and exclaimed, the seal is still intact. Is it a treasure map of the academy? Din speculated aloud, and Layla nodded in agreement. Yes, I heard that this academy has many mysterious and secret places. Saying this, she tossed the map to Din looking at it. He also involuntarily had a thought in his heart. Ernest will be very happy to see this. The scene shifted to the lecture hall. This is a place where general education lectures are mainly held, and at this moment, our protagonist was outside the building. Looking at the imposing architecture before him, Din couldn't help but exclaim, so this is where imperial history is taught? Before coming here, I was taught by the head butler, so I already know most of the content. I can rest easy, Din thought to himself. At the same time, his friend who liked exploring everything, Ernest, also spoke up, greeting him from behind. Hey, Din, we meet again. Hearing the familiar voice, the protagonist turned and replied, oh, it's Ernest. Are you also taking this class? In response to Din's question, Ernest happily introduced, this is a required course for first-year students, and I guessed I'd meet you here again. We meet again. Huh? How do you feel? Is your body still all right? Din smiled, but his answer was a little vague. Nothing much has changed. It's a bit complicated. I'll explain in detail later. Ah, that's right, Ernest, there's something I wanted to tell you, Din said with a smile. He probably wanted to mention the treasure map he had just obtained. However, before Din could even speak, a red-haired guy leading a group came looking for Ernest to cause trouble. Hey, are you Ernest? Hearing this sound, Ernest's face became panicked, and that couldn't escape Din's sharp eyes. He was a little curious inwardly. What? Ernest's expression just changed. He's trembling. He looks extremely frightened. Across from him, the reddish-brown-haired guy leading the group smiled as if they were very close friends. Wow, Ernest, I didn't expect to meet you here. It's been a while, hasn't it? For some reason, Ernest's face was sweating more and more from tension. This made Din think a little. He looks just like a soldier with psychological trauma. Then Ernest also hesitantly replied, hello, Braun. Seeing this Braun character also complained, if you got in, why didn't you tell me? I got here first. Next to them, Din thought a little. Are they friends? But it doesn't seem like a normal relationship at all. Saying this, he focused on observing ahead, as at this moment, Ernest also lowered his head and said, sorry, I didn't know. Braun started approaching, rubbing Ernest's head and continued, honestly, how did you get in here? I thought you wouldn't make it. Don't you always tremble when you talk, like a leaf in the wind? Perfect timing. I'm too lazy to go out and buy something. Just happens we met here. Go get me a sandwich, he said with a big smile, making Ernest's face turn pale. He exclaimed, what? Right now? Seeing Ernest's refuse, Braun's expression changed a little, and he growled, what? You don't want to go, Ernest? Ernest awkwardly explained, I'm hanging out with my friend, so it's a bit inconvenient. Returning to Braun's perspective, he slightly glanced up and teased, your friend? Huh? Well, he looks pretty sturdy. Which department are you in? If you're with Ernest, I can probably guess your level, his tone full of contempt. This made a fire of anger rise in Din's heart. I don't know which family he's from, but that careless and reckless attitude reminds me of hooligans on the battlefield. The more he thought about it, the gloomier Din's face became. It's just a pity that fools like Braun didn't realize this and continued to spout mocking words. Is this guy not going to answer? Braun jeered. However, just then, a teacher noticed their group and shouted, hey, you guys. What are you doing? Class is about to start. Get inside. Hearing this, Braun turned and replied, all right, we're going in now. Saying this, he glanced and instructed Ernest, we'll talk after class, okay? I have a lot more to say to you. This academy is about to get interesting. Just like that, the red-haired guy led his lackeys into the class, leaving Ernest behind, still trembling with fear. Seeing his shaking arm, Din also walked over and asked, Ernest, are you okay? Who are they? It seems like you know them. Hearing this, Ernest tried to regulate his breathing and explained, they're from another family. When I was at home, they used to bully me. I knew they were also studying at this academy, but this school is huge and has too many departments. I thought I wouldn't meet them again. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Ernest's tone was full of apology. This made Din think a little, but then he continued, I'm fine. Let's just go into class. You look so pale. How much have they been harassing you? Thinking this, to make Ernest feel a little more at ease, Din reassured him, don't worry too much. I'll go with you. Din's words made Ernest unable to hide his surprise, but immediately after, he shook his head and refused, Go with me? No need. I can take care of myself. Returning to Din, looking at Ernest's scrawny figure, he knew taking care of himself here probably meant going out to be a punching bag for Bronze Group. Din immediately asked, Are you just going to go alone and listen to what they say? If you do that, they'll just continue to bully you like before. Come on, you saw my magic at the fountain, right? What are you still worried about? The reminder from the protagonist made Ernest remember the moment Din unleashed his terrifying energy at the fountain. He was startled, realizing how strong Din was. Inwardly, a glimmer of hope also seemed to rise in him. Seeing this, Din just concluded the matter. So, we'll go together, okay? Time quickly passed. Very soon, the history class ended, and this time, both groups of people met again. Across from them, Bronze spoke, It's really quiet here. Quite pleasant, huh? Hey, Ernest, does this bring back any memories? Without letting Ernest reply, our protagonist spoke up first. Are you really his friend? Why would you drag him out here just to cause trouble? In response to Din's words was a warning glare from Braun. He turned and stared at him, growling, And who are you to interfere? Do you want to die? Din replied indifferently, I'll return the question to you. For an arrogant guy like Braun, who was used to bullying others, there was no way he could stand it when someone resisted him. His face began to bulge with veins. He yelled, What? This arrogant brat. Just because you got into the academy, you think you're something amazing. You've heard of the Soar family, right? I am the heir of the most powerful family in the West. Din just scratched his ear provocatively and shrugged. The Soar family? Never heard of them before. Across from him, Braun's face was as menacing as a ticking time bomb. At this moment, his lackeys behind him also chimed in. What did that brat just say? Braun, are you going to just stand there and take this humiliation? Seeing his lackeys eager to fight like that, Braun didn't disappoint them. He ordered, All right, go beat him up. As for the lackeys, seeing their master's order, they were delighted. Unfortunately, they didn't know Din's true strength, so they were still very confident. Ernest, you really chose the wrong friend. Now you're going to get beaten twice as hard. The threat from the thugs made Ernest step back in fear and turn to advise the protagonist, Stop. I think we should leave here while we still can. No matter how strong you are, they are really dangerous. Especially Braun, he's been called a sword genius since he was young. Hearing this, Din's eyes became a little more focused. He said with interest, Now I'm starting to get interested. Ernest, I'll leave one of them for you. Knock him out with your fist. What? Ernest yelled with disbelief. Din continued, Trust me, you can't keep living like this, right? Turning to Ernest, he really couldn't understand what Din was saying anymore. However, without letting them talk any further, a thug in the group lunged forward and yelled, What are you acting so calm for? You're dead meat, you bastard. As soon as these words were spoken, he swung his fist straight at Din's face, making his face tilt to the side. Seeing this, Ernest cried out in worry, while the thug was just smug. How does that feel, you bastard? Are you sober now? I'm not finished yet. Saying this, he swung his fist again, intending to teach Din a direct lesson. But there was no way the protagonist would let him achieve his goal easily. Din just gently raised his hand and easily blocked this punch. Next, he said in a joyful tone, Clearly, you threw the first punch, so from now on, this will be self-defense. Across from him, the thug, seeing Din speak so vaguely, also cursed, What are you saying, you bastard? As he spoke, he swung his fist forward. However, with Din's close combat ability, the thug's punch was like a turtle crawl in his eyes. Immediately, Din ducked down to dodge the attack. Then, he clenched his fist and threw a punch straight to the thug's waist, making him roll his eyes white with pain. His large body staggered forward from the pain, losing balance. Seeing this, Din seized the opportunity, quickly moved to the side, and used his leg to kick the thug's heel, making him lose balance and fall to the ground. However, just then, a brown-haired thug in the group stepped forward and swung his fist. But once again, Din dodged the attack very simply. He even took advantage of the time before the brown-haired guy could regain his stance. Din immediately threw a punch straight to his chin and then delivered a powerful shoulder strike. As a result, his body flew backward like a torn sack, almost hitting another guy in the group. However, Din's attack was far from over. He had no intention of letting these thugs have a chance to retaliate. Immediately, Din used his magic to create energy spheres and shot them straight at the remaining two guys, sending them flying backward and knocking them unconscious on the spot. Although it sounds long, in reality, this fight only took a few dozen seconds. After defeating the thugs, Din was also a little surprised. Phew, why did I suddenly get so much stronger? Is it because of the ancient magic? Around them, Ernest and Braun were rooted to the spot, eyes wide, seeing Din win so easily. What the heck? What is going on? They muttered in astonishment. Meanwhile, a hint of hesitation flickered in Arthur's eyes, but he didn't forget to curse his lackeys. Damn it, these idiots. In front, the lackeys started waking up and coughing, saying, Braun, this guy isn't normal. But before they could finish, Braun yelled like a mad dog. Shut up. You look pathetic. Getting taken down this easily, huh? Hearing this, Din also turned to provoke him. So, are you planning to continue, or are you just good at talking? Din's provocative words made Braun's eyes glare fiercely with anger. He challenged. What? What did you just say? Behind him, another subordinate, after witnessing Din's strength, quickly advised Braun. Stop. That guy is strong. Look at how he shot those magic bullets. But for Braun, how could he endure such humiliation and let things end here? Cowards. Having to be humiliated in front of these kids, huh? Get out of the way. I'll handle this myself. As he spoke, he began using his mana to create a spatial gate next to him. From within, he drew a long sword and said in a cold voice, in a remote place like this, there's no one around. So it should be fine. You just made a big mistake when you forced me to draw my sword. Seeing this, Din just smirked and praised, that sword looks decent. Unlike Din's calm demeanor, Ernest was completely panicking. This is bad. Braun drew his sword. This could be very bad. When he saw Braun draw his weapon, Din truly didn't know whether to admire him. Is he stupid or unbelievably confident? This guy is really reckless. Doesn't he care about the Academy's rules? Din thought to himself. But Braun continued to raise his voice threateningly. You know, when it's overcast, the mist will spread over this area. A mist so thick that no one can find a missing person. Next to him, one of his subordinates seemed to understand the Academy's rules well and said worriedly, Braun, are you sure about this? What if you get expelled? In response to that well-intentioned advice was just a crazed look from Braun. He spun around and ordered, shut up. Go beat up that idiot Ernest and bring him back here to me. Looking at Braun's eyes, which looked like he wanted to eat him alive, the subordinate didn't dare to offer any more advice. He could only bitterly accept. TCH, all right then. Having said that, both thugs charged forward at the same time. Meanwhile, witnessing this scene, Ernest was so scared he almost wet his pants. Damn it. What should I do? Din, if you fight Braun, what should I do? Hearing this, our protagonist remained extremely calm and slowly said, don't worry, those guys aren't scary at all. In a one-on-one fight, you can win. You've explored a lot, so your lower body strength must be very good. So just close the distance and throw a really strong punch at him. Hearing Din's words, he widened his eyes, unsure whether to believe him. However, at this moment, Braun and his companions closed in on both of them. You guys are dead meat. Braun sneered. But just then, Din suddenly turned around and ran to the side, making Braun furious. Humph. You won't let me get close, huh? So, you've been getting some practical combat experience lately, have you? Not responding to the provocation, before leaving, Din just said confidently to Ernest, just do as I said. Just like that, the two of them quickly left the area. Meanwhile, Ernest also seemed to feel more confident thanks to Din's words. He clenched his fist and reassured himself. That's right. Din is right. I can't keep living like this. Across from him, the brown-haired thug stepped in front of Ernest. He scratched his head and said with a contemptuous tone, so, you're clenching your fist now, huh? Your eyes even have a bit of fire in them. It seems friends really are important, huh? It looks like just standing next to him made you feel more confident. He sneered and continued, come on, take a few hits and then get lost, all right? I'll go easy on you. As he spoke, he intertwined his fingers to warm up. Meanwhile, Ernest's face was constantly sweating. He told himself, don't panic. Think, what would Din do in this situation? Just then, an image of Din dodging the black-haired thug's punch suddenly appeared in Ernest's mind. But before he could come up with a plan, the brown-haired thug laughed loudly. Well then, let's just throw a few punches first. Saying this, he quickly swung his fist towards Ernest. However, just before that punch could hit his face, he immediately lowered his body and used the top of his head to block the blow. Then, he unexpectedly charged forward and threw a full-force punch. The me you knew from before is dead. Ernest's powerful punch landed directly on the thug's face, making him scream in pain and spit out saliva.